The classmate who is adored by everyone smiles teasingly only at me. Volume 1 by Takafumi Mizuguchi. Translated by Haruith. Audiobook and text editing by Masquerade. Prologue. The clear autumn sky, without a single cloud, stretches endlessly. It was a perfect day for a picnic, and many people were enjoying their time in the vast picnic area inside the botanical garden. Some are enjoying their packed lunches with their families, some are playing catch-ball with their friends, and some are taking a nap inside their tents. The refreshing breeze gently strokes the young green-colored grass. It's peaceful and relaxing, a pleasant atmosphere. Soma and Chika spread out a leisure sheet in the corner of the pleasant grassy field and ate the lunch Chika had prepared. This fried chicken is delicious. Is that so? Then I'm glad. As Soma munched on the fried chicken with a rice ball in his hand, Chika, who had been anxiously watching with a worried expression, let out a relieved sigh. I was really worried about what would happen if it had failed. Have some confidence. Not just the fried chicken, everything else is delicious too. It's a great success for a beginner cook like you. Inside the lunchbox were fried chicken, tamagoyaki, rolled omelette, simmered hijiki seaweed, potato salad, spinach with sesame dressing, and a 3-colored marinated paprika. The menu itself was simple, but each dish was carefully made and incredibly delicious. Knowing about her initial failure, this achievement was worthy of admiration. She must have worked really hard. I'm satisfied that I was able to make a bento. I've accomplished something I wanted to do. Thank you very much. Smiling softly, Chika said so. Chika usually just eats her friends' lunches. That's true. As they finished their lunch and drank tea, Chika recalled her behavior in the classroom and let out a slightly wry smile. I've always wanted my friends to eat my bento. That wish has finally come true. It's not just about the bento. Thanks to you, Soma-san, I've been able to challenge myself in many ways, and it's been really fun and fulfilling. Thank you so much. You don't need to thank me that much. It's a mutually beneficial relationship, okay? Soma said, tapping the cooler bag he had brought. Now, it's my turn. I've been looking forward to it. What's the dessert for today? With Chika's excitement growing, Soma opened the bag and revealed its contents, feeling like a pirate showing off a treasure. Today's dessert is this: a triangular cake covered in pure white whipped cream, with a single strawberry delicately placed like a ruby brooch. Wow, is it a shortcake? Chika exclaimed and clapped her hands in excitement. I put in a lot of ice packs, so I think it's okay. Soma placed the chocolate cake on a paper plate and handed her a plastic fork. Pure white. It looks beautiful. It's like a traditional cake. Chika turns the paper plate around and looks at the cake as if it were a work of art. Then, she gently sinks the fork into the whipped cream. Well then, itadakimasu. After a few words, she put the cake in her mouth. As soon as she takes a bite, her face starts to shine like a flower in full bloom. Delicious. This cake made by Soma-san is really delicious. Especially the sponge cake. It's fluffy and melts in your mouth with an elegant texture. She expresses how delicious it is by waving her hands in the air. It's a very childish gesture, but it can also be said to be Chika-like. That's the kind of girl Chika is. I never thought I could eat such a delicious shortcake outside. It's nice to eat it at home or in a cafe, but it's also great to eat it outside. It's nice to hear that it's delicious, but just saying that you like it is not enough. As a taste tester, please tell me your impressions. When Soma says that, Chika's smile fades slightly. Right. I'm a little concerned about the whipped cream. Today, you carry it around on the train, and we walk for a while, so maybe it can be taken into consideration, so I guess that's why it's a bit too firm from over-whisking. Unlike the fluffy sponge cake, I felt lumpy in my mouth, and the thickness of the cream spread is not uniform, especially on the sides. Also, the cross-section doesn't look neat, so I think it would be better to fix that. She happily praised how delicious it was, but now she's pointing out the flaws. Soma, on the other hand, doesn't get disappointed even when criticized. Whipped cream, huh? I'm also concerned about the thickness of the spread, but it's difficult. I'll try again soon. Will you taste it again then? Of course. After all, I'm Soma-san's taste tester. Chika pats her chest and readily accepts. Then I noticed a little bit of whipped cream on her right cheek. I guess it must have been left on her cheek when she swung her fork around happily. Chika, you have cream on your cheek. Sorry, that's a bit unsightly. She reaches out her hand to her left cheek. No, the other way around. This time, she touches her right cheek but slightly misses the cream. A little higher. She tries to search it somehow, but it doesn't go well. Initially, Chika tried to find the cream with Soma's guidance, but she gave up quickly, and then, for some reason, she brings her face closer. Soma-san, can you clean me up with your mouth? Yes? For a moment, he doesn't understand the meaning of her words and makes a silly face, and then, in the next moment, his face turns bright red. No. What's that? And why with my mouth? Normally it's done with a hand, okay? But, Soma-san would be more embarrassed that way. Obviously, in the presence of many families and groups of friends, there is no way he can lick cream off a girl's cheeks. I love it. You're so cute when you're embarrassed, Soma-san. While saying something outrageous, she smiles without any remorse. That smile is no longer childlike but incredibly mature and enchanting. You don't turn on your strange switch at a place like this. It's rude to call it a strange switch, you know. Normally, she was seen as childish, cute, and lovely, but occasionally, she showed a completely different face, exclusively reserved for Soma. A mature, seductive, mischievous side. You see, the problem is that Soma-san is so cute. Saying that, she playfully poked his nose. I don't live my life to be considered cute. Even if he's called cute, it doesn't make him happy at all. He wants this teasing that only makes him embarrassed to stop immediately. She looked very mature and beautiful, making his heart race, and he was the only one who could see this side of her. I wonder why did it turn out like this? Until a few weeks ago, we were just classmates who occasionally exchanged a few words. She was just a childish girl adored by the girls in the class, and Chika thought of him just as a boy who liked making Western sweets, nothing more. And yet, now they have become the kind of relationship where they casually go out together on weekends. The time spent with her keeps increasing. Come on, Soma-san, please wipe off the whipped cream on my cheek. Perhaps enjoying seeing him embarrassed, she approached him with an adorable and audacious smile, getting closer and closer. I'm not going to do it. Don't try to make me do something strange outdoors. If it's indoors, will you do it? That's not the issue here. Embarrassed, thrilled, shouting, running away, and laughing. Being with this girl is incredibly hectic, he thought. Chapter 1, Determination and Sprouting Carnally. Come on, Chika, try my cookie. This chocolate one is delicious too, you know. Please have some of my senpai rice crackers, too. I can't eat everything at once. During the lunch break of class 1 to 4 where Ecchi knows Soma is enrolled, it is always lively and noisy. They never get tired of it. While nibbling on yakisoba bread at his seat, he couldn't help but be amazed. About 10 girls gathered in the center of the classroom, forming a group, and they all tightly held sweets in their hands, trying to feed the girl sitting in the middle. A girl with fluffy, bright brown hair was having trouble deciding which sweets to eat from the ones offered to her. Then, a girl with sharp eyes and long black hair started clapping her hands to get their attention. With her serious demeanor and tall stature, she looked like an security personnel. Hey, Chiku is in trouble. Let's line up in the order we decided earlier when drawing lots. Following the instructions and lining up properly, the girl at the front handed a big cookie with lots of chocolate chips to the brown hair. Say to me, Chika. Here, Chika, eat up. Thank you for the meal. Chika blushed with embarrassment while being watched by many classmates and started eating the cookie. Her earnestly moving hands and mouth resembled a young squirrel trying to store acorns in its cheek pouches, making her look innocent and adorable. Kaya, so cute. Yellow voices that sounded more like screams erupted from the girls all at once. Chika, look over here. Give us a pose while enjoying the sweets. The girl who gave her the cookie took out her smartphone and started taking numerous snapshots. It's like an idol handshake event. No, it's more like a panda exhibit. As he watched the commotion caused by the girls, such a comment slipped out of him. "It's nice, isn't it? It feels like a girl's flower garden." At that moment, Shihaikikichi, who was having lunch with him, calmly said so while smiling gently. "Soma, which one do you prefer? The sweaty guys from the sports clubs laughing their heads off or this glamorous atmosphere?" "Of course, this one," he answered immediately, and Shihai smiled lightly as if to say, "Right? Besides, they're not just making noise for no reason. It's a place of salvation for the girls in our class." As he said that, he pointed at the group of girls with his chopsticks. The second girl handed a bag filled with marshmallows, holding both of Chika's hands and shaking them vigorously. "I followed that advice the other day, and it went well. I'm glad I talked to Chika." "Thank you." "Is that so? Well, I'm glad to hear that. However, I didn't really give you any advice, so there's no need to thank me." No, I was really grateful that you simply listened to me." The girl expressed her gratitude with a beaming smile, while Chika responded with a slightly bewildered smile. After observing their exchange for a while, Shihai ate his tamagoyaki, rolled omelette, with a sense of satisfaction. "Thanks to the omnipotent Angel of Peace, our class is peaceful." Peaceful class is good, but no matter how many times I hear it, that nickname is just lame. Upon hearing the excessive cliché nickname, he couldn't help but grimace. If the students of class 1 to 4 were asked who the famous person in their class was, most would undoubtedly mention the names Miki Saito and Chika Satumi. Miki Saito was an extremely talented student. She excelled academically, had decent athletic abilities, and led class 1 to 4 to victory in the sports competition held in May with her outstanding performance. She served as the class representative in the first semester and later ran for and won a position in the student council, becoming the vice president despite being a first-year student. She was a super high-spec student, and some even jokingly said she could handle everything by herself no matter what happened in life. Hence the nickname Omnipotent. On the other hand, Chika Satumi wasn't as exceptional as Miki. Her grades and athleticism were average. She wasn't part of the student council, and she didn't belong to any specific club. She was just an ordinary girl. However, her charm lay in areas that had nothing to do with specs. Hey, Chika, can I give you a hug?" "No, that's not it. Can I hold you?" "You're so cuddly and huggable, Chika." That's a bit embarrassing, you know." "Well, okay, let me take a picture then." She was adored by the girls quite indiscriminately. Whether it was her mascot-like charm, small animal-like presence, or plush toy-like qualities, the girls loved and pampered her. Perhaps because of this atmosphere, she was seen as approachable for sharing worries and problems, and she was valued as someone to consult with. The girls' stress was alleviated thanks to her, and the classroom atmosphere became more gentle. Hence the nickname Angel of Peace. Practically, there was the high-spec Miki, and emotionally, there was the soothing Chika. As Shihai said, it couldn't be denied that they contributed greatly to the peace of class 1 to 4. However, calling them Omnipotent and Angel of Peace as nicknames, I seriously think it's a bit too much. It is natural that a pair of beautiful and unique-looking girls would attract attention, but the nicknames Omnipotent and Angel of Peace felt a bit too much. While not entirely inaccurate considering their characteristics, it seemed too embarrassing and tacky for high school students. They need to come up with something more creative. Who was it that came up with names like Omnipotent and Angel of Peace? It was me. It's you all along? In response to the unexpected confession from his classmate, he almost spits out his yakisoba bread. "You have no sense in naming things, Shihai." "Shut up. I just wanted to have some connection with the girls I admire." "Admire them?" In the context of the conversation, it sounded amusing and unexpected for him. He rolls his eyes while pouring down the bread he is about to spew out in his mouth with a carton of tomato juice. Observing Soma's unexpected reaction, he pointed toward the group of girls and asked, "Yeah, is there a man who doesn't want to join that group?" "Me." Soma pointed at himself, and his classmate looked at him with indescribable expressions. "Well, it's because Soma is weird. In a sense, I could even call you a pervert." "What are you talking about, you jerk?" He glared angrily, But Shohei didn't retract or apologize. On the contrary, he continued in a reproachful tone. Soma doesn't understand his own position. You're one of the few guys who can be a part of that group of girls, but you don't make good use of that position. It's such a waste. Some even say you're crazy. Mind your own business. I have my own reasons for being in touch with that group, and I don't have any ulterior motives. Soma knew that envious voices were coming from the boys. They were jealous of him being favored by the girls, but he couldn't care less about that. Anyway, if you really want to get close to that group, why don't you do the same thing I do? You'll probably be welcomed. He finishes eating the fried noodle buns and takes out a container from his school bag, which is slung over the side of his desk. This container was what he had his sights on. As he lightly shook the container in front of Shohei, he smiled dryly and waved his hand. Sorry, I'll pass on that. It's not my thing. Besides, there's no one in this school who can make something on Soma's level among the guys. If someone offers something inferior to what Soma can make, they'll be seen through and rejected with suspicion. As the saying goes, it's a Columbus's egg. Pioneers are always great no matter what they do. Is that a compliment? Feeling something amiss, he stood up from his seat and looked at Shohei with a suspicious gaze. Shohei shrugged casually. I am praising you. I do have mixed feelings of envy though. Even if you envy me, I don't know what to say. Not knowing what to say, he just stares at his classmate faces. Really, I have no such ulterior motive, he thought. Carrying the container, he approached the group of girls, and they welcomed him with cheerful voices. Oh, it's Ecchi Nose. Today must be Ecchi Nose's day. Lucky. Come on, join us. They gestured with their hands like beckoning cats, clapped their hands, and applauded as he approached. Ah, it's Ecchi Nose. Chika. Well done. Now we have one more thing to look forward to during lunch break. Even Mickey, who was in the circle's center, welcomed him while holding Chika in her arms. Chika, being held by Mickey, seemed a bit embarrassed and slightly lowered her head while obediently clapping her hands under Mickey's manipulation like a puppet. So, what do we have today? Today, we have carnelle. Opening the lid of the container, he revealed the burnt brown pastry, and joyful exclamations of "Oh!" erupted from the girls. Then, even before Soma could say please, several hands swiftly reached out like carnivorous predators, and the contents of the container instantly disappeared. Itadaki monsieur, the girls, all at once, indulged in the glossy burnt brown carnelle. Delicious. It sure is. As expected, Ecchi Nose. The cookies from the other day were tasty too. Yeah, they were. Chomp, chomp. Munch, munch. Despite using their mouths to eat the carnelle, the atmosphere became even more lively. So, what do you think of it? Amidst the boisterous girls enjoying their carnelles, Soma was watching from the center of the circle, but he couldn't wait for everyone to finish. The movements of the girls paused for a moment. Is it delicious? Yeah, it's delicious. I prefer the cream-filled carnelles from the cake shop near the station. I like the hojija-flavored carnelles. Oh, that one was good too. One by one, the girls expressed their opinions. However, these were not the specific feedback Soma was hoping for. Not that kind of feedback. Can you be a bit more specific? Like how the sweetness is, or if it's chewier compared to the last time, or anything like that. Last time, one of the girls, with a carnelle in her mouth, tilted her head. I brought some carnelles earlier this month. Remember? Did you? I don't remember. No good. They can't be relied upon. He turned his attention to Mickey and Chika. What about you? Any thoughts? As Mickey fed the torn carnelle to Chika, holding her like a baby, she expressed her opinion. Even if you ask me, it's delicious, I guess. The surface is crispy, and the inside is nice and chewy. I think it's a really good carnelle. It was a somewhat better opinion compared to the others. However, for someone like him, who was using his limited allowance for the ingredients, it was still not enough. Soma's dissatisfaction was unintentionally visible on his face. Hey, omnipotent, give me a more substantial opinion. In response, Mickey frowned as well. Can you stop that? It's not like I wanted that nickname. It's so uncool. Oh, so you think it's lame too? Of course. Chika is fine with her Angel of Peace nickname, it suits her perfectly. But what about my omnipotent? It's just some nonsense word. A valid point. Then, what kind of nickname would you prefer? Well, something like Omegana Humana with the ruby for all-powerful god would be nice. Wow, the vice president of the student council answered instantly. She acts so serious, but she's thinking about stuff like that. It's so cringe-worthy. It's because my older brother's manga had some things like that. Seeing Soma's reaction, Mickey quickly offered an excuse. But seriously, I don't need such silly nicknames. Who came up with omnipotent anyway? Apparently, it's Shahai, that guy. As he mentioned wanting connections, Soma casually told her. However, whether those connections would turn out to be good or bad, he didn't really care. Anyway, I want you to give more thorough feedback on the taste of the carnelle. Soma steered the conversation back to the main topic, and Mickey seemed annoyed. Is that all you ever think about? Of course. Wow, sarcasm totally goes over your head. Soma's hobby is making sweets. Well, calling it a hobby is too lukewarm. He has a big dream of becoming a pastry chef in the future. Since elementary school, he has been studying, researching, and practicing, working diligently to become a pastry chef. However, due to his parents' opposition, he couldn't attend a specialized pastry school and ended up in a regular high school. Nevertheless, his passion remains unchanged, and whenever he has spare time, he bakes sweets, goes to famous shops, and orders popular sweets online. Offering his homemade carnella to the girls group is also part of his effort. He wanted to hear their feedback and use it to improve his skills. Sweet treats and girls are inseparable, and he believed that their honest and straightforward opinions would be a valuable experience for him, or at least that's what he thought. Anyway, I felt the surface of the carnelle I made the other day was a bit too soft, so I tried increasing the baking time. Is it crispier than the last time, or has it lost moisture instead? Even if you ask that, I don't remember the last time. When he asked the girls, led by Mickey, about the most crucial point of today's carnelle, they furrowed their brows and looked troubled but didn't offer any useful opinions. It had been about half a year since he entered high school. He repeatedly had the girls in his class taste his creations, but he couldn't get any beneficial feedback. Asking high school girls who are neither critics, reviewers, nor judges for detailed impressions is quite a stretch, and he understood that. He never expected them to give detailed feedback in the first place. However, he couldn't help but wish they would try a little harder to provide some feedback. These carnelles are delicious. That's good enough, isn't it? That's not what I meant. He wanted to say something more but swallowed his words. There was no use dragging it on any further. With a light sigh, he handed a stack of paper he had been keeping in his pocket to Mickey. Well then, as usual, please write your impressions on this questionnaire paper. Okay, I understand. She seemed reluctant, but she still accepted the stack of questionnaire papers. People often commented that using questionnaire papers was quite old-fashioned and that he should just have them send feedback through their smartphones. Soma himself thinks the same way. Sending messages would require minimal effort and a tiny amount of electricity and data costs. However, using questionnaire papers requires using a convenience store's copy machine, which costs 10 yen per sheet. Despite that, he bothers to prepare questionnaire papers because the response rate is overwhelmingly higher this way. The presence of the handed-out questionnaire papers silently pressures people to write their feedback. Today as well, almost all the girls who tried the carnelles submitted their questionnaires after school. That is quite good, but whether the content is proper or not is a different issue. Damn it. There's not a single useful comment. After school, Soma stayed alone in the classroom, reading through the questionnaires, grumbling to himself. What's with this? Well, it was okay. Or, better than the last time. Or, 3,5 1 star. This isn't an online review. Write proper sentences. He couldn't help but feel the urge to tear up the questionnaire papers. It was such a miserable situation that he could only be saved by the fact that there were no blank sheets. Maybe I should stop having the girls try my creations. He threw the stack of papers on the desk and looked up at the ceiling. Clearly, the cost-effectiveness wasn't very good. However, Having a third party try the food was essential and indispensable. When he tasted something he made himself, biases inevitably affected his evaluation. The girls' palates were better suited for sweets than boys who preferred ramen or gyudon. While there were plenty of complaints since he couldn't think of anyone else suitable for taste testing, he had no other choice but to ask them. It's quite challenging to get genuine critiques from a regular high schooler, huh? While sighing in resignation, he resumed tallying the questionnaires. As he glanced through the questionnaire papers, he once again felt disappointed that there weren't any helpful comments. "Ah, I found you," a cheerful voice echoed in the classroom. Looking towards the entrance with the questionnaire papers still in hand, he saw Chika Satumi coming in with a smile as bright as her voice, childishly waving her hand. "Thank goodness, Iakino's-san is still in the classroom. Here, take this." She came all the way to Soma's seat and handed him 2 questionnaire papers. "I'm sorry, I'm submitting this late. I went to get Miki-chan's feedback." "What about her?" Soma stretched his neck to look behind Chika, but he couldn't find the tall, black-haired girl who should always be with her. "Miki-chan is in the student council. She's the vice president, so she's busy." "Oh, I see." Chika showed a slightly lonely expression, but Soma pretended not to notice and read the received questionnaire papers. However, soon his expression became stern. "No. She's not very helpful either." The comments she wrote were no different from the other girls. There were traces of her trying her best to come up with feedback, but when asked if it would be useful for future confectionery making, he had no choice but to say it wouldn't be. Miki-chan was really trying her best to write it. Chika frantically tried to support her best friend while flapping her hands, but Soma's expression didn't brighten up at all. "I understand that she was trying to fill in the blanks somehow." When he flipped through the questionnaire papers and looked at the second one, he considered whether he should stop having the girls try his creations. There, written in clear and beautiful handwriting, was something that caught his attention. The taste was very good, but there seemed to be an issue with the baking. "It feels like the baking time is a little too long." During a lunch break, we said it was crispy on the outside and chewy on the inside, but I don't think you need to be overly conscious of that. The crispy and chewy texture is one of the characteristics of carnelas, but if you focus too much on that and compromise the deliciousness, it's counterproductive. I felt that the previous carnelas were more delicious. Other good and bad points were also written thoroughly and politely. He couldn't help but be amazed. "I'm sorry if I sounded arrogant. I thought that just praising you wouldn't be meaningful for the taste testing, so I ended up writing various things." He gazed at the brown-haired girl, who bowed apologetically with a sense of guilt. "Did you write this, Satumi?" "Why yes, it's me." As if expecting to be scolded, Chika, whose name was called, flinched and shivered. "You've never written this much feedback before." "Why the sudden change?" Well, I thought my feedback wouldn't be helpful, but today, everyone's feedback was very short, and I felt bad that Yakino-san worked so hard, so I wanted to at least write properly." Perhaps lacking confidence, her voice gradually became quieter. "Thank you for your consideration. I'm really happy. But, more importantly, it's about the content, as expected." "Was it still not good enough?" "Wrong, rather the opposite. It's great. You wrote in such detail, pointing out the good and bad aspects. I really appreciated it." This was the kind of feedback he had been looking for, specific and detailed feedback, mentioning both strengths and weaknesses. "Is more useful. You even mentioned points that I wouldn't have noticed." He gazed at the questionnaire paper and looked at the girl who had written it. This was the first time he had received such a thoughtful response. He was incredibly happy. He wanted to talk more and more with her about sweets. "Hey, do you have something to do now, Satumi?" "No, not really. I plan to go straight home." "In that case, let's go home together. I'd like to hear more while we walk." "Do you really want to hear the opinion of someone like me?" Chika was taken aback by the unexpected invitation. "Someone like me? Don't say such dull things. It's obvious that Satumi's opinion is much more useful than Saito's and others." He shook the questionnaire paper to emphasize his point. Upon seeing this, Her face, which had been timid and uncertain, suddenly lit up brightly. Understood. If that's the case, I'm happy to do it. Then let's go. Soma pushed the questionnaire paper into his bag and stood up, and Chika followed him. Regarding the taste, did you prefer the previous one? As they left the classroom and walked down the hallway, Soma asked her right away, and Chika thought for a moment while placing her finger on her cheek. To say that I preferred the previous one might be a bit misleading. Both the previous one and this one were delicious. However, this time, it felt like the focus was too much on the baking or something like that. You mean overcooked? No. No. It's not that it was overcooked or burnt. It was baked properly. But, well, concerned about Soma's reaction, she hesitated and spoke softly. Tell me honestly, if you hold back your thoughts and evaluations, it's completely meaningless. He wasn't asking for feedback on the sweets to receive compliments. He wanted to hear it to improve his pastry-making skills. Pointing out weaknesses would lead to growth more than just listing strengths. When Soma prompted her, Chika nodded once, saying that if Akino's-san said so, then I'll try, and continued. The aroma became more robust and fragrant, but at the same time, the scent of the dough itself seemed to have disappeared. When I bit into it, it felt more like a cookie than a canelle. I see. It seemed like he focused too much on achieving a crispy texture, and as a result, he might have compromised other essential features of the canelle. Simple tricks like that were probably not a good idea. Thank you. Satumi is really amazing. I never thought I would get so much feedback on one baking method. He bowed his head with gratitude, and Chika's eyes widened in surprise. Did my feedback helpful? It did. Honestly, you gave me the most valuable feedback since entering high school. Is that so? My feedback? She giggled and wriggled her body happily, feeling delighted that her input had been helpful. It's a little funny, like a toy dancing in response to sounds. I'm always being taken care of by someone, so it's rare for me to be of help to others. That's why I'm really happy. Well, it's true Satumi always spoiled and doted on. The sight of it is so common in their class that it can get annoying. For example, even your shoes are taken care of by Saito. Pointing to her just-arrived shoe locker, Chika pouts discontentedly. That, Miki-chan likes to say it's hard for me to reach the upper shelf. I mean, I'm not that short, but compared to Saito, you are. She's not that much shorter than the average height of guys, but still, I'm not that short that I can't reach the top shelf of the shoe locker. As if to prove it, she takes out her loafers from the locker. By the way, besides the baking, was there anything else that bothered you? Around the school gate, they shift the topic from Mickey's overprotective doting to the canelle. Well, this isn't Yakino's-san's fault. But go on, tell me. Encouraged, Chika nods and says, it's the orange peel. You chopped it up and mixed it into the dough for flavoring, right? That didn't work well. It was kind of vague, and it didn't have the distinct orange taste. The flavor and aroma were almost non-existent. Because of that, I don't think the other kids even realized it was an orange canelle. Really? Now that she mentions it, there was no mention of orange in the feedback he received. To not notice the effort put into it is a big shock for someone passionate about pastry making. I think you used a store-bought one. It might be better to try a different type of orange peel. Oh. Yeah, I did buy a cheap one. The cost of ingredients for sweets comes from his pocket money, and it's not a considerable amount. It's a sad habit ingrained in Soma to always choose the cheapest option. How about making it yourself? They're candied orange peels, right? I think Akino's-san can make them. Domestic oranges are expensive, you know. Citrus peels from foreign countries are considered unsuitable for consumption due to various issues. Candied orange peels have a long shelf life, and when using them for sweets, you only need a small amount for flavoring. So, if you make them once, they should last quite a while. You have a point. When told that, it might be worth considering, but still, he gazes at the girl walking alongside him again. A cute classmate with a gentle and fluffy atmosphere and a miraculous girl with whom no one in the class harbors ill feelings. The angel of peace who soothes everyone around her with her smile. Soma's understanding of Chika Satumi was only at that level. He never expected that she would pinpoint the problems in pastry making so accurately and even offer him advice. It's both incredibly grateful and piquing his interest. Say to me is amazing. You even pointed out the orange peel that no one else noticed. Maybe you have some kind of special sense like an absolute taste. Absolute taste? What's that? Chika tilts her head, mulling it over. You know, like perfect pitch, where people can accurately identify musical notes they hear. I thought maybe you had a taste version of that skill. How can I possibly have such a thing? Akino-san, you have a funny way of saying that. She chuckles at his assumption. Well, still, you notice things that other girls don't, so at least you have a better sense of taste than those other girls, I guess. He just wants to praise her sincerely, but Chika shows a troubled smile. I'm just an ordinary person. I don't have any special abilities you expect, Akino-san. If my taste is sharper than others, it's probably because of my family environment. Family environment? Chika nods. My parents are a patissier and a patissier. They work in the food industry, so they have always been conscious of my diet since I was little. That's why my sense of taste might be slightly more refined than others. She modestly mentions. However, there were two words in her words that Soma couldn't ignore. Wait. He instinctively stops and gazes directly at her face. Your parents. What are they? They are both a patissier and a patissier. Well, now they have retired and run their own business, so technically they are ex-patissiers. Fearing the intense gaze of the suddenly sharp-eyed boy, Chika responds cautiously. Your parents are pastry chefs. For Soma, it's his dream profession and his ultimate goal. That means you're a thoroughbred in pastry making. Why didn't you tell me until now? I mean, even if my parents are pastry chefs, I can't make any sweets at all. They always made delicious treats, but I was just the one eating them. Well, even if that's the case, your environment is definitely better than mine. There's a saying that says, the young child at the temple gate can recite scriptures he has not learned. It is no wonder that Chika has better knowledge and taste than Soma, who was born into a family that had nothing to do with sweets. This girl, say to me, might be the person he has been searching for all this time. The revelation of his classmate's true identity makes his heart race involuntarily. Say to me, do you have any plans after this? He asks while firmly gripping her shoulders. I said I was planning to go straight home earlier. And, your face is too close. Chika's cheeks turned red as she tried to avert her gaze, but at this moment, Soma didn't really care about such things. You're free, right? Then, please go out with me. Huh? What? Soma grabs her hand and starts moving. Akino-san, can you explain where we're going? Also, this is the first time I've been pulled around so forcefully by a guy like this, so I'm incredibly nervous. Chika was shouting something, but Soma, who was excited and thrilled by anticipation, didn't hear any of it. In a somewhat dragging manner, he takes Chika to a small cafe located in an inconspicuous spot in a back alley. It feels a bit retro and grown up here. Chika, who sits in the seat across from him, looks around the narrow shop with curious eyes. They've been around since the Showa era. As the white-haired manager jokingly remarks, the only thing we have going for us is that we've been in business for a long time. This cafe is not particularly famous. However, for Soma, who believes in sticking to the basics and valuing the fundamentals, this is a textbook cafe that stays faithful to the essentials. Welcome. Oh, it's Akino-san. Thanks to his frequent visits, Soma has become quite familiar with the elderly waitress. You're not alone today. That's rare. Could this be your girlfriend? She looks at Chika with curiosity, so Soma shakes his hand vigorously and denies it. No, she's not my girlfriend. She's my classmate. Sorry, can I order 1 pound cake, please? Pound cake? Huh? I'll bring it right away. The waitress writes down the order on her order sheet and returns it to the counter. As Soma takes a sip of the water she serves, they wait for the pound cake. Don't you want to order coffee or tea? This is a cafe, right? The smell of coffee is really amazing here. Perhaps feeling unsettled in a new place, Chika asks while fidgeting and moving her body restlessly. Yeah, the coffee here is pretty good. Soma has no knowledge about coffee, but he thinks the coffee here, made with carefully ground beans, is delicious. But you're not ordering coffee. Oh, is it because it comes with a set? His unusual order seems curious for a cafe. Soma slowly shakes his head and denies Chika's assumption. I'm going to have a taste test. So it's not good to have the taste of coffee interfering. Ahaha. I see. Of course. There are desserts that go well with coffee, and this place may have been designed with such combinations in mind. However, today's purpose is not to consider the combination with coffee. You only ordered one, though. I've had this pound cake here many times, so I know the taste well. I want you to try it today. Say to me. Chika, who doesn't fully understand his intentions, only responds with a vague reply. As she reaches for the glass of water following Soma's lead, she suddenly stops and instead gazes intently at him. Akino-san, do you often do something like that? Something like that? Walking around holding a girl's hand like that? Soma looks puzzled, and Chika demonstrates a gesture of stroking her left hand with her right hand. Do you mean what happened when I brought you here? If it hurt, I apologize. I got a bit carried away. No, it didn't hurt. But, no, never mind. Forget it. When Chika showed a wry smile, the waitress returned with a tray. Sorry to keep you waiting. Upon Soma's gesture with his eyes, she placed a white plate in front of Chika. On the plate were 2 slices of pound cake filled with plenty of dried fruits. Next to the cake was a dollop of whipped cream with a sharp peak and a sprig of mint. It looked like a typical cafe pound cake. Now, go ahead and try it. The waitress bowed and left, and he immediately urged Chika to have a taste. Being watched while eating makes me nervous. As Chika gripped the silver fork, she expressed her unease. You're used to being watched by girls when you eat, right? What's the big deal now? It's different this time. Pouting slightly at Soma's words, Chika soon composed herself and took the fork to the pound cake in front of her. Well then, here I go. She slowly brought the sliced cake to her mouth. And then, she chewed it slowly, taking her time to savor the flavors. It's delicious. It may not have any outstanding features, and you could call it ordinary or mediocre, but I can feel the care put into making it. Also, there's an abundance of dried fruits mixed into the cake, giving it a satisfying texture. It should go well with a dark roasted coffee with a bit of bitterness. Impressive. She accurately pinpointed the cake's characteristics and the owner's intentions. As expected, this girl has a good sense of taste and a proper knowledge of sweets. However, what Soma wants to know lies a step further. What do you think is in those dried fruits? Asking the question, Soma casually pulled the half-eaten plate towards himself and covered the cake with a paper napkin to hide it. Well, let's see. Almonds and walnuts are undoubtedly in there. Then, dried figs, apples, strawberries, cranberries, and raisins. Also, grapefruit peel? I initially thought it was orange, but it seems to have more bitterness. Amazing. Though she wore a somewhat uncertain expression, Soma could only utter words of admiration. Perfect. She accurately guessed all the dried fruits without any errors or omissions. He had tried it on a whim after noticing the poor quality orange peel that other girls hadn't noticed, but he never expected her to identify even the small amount of grapefruit peel. Without a doubt, Chika Satumi was the person he had been waiting for. I can't believe Satumi is such a talent. I'm genuinely surprised. No, it's not really a talent or anything. As he looked at her with envy, the girl with a gentle aura blushed and smiled happily. I mean, what's the point of guessing these dried fruits? I wanted to see how good Satumi's taste buds are. I'm sorry for doing it forcefully. He lowered his head while returning the cake he had hidden with the paper napkin back to her. No, I don't mind. I'm happy you brought me to such an grown-up-like cafe. It makes me happy to hear you say that, but my real purpose starts now. I have a request for Satumi, who I now know has an incredible palate and knowledge of sweets. Why yes, what is it? As Soma became serious, Chika was also influenced and straightened her posture. I want you to become my exclusive taste tester. Exclusive? As she pondered Soma's words, her body trembled slightly. What do you mean? In simple terms, I want you to keep doing what you did today from now on. Give feedback on the sweets I make, try sweets from the shops I'm interested in, and tell me their features and hidden flavors. He made the request with strong conviction, but Chika wore an uncertain expression. Is someone like me really suitable for such an important role? Don't say someone like me. It's something that only Say To Me can do. Something only I can do. As Soma looked directly into her eyes and asserted, her cheeks blushed with excitement and joy. I know that asking a mere classmate for such a favor is quite audacious, but I believe you are the most suitable. Please, I'm begging you. He placed both hands on the dark brown table and bowed deeply. Ayakino-san, please raise your head. I find it awkward when you do that, Chika said frustratedly. But Soma didn't raise his head. He was desperate. Lately, he had been feeling stuck in his confectionery making. No matter how much he practiced, he couldn't tell if he was improving or how to make further improvements, and he was getting increasingly anxious. He was certain that Chika, with her wonderful taste buds and knowledge, could provide the breakthrough he needed. If you try my confections, I'll be able to understand their strengths and areas for improvement more clearly. If you try sweets from shops, I can learn about their unique features and advance my research. It will undoubtedly help me improve my confectionery making skills. That's why I'm asking you, please. Ayakino-san. Soma had planned to enter a confectionery vocational school immediately after graduating from middle school and pursue the path of becoming a pastry chef. However, due to his parents' opposition, he had to give up on attending vocational school. He doesn't regret attending his current high school, where he has many close friends and enjoys himself, but when he thinks about others his age who are already attending a pastry vocational school and moving ahead, he can't help but feel anxious. Even during his high school years, he wants to do what he can. Chika stared at Soma as he continued to bow his head. You're serious about pastry making, huh? Of course. Becoming a pastry chef has been my dream since I was in elementary school. I can't afford to be half-hearted about it. That earnestness of yours is really dazzling. After murmuring that softly, Chika nodded. I understand. If you're okay with me, I'll help you. Really? I'm not sure how much I can be of assistance, but I'll do my best. As Soma's eyes twinkled and he raised his head, Chika blushed slightly and smiled a little shyly. Seeing that, he couldn't help but strike a triumphant pose inside his heart. This would definitely level up his skills. But there's also something I'd like to ask you. As she hesitated, Chika brought it up on her own while Soma was excitedly playing around. Ask me? You're asking something of me. Say to me. To Soma's surprise, Chika said, I want you, Ayakino-san, to watch over me. What do you mean? Unable to fully grasp the vague request, Soma was left bewildered, still holding his triumphant pose. Well, how should I explain it? As Chika placed a finger on her cheek, she started to explain, speaking slowly. I'm a bit embarrassed to say this, but people said I have a lovable and cute image, or maybe you could say a character people adore. I know, when I observe the daily life in the classroom, you're called the Angel of Peace, right? It's not common to have classmates nicknamed as Angel. That's a bit embarrassing, but it seems to have stuck. The representative nickname is the Angel of Peace, but there are many others, too. Soma knows, at the very least, Healing Yuuchara, embodiment of cuteness, #1 classmate I want as a little sister, top rank as a daughter I want to have in the future, that mascot. Note: Yuuchara is a Japanese term for a category of mascot characters. That mascot, because she often uses ano, meaning that. As a sentence starter, it gets translated as you. She's adored and loved to that extent. Everyone treats me so well. They pick cute clothes for me when shopping, and when we go to the movies, they buy my ticket first. They're really doting on you. Agreeing with Soma's comment, Chika gave a small nod and continued, it's something I'm grateful for. However, on the flip side, I've never picked out my own clothes, and I've never bought my own movie tickets. Also, not only Miki-chan and the others, but my parents also dote on me a lot. Your parents are both pastry chefs, right? Chika nodded again and said, I was born when my parents were already getting old. They were very happy because they had almost given up the idea of having a child, so they showered me with a lot of love. However, they did everything for me. so I hardly ever helped with household chores. It's just a little sad and pitiful." Her gaze, which had been focused on Soma, eventually fell, and she stared at the fork she was holding. Though Soma doesn't watch the news much, he's heard words like infertility treatment and advanced maternal age. Couples who want children but can't conceive seem to go through a lot of hardship. If they finally receive their long-awaited daughter through such difficulties, it's only natural that they would end up treating her like a precious gem. Please don't misunderstand. I love Miki-chan, my other friends, and my parents. I'm grateful to them, but I hate that I haven't done anything and can't do anything. I want to be a capable and independent adult. If I continue like this, I don't think I can become that kind of adult." Even though she had her head down, her eyes showed a strong determination. "I want to be able to choose my own clothes and buy movie tickets by myself. I want to help out at home properly and be of some support to my parents." You may laugh at me because compared to Iakino-san's goal of becoming a pastry chef, my goals might seem small, but this is what I want to achieve right now. No one's laughing at that. In response to Chika's words, Soma shook his head seriously. "Both me and Satumi are working hard to become the person we want to be. In that sense, it's not any different, right? So, there's no reason to laugh." "Yeah, I guess so." Chika smiled softly in response to Soma's heartfelt words. "I really want to support Satumi, but what can I actually do to help? If you want to become independent, it won't make much sense for me to assist you. That's why I want you to watch over me. I want to challenge myself to do things I've never done before, but I'm not sure I can do it alone." "Not sure?" "Yes, because I've never done anything on my own before. If I fail, I wouldn't know what to do. I might panic and be overwhelmed. In those moments, I feel like having someone by my side would be comforting." "So, you want me to play the role of a lifeguard at a public pool, huh?" Finally, Soma understood what Chika was asking for. To challenge something you've never done before requires courage. Even Soma feels nervous when attempting to make a pastry he's never made before. It's not uncommon to wish for advice from an instructor or a professional when facing difficult steps, and it's understandable to want someone there in case something goes wrong. "Can't you ask Saito for help before? She's your best friend, right?" "I can't. Miki-chan would come to my rescue before I even do anything." "Ah, you're probably right. She would definitely do that." That scene can be easily imagined, but even so, why me? To be honest, we haven't really talked much, have we? We've only been in the same class for about half a year, and we can count the number of conversations we've had on one hand. One of the reasons is exactly that. We're not as close as Miki-chan and the others, but we're not complete strangers either. I thought someone like you could watch over me from an appropriate distance." "I see. The other reason is more important, and it's because it's you, Iakino-san." "Yourself?" "Me?" "When you said earlier that you want to become a pastry chef with such a serious expression, it influenced me. I thought that I should work hard in my own way too. Everyone in the class is striving for their future, and it would be uncool for me to do nothing. It's not that big of a deal. I'm just doing what I want to do. That's the thing." You talk about your efforts like it's nothing, and that's amazing. It's an entirely new experience for him to be praised by a girl face to face, so he feels quite embarrassed. "I see. I'm the one who ignited Satomi's motivation. In that case, I have to take responsibility. Are you okay with that?" "Of course, I'm happy to help." "So, from now on, count on me." "I appreciate it." "Thank you very much." After bowing to each other across the table, Chika let out a big sigh and patted her chest as if relieved. "What's wrong? Were you nervous?" "Well, it's just that this is the first time I've shared my feelings like this with someone." Perhaps feeling relieved from the nervousness, she started eating the pound cake again, seeming to crave something sweet. "You always listen to other people's problems, but never the other way around." Just this morning, there was a girl who was grateful and happy to have consulted with Chika. However, Chika responded with a smile tinged with complexity. "That too, I'm just listening to them. I never give any helpful advice, because I don't have enough life experience to do that, and everyone just pours out their feelings and figures things out on their own. I mean, it's not much different from a confessional at a church." Even so, I think it's pretty amazing. Listening to others is a noble skill that requires the capacity of the listener. However, for Chika, who is on the receiving end, it might lead to a lack of self-esteem. It's unexpectedly challenging for her as well. I always thought she was just a girl who is constantly adored and happily laughs, saying he every day. I never expected this. We'll cooperate for each other's goals. Don't be shy with me because I won't hold back either. Yes, of course. Let's do our best together. As she nodded and said that, she seemed excited. It must be because she took the first step towards becoming the person she wants to be, a reliable adult, huh? In the classroom, she's always adored, like everyone's little sister or daughter. Maybe because of that, she seemed younger than her age. I could never have imagined her as an adult. By the time the two of them left the cafe, it was nearly 6 o'clock. Thanks for the cake. Walking through the brightly orange-tinted, unpopular back alley, Chika bowed her head slightly. Of course I'm paying for it. I forcibly brought you here and made you eat cake without any questions asked. It would be wicked if I then asked you to pay for it. That might be true, isn't it? When Soma shook his thin wallet, Chika chuckled happily. But still, it was my first time in such a relaxed and mature atmosphere cafe, so it was very refreshing and enjoyable. Normally, I only go to chain cafes with my friends. Cafes like this are also nice. Well, high school students usually don't go to cafes like that. Soman understood her excitement, as he also felt elated when he discovered that hidden hideaway of that cafe. By the way, what are some things you want to try? Since he had taken on the role of watching over her, he was really curious about what challenges Angel of Peace would want to take on. About that, asked about it, Chika pondered and then demonstrated a flipping gesture of a spatula with her hand. If we talk about food, I want to try going to an okonomiyaki restaurant. You know, the ones where you cook it yourself. Have you never been to an okonomiyaki restaurant? I have been. I have, but it's just that when I go to such a place, my family or friends end up cooking it for me. Especially my dad. He makes it so perfectly round, and I find it hard to say that I want to do it myself. Of course, I've never gone alone. Well, he is a patissier. Being a professional in making delicate Western sweets, shaping okonomiyaki into a perfect circle should be a piece of cake for him. Well, I understand the reason now. If you fail at cooking it, I'll gladly eat as much as you want, so don't worry. I'll do my best not to fail. Seeing her take a small fighting pose, Soma felt relieved inside. He had worried that he might have agreed too easily because he wanted her to be the one to test his cooking. Now, going to an okonomiyaki restaurant would be no problem at all. Also, I'd like to try fishing. I'm not allowed to do it because I can't swim, and it's dangerous if I fall. I'm not an expert at fishing, but I'm not completely inexperienced either, so that's also fine. As Soma made a circle with his finger, Chika began listing more things she wanted to do while counting on her fingers. Besides that, I want to go to an amusement park, but not just going there. I want to plan the entire trip perfectly. Usually, I just follow someone else's plan. An amusement park, huh? Yeah, well, he felt embarrassed because he had never been to an amusement park with a girl, but it wasn't something he couldn't do. I also want to buy my own clothes and try different outfits. I'm always the one being dressed up like a dress-up doll. Can I ask for your help? I'm going to be your dress-up doll. Make sure no one we know finds out, okay? I said I've never bought movie tickets before, but since we're at it, I want to try watching in a couple's seat with family. There are 3 of us, and with Miki-chan, she takes care of me so much that I hardly get to watch the movie. Wait, hold on. Seeing Chika listing the things she wanted to do with excitement, Soma decisively stopped her. What's wrong? She looked puzzled, completely unaware of how ridiculous her words were, showing an innocent expression. I was just wondering if you hate going to the movies. If you do, then I won't force you. I don't hate the movies. It's not about that. It's just that using a couple's seat would be a bit awkward, okay? A couple's seat is designed for couples. It would be weird for 2 classmates who have no romantic relationship to use it. Just imagining himself and Chika sitting in a couple's seat, their shoulders touching while eating popcorn and watching a movie, made him feel embarrassed. Chika, the girl with the nickname Angel of Peace, is undeniably cute. Soma knows that many boys who are interested in her have been blocked by the strong wall named Mickey and had to give up. Though she doesn't fit into Soma's preference because he likes older girls, he still finds her very adorable. For a high school boy with a history of 0 girlfriends, doing something that seems like a romantic move, such as sitting in a couple's seat with a girl, is an extremely high hurdle. You should do that kind of thing when you actually have someone you like. Don't rush into it. It's important to have the desire to try new things, but keeping some things for the right time is also important. Do you understand? While blushing cheeks, he earnestly lectures her, but Chika continues to stare intently at him. Her gaze is a mix of curiosity and joy, like a young child who just received an unknown treat. Say to me. Being stared at like that makes him even more embarrassed. Eventually, she mumbles something unexpected. Akino-san's embarrassed expression is really cute. What? Cute? Those were unexpected words. Yes. When I'm looking at you, I get really excited and my heart flutters. Chika says it with utmost seriousness and doesn't take her eyes off Soma's face. Cut it out with jokes like that. It might be okay for kindergarteners, but not for high schoolers. I'm not joking at all. I truly feel that way. As she speaks, she moves closer as if drawn in by an invisible force. Then, she touches Soma's cheek. Hey, a shiver runs down his spine. Mickey-chan and the others, they always touch and stroke me, saying how cute I am. I used to wonder why they did that, but now I kinda get it. When something is cute, I guess you want to touch it. Then she pats and strokes his cheek. This is something he hasn't experienced since he was a child when his parents did it to him. It's genuinely embarrassing. In a back alley, illuminated by the vivid orange of the evening sun, a fellow classmate touches all over his cheek. What is this situation? It's so inexplicable that his mind feels like it's overheating. I'm seriously embarrassed. That's your good point. No, Akino-san, blushing red like that, is incredibly cute and very nice. He slowly edges back, trying to escape from Chika's hand, but she chases after him, wanting to touch him more. He retreats. She pursues. Soma found himself cornered against the wall. A few repetitions later, he could feel the cool sensation of the concrete through his shirt. His back was cold, yet his cheeks were burning hot. Hot and cold, cold and hot. His senses were getting confused. Earlier, you said that couples should go to the couple's seat, right? Well, Akino-san, do you know? I actually like you. Huh. The moment he heard the word like, his heart skipped a beat. I've admired you for a long time for working really hard towards your goals, and I really respected you. It's an honor, but I think the type of like might be different. He weakly tried to protest, but Chika's hand didn't stop. On the contrary, she became bolder in stroking him. Somehow, when I see you like this, my heart starts racing. I want to touch you more. And I want to see you get even more embarrassed. Soma, too, was feeling a different kind of excitement. What's going on with her? The atmosphere was completely different from just a few minutes ago. She was so innocent and childlike, like a puppy, that anyone would question whether she was really the same age. But now, there was none of that innocence. She looked bewitching and mature, her gaze locked onto him with a mysterious sharpness, resembling that of a wolf aiming for its prey. I have so many things I want to do, but just now, I added one more thing to the list. His instincts screamed at him not to ask what that was. Cold sweat streamed down his back, pressed against the concrete wall. This is bad. He didn't know what was so bad about the situation, but it definitely wasn't good. Soma was frozen like a prey animal unable to move while Chika, with a carnivorous smile, gently petted his head. I'm looking forward to working with you from now on, Akino-san. No, Soma-san. Soma suddenly being called by his name made his heart skip a beat again. Chika's face, filled with a mysterious and amused smile, drew closer. From now on, we are partners who cooperate for each other's goals. Don't you think it would create a sense of camaraderie if we call each other by our names instead of using last names? She wasn't wrong in what she was saying. It made sense to be closer if they were going to cooperate, and calling each other by their names could be a simple but effective way to achieve that. However, her expression stole away any persuasive power from those reasonable arguments. It seemed she wanted to call each other by name for more amusing reactions. At least, that was the only thing he could think of. But, say to me. Call me Chika. Sato. Wrong, it's Chika. See Chika. Succumbing to her unwavering pressure, he ended up saying her name. In an instant, he felt heat rising up from below and engulfing him. Sweat poured from his forehead and trickled down his chin. It's just calling her name. Yet, it felt unbelievably embarrassing. It's embarrassing not just because he called her name but because he ended up going along with Chika's words. Well done. Chika took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped the sweat on Soma's forehead, just like a mother would. Finally, it seemed she was satisfied and moved away from him. Then, I'll excuse myself here. Let's meet again in the classroom tomorrow. Thank you very much for today. It was a lot of fun. She bowed politely and dashed off to the main street. What was that just now? He didn't understand, but perhaps he had opened a forbidden door that should never have been opened. Leaning against the wall, Soma watched Chika's shrinking figure and felt his strength leaving his knees. He sat down heavily on the asphalt ground. My heart hurts. While watching the small figure disappear into the crowd, he gripped his left chest. His heart, tossed around like a roller coaster of emotions, was screaming. After parting ways with Soma and getting swallowed up by the bustling main street, Chika walked slowly while looking at her right hand. The words she said to him about respecting him were not a lie. She had admired him secretly for a long time, not in a romantic way, but simply as someone of the same age she looked up to. She was easily influenced by other people's opinions. When her friends or parents told her to do this or that, she would immediately nod and comply. It wasn't because she was doing it reluctantly. However, she ended up swallowing her own thoughts, thinking, this way would be better, or maybe it would be better to do it like this. Chika didn't like that about herself. She wanted to be a more independent person who could express her own thoughts openly, and she wanted to change herself, but she couldn't muster up the courage. With that internal struggle, she entered high school and met a boy named Yakino Soma. She vividly remembers the encounter. It was about a week after the entrance ceremony. Try the sweets I made and give me your feedback. During the lunch break, he suddenly came over to where Mickey and others were having lunch and they made such a request. Huh? What's this all of a sudden? Wait, who are you? We're in the middle of lunch. Mickey and the others looked at him suspiciously. Though now, class 2 to 4 was a close-knit and delightful class. At that time, the class hadn't really come together. Students from the same middle schools were sticking together, hardly remembering the faces and names of their other classmates. Naturally, Chika had never exchanged a word with Soma before. She didn't even know his name. She was in a who is this person? state. Mickey and the others were probably the same. Yet, he suddenly made such an outrageous request. Chika was taken aback, and Mickey and the others felt uneasy. They were cautious, suspecting some ulterior motive. Even if there wasn't any hidden agenda, it was still hesitant to put homemade sweets from a boy they knew nothing about into their mouths. I refuse. Absolutely not. There's no way I'm eating sweets made by a boy. He might have put something weird in them, and that's gross. It was only natural for Mickey and the others to flatly reject the offer. Chika, who had been quietly watching the situation unfold, also couldn't bring herself to eat them. Indeed, it's natural to feel concerned about homemade treats from someone you don't know. I would never do anything to insult sweets. I can guarantee their safety. So, please, just take one bite. No, no way. Absolutely not. Mickey waved her hand as if shooing away a stray dog. Despite the harsh refusal, Soma didn't give up at all. Every day, he would bring homemade sweets and ask them to try them. Every single day. It's so annoying. Why do you keep bothering us with this? If you want people to try them so much, why don't you ask someone you know? There must be people from the same middle school, right? You're so persistent. Annoying. Gross. Mickey and the others were getting fed up. He came every day during their enjoyable lunch break, making it feel like harassment. However, Soma had an unyielding expression, seemingly unaffected by their criticism. I observed the class for a week after enrolling, and you guys were the ones eating the most sweets. Huh? So you thought we must know a lot about sweets because of that? We're just bringing sweets for Chika to try. It doesn't mean we're experts. Even so, please try them. I'm particularly confident about today's batch. Please. With a container full of colorful macarons held out, he bowed deeply. What should we do? I don't want it. Some things are just impossible. I know, but this guy is unbelievably persistent. Mickey and the others began to exchange glances and discuss how to make him give up. Not whether they should eat the sweets. Chika, who had been watching the situation unfold while being held by Mickey, didn't participate in the discussion. Instead, she gazed intently at Soma, who had bowed his head. Is it really possible for someone to do something like this? They had only been in the same class for less than a month, and they were practically strangers. Despite being treated indifferently and rejected repeatedly, he continued to plead without giving up. It's easy to talk about but not something that everyone can do. Most people would have given up long ago. In fact, most people wouldn't even attempt it in the first place. At least Chika wouldn't. She would probably freeze up and push the container of sweets she brought all the way to the bottom of her bag, pretending it never happened. Nevertheless, he remained calm without a care in the world. There's no other way to put it. He's simply an amazing person. This person possesses a strength that Chika doesn't have. He has courage. As Soma lowered his head, he seemed a little gallant. Wait, Chika. Hearing Mickey's voice that sounded like a desperate cry, Chika realized that her hand was unconsciously reaching for the container. She was surprised by her own actions. It was truly an unconscious reaction. Chika, you shouldn't eat that. Yeah. If you get a stomachache, what are you going to do? Throw it away. Throw it away. All of her friends tried to stop her simultaneously. Mickey even attempted to snatch the macaron from Chika's hand. However, before it could be taken away from her, Chika placed the pink macaron into her mouth. It wasn't because she thought it looked delicious. It wasn't because she wanted to grant Soma's request. She did it because she thought that by eating something that he, the courageous one, had made, she might also gain some of his courage. It was such a trivial thought. The macaron that entered her mouth crumbled gently, and the sweet scent of almonds spread softly. Yes, it's delicious. The texture is really good too. Really? Soma lifted his head and gazed directly at Chika. The ganache is moist, and it's great. The sweetness is moderate. The ganache is the main point of this. This was the first conversation exchanged between Chika and Soma. How about you try it too, Mickey-chan? It's actually delicious. When Chika encouraged them, Mickey and the others seemed hesitant, but reluctantly, they put the macaron in their mouths. It's delicious. Ah, it's well made. It might be even better than the ones from the convenience store. Mickey and the others had high praise, and thus, the reputation of Soma's confectioneries being quite delicious spread like wildfire among the girls, and the number of girls participating in the taste tests kept increasing. In retrospect, it felt like it was thanks to his confectioneries that the girls of first-year Class 4 became close friends. At first, Mickey and the others had made harsh remarks like creepy or gross and such, but they quickly changed their attitudes and began eagerly looking forward to the sweets Soma made. You did well, Iakino-san. Everyone is happy to eat your treats. I remember saying that to him when the gateau au chocolat he brought was a big hit. Well, yeah, but I've still got a long way to go. My confections should improve and last longer. Even though the girls enjoyed his treats, he was far from satisfied. His goal was to improve his confectionery making skills, or so he said. His earnestness was like that of a seeker on a quest, and he received some negative comments about being weird, trying to show off, or being obsessed with sweets. However, he paid no attention to such comments and continued to run with all his might toward the path he wanted to take. Chika was envious and in awe of such a Soma. That determination and strength of heart to keep working hard towards his dreams, regardless of what others said, were things that Chika, who lacked confidence due to her inferiority complex, wished she had. Talking with him unexpectedly and at length today was a lot of fun. When he asked her to do something only she could do, she felt so happy that she was trembling. Not only that, they ended up cooperating for each other's goals. Thinking that she would have more opportunities to talk with Soma in the future made her feel so happy that she wanted to jump for joy. With him, she felt like she could do things she couldn't do alone. When he held her hand, she felt excited and thrilled, and receiving courage from him, her world seemed to expand, and her heart felt warm. But, I feel a little different now compared to earlier. Her gaze fixed on her right hand, she blushed faintly. She tried doing something that Mickey and the others often did to her, doting. Because she couldn't do it with her parents or her closest friends, she tried doing it with Soma, or so she thought. When Mickey and the others doted on her, she was filled with a desire to dote on them in return, to pamper them, and to express her own liking with all her heart. However, the emotions that arose in Chika's heart just now felt different from that. She felt a shiver down her spine when she saw Soma's embarrassed and troubled expression. Her heart soared to a level she had never experienced before. She found his expression cute, and she wanted to see more of it. She felt like she might be doing something bad, but she couldn't stop herself. She herself was surprised at what she had done. "What am I doing, really?" she asked herself while looking at her right hand. However, her hand couldn't provide her with an answer. Chapter 2, Smiling Strawberry Parfait. The next morning, Soma entered the classroom and immediately started searching for Chika. Hasn't she arrived yet? He couldn't find her figure and felt disappointed. Of course, there wouldn't be such a quiet classroom if those lively girls were around. "Shohei, good morning." "Soma, hey." After exchanging greetings with his close classmates, Soma fiddled with his smartphone, waiting for Chika to arrive at her seat. He wanted to talk to Chika as soon as possible and discuss various matters. They had promised to cooperate with each other for their mutual goals, but they hadn't made any specific arrangements regarding when, where, and what to do. They should have decided on these things yesterday or at least exchanged contact information, but the surprise from Chika at the end of the day made him forget about all those details. She seemed kinda weird yesterday. The usual Chika was like a mascot, adorable and healing just by being around. While he never openly fawned over her like the other girls did, he couldn't deny feeling a sort of paternal instinct or protective desire toward her. She was undoubtedly the type of girl who evoked those feelings, and yet, yesterday's Chika was entirely unlike her usual self. She appeared more mature, bewitching, and there was a certain fear that if he let his guard down, he might be preyed upon. However, at the same time, there was a sense of relief and comfort when he was with her. Who knew she had such acting skills? As he recalled the past, he became aware of his cheeks turning red and felt a dazzling sensation. At that moment, he was surprised, perplexed, and even had a pounding heart. Yes, at that time, Chika was not just cute, she was beautiful. It's amazing how much someone can change with just their atmosphere. I don't really understand girls, he thought. Maybe it's better to forget. It feels like it would be better for my mental and physical health. He shook his head to change his mood and focused on browsing his favorite recipe site on his smartphone. The vibrant photos of sweets comforted Soma's restless heart. Mickey-chan, I've already arrived in the classroom. Can you let go of my hand now? It's fine. Let's stay like this until the bell rings. Well, that's a bit. It seems Chika and the others have arrived. He put his smartphone in his pocket and headed toward the two girls who entered the classroom. Ecchi knows. Mickey noticed him first. Why are you giving us sweets to eat in the morning? At her words, the atmosphere of the girls in the classroom changed instantly, as if they were bloodthirsty carnivores. No, there are no sweets today. To avoid being attacked, he raised both hands up, trying to appeal that he had nothing to offer. While sensing the girls' disappointment and the lack of excitement, he continued, "It's not about that. I have something to discuss with Chika." Chika? It was not the person named who was called, but Mickey's eyebrows twitched. Wait a moment. Ecchi knows. Why are you calling Chika so friendly? You don't have that kind of relationship with her. She told me to call her that. Huh? Chika? Soma-san. This way. Mickey looked completely bewildered, and Chika grabbed Soma's sleeve almost simultaneously. She dragged him out into the hallway. What's the matter? You're the one who told me to call you by your name. Yesterday, after returning home, Soma spent about an hour agonizing over how to address Chika Saitumi. As a result, he decided to simply call her Chika. It would be a lie to say that he felt no embarrassment, but calling her Saitumi after what had happened felt like conceding defeat or running away. So, he resolved to call her Chika openly even within the classroom. Well, I understand that. But since I've never been called Chika by a boy before, it's a bit awkward. Chika scratched her head, a little embarrassed. If you want me to stop, I can stop calling you Chika. With a teasing tone, he said it partly as payback for the embarrassing experience he had yesterday. No, please don't hesitate to call me Chika. Actually, I think calling each other by our names will bring us closer and foster a good working relationship. If you're okay with it, then it's fine. Soma had thought she might refuse, saying it would be embarrassing if he kept calling her Chika. He was surprised that his guess was off the mark. But please look after Saito. I can't handle her on my own. Understood. I'll talk to her later because I have a favor to ask about Miki-chan too. Can you not tell her about our promise? Why? I think it would be better to explain things before any misunderstandings arise. It's a well-known fact that hiding things like this would only lead to trouble. Since they weren't doing anything wrong, he believed she should properly tell her best friend. However, Chika vigorously shook her head. No. If Miki-chan finds out, she'll definitely follow us anywhere. It would ruin everything. Ah, I see. Miki's actions, which show her doting affection for Chika, are easily predictable, making her premonition highly convincing. Got it. If Chika says so, I won't tell her. Soma nodded, and Chika let out a sigh of relief. Please do that for me. So, what did you want to talk about? It's about yesterday's promise. We haven't decided on the specifics, like when to do it or anything. Oh, right, I almost forgot. Chika placed her finger on her cheek, deep in thought. Well then, how about right after school today? I'm totally fine with that. Soma, who wasn't part of any after-school clubs or attending cram school, rarely had a packed schedule. That's great. So, let's meet up in front of the station after school then. In front of the station? We don't have to go out of our way to meet there. We can meet at school. After all, they were classmates. It might be troublesome if Miki-chan sees us. Chika looked a bit apologetic and glanced at their first-year Class 4 classroom. It feels a bit awkward saying this to my friend, but it's not unreasonable to be cautious when you see how affectionate Miki treats you. Well, it's fine, okay? Eventually, you'll show them a grown-up Chika and surprise them. I'm sure she'll be happy too. That sounds great. I want to grow and repay them for everything they've done for me. I'll do my best. Chika seemed to like Soma's idea and clapped her hands happily. Then, she cutely raised her fist toward the ceiling. Come on, Soma-san. You too. Me too? It's a rally. A rally? In the corner of the hallway? What's wrong with that? Come on. 1, 2, 3. Oh. Chika laughed childishly, showing her usual self. Yesterday's evening version of her felt like some kind of mistake. He thought. Section. After school, when Soma finished his cleaning duties and headed towards the station, Chika greeted him with her usual bright smile. Sorry, I'm late. Oh, it's totally fine. Soma apologized, but Chika seemed rather excited. I've never arrived before someone and waited like this before, so I was feeling excited. You get excited about things like this? Well, you see, when I go out with Miki-chan, she always comes to pick me up, so I never have to wait alone. She was worried about what if someone tried to pick me up or kidnap me. She's way too overprotective. Soma now could understand why Chika had strongly pleaded not to tell Miki about their plans. Thanks to you, Soma-san, I already accomplished one thing I wanted to do. We just met at the meeting spot, though. Soma teased lightly, and Chika giggled with a shy expression. By the way, what are we doing today? As Soma said he wanted to try some tasting at a certain shop, he left all the planning and decisions to Chika because making plans was one of the things she wanted to do. Today, we're going shopping. You've never shopped before? When Soma widened his eyes, Chika looked somewhat dejected and pouted. I already did that many times. but it's always just errands to the supermarket or convenience store. I've never had a chance to choose a store and pick out what I want to buy by myself. So, I've decided to take the first step towards being an adult and do some shopping. Somehow, she seemed like an elementary school student with a budding sense of independence. Actually, there are a few stores I've wanted to go to for a while, but Mickey-chan says it's too early for me to go to those stores, so she hasn't taken me there. That's why I thought, since I finally have a chance, I'll challenge myself to do some shopping there by myself. Chika took out her smartphone from her school bag and showed Soma a list of the stores she wanted to visit. Soma, as a guy, didn't recognize most of the stores, but from their names, he guessed they were mainly variety stores and clothing shops. Soma-san, I'll just make sure to remind you that I'll be shopping by myself, so please don't help me. I know that's our promise, but being all alone can make me feel a bit uneasy, so please stay by my side. I promise that too. I'll just be following Chika all day today. In return, please guide me properly. I don't want to be a lost child at this age. I won't let us get lost. Honesty, seeing Chika puffing her cheeks childishly made him feel a slight concern. I'm not that much of a child. I've already checked the locations of the stores beforehand. All right. In that case, I leave everything to you, so guide me. Yes, let's go. Saying that, Chika energetically started walking, swinging her arm around. By the way, what about Saito? Is she attending the student council again today? While walking beside her, he suddenly got curious and asked. No, she's free today. She invited me to hang out, but I declined because I have something to do. Mickey's disappointed face came to mind. If she finds out about this, she might half kill me. Come on, it wouldn't be that bad. He shrugged, but Chika laughed as if she heard an amusing joke. More than half of it is not a joke. It's fine. When I declined, she went home right away. Upon hearing this, Soma realized that he had never seen Mickey together with classmates other than Chika. Maybe she doesn't have any friends other than Chika? It's not like that. Probably. It seems like she's not ready to let go of her child. Once Chika becomes more independent, he might end up being a loner. Soma-san, I'm not Mickey-chan's child. It's kinda the same thing, right? I'm the same age and in the same grade as you and Mickey-chan. Well, technically. Kind of. Technically. I'll become a strong adult soon and show you. When Soma teased her a bit, Chika became a little downhearted. She really acts like a child, doesn't she? Every gesture and action makes her seem childish. It was not hard to see why Mickey was worried about her and began to care about her. Chika, full of high spirits, headed to a shop that sold character goods. Oh, unconsciously, such an amazement slipped out. Adorable cat-themed character goods were displayed all over the store, from plush toys to towels, t-shirts, acrylic stands, stationery, mugs, and plates. It was all about cats. It was truly impressive, in a way. What is this place? Soma felt overwhelmed by the atmosphere, but the majority of female customers in the store seemed completely unfazed. They all had their eyes sparkling like jewels, looking at cat-themed goods. And as soon as Chika stepped inside the store, she became one of those customers. Wow, Ninchan, I've been wanting to meet you. She raised her voice in a childish, high-pitched tone and hugged a big-sized plush toy tightly. This is so cute, don't you think so too, Soma-san? Yeah, it's cute. But, he awkwardly nodded in response to the innocent question and then asked. Is this the store that Saito said is too early for you to visit? Yes, that's right. Isn't it awful that I can't go here? Even though it's so cute, he wondered what made this fancy store too early for high school girls. Maybe it's not too early, but too late. No matter how much he looked around the store, he couldn't find any element that would restrict high school girls from visiting. Surely they weren't secretly selling R18 rated items or anything like that. He couldn't figure out what the problem was. Why can't you come to this store? With the white flag waving in his mind, he asked Chika. She peered out from inside the plush toy's fluff and said, They say it's too mature and doesn't suit me. Huh? He couldn't grasp the meaning of what she was saying and froze. The character, Ninchan, was so round and fluffy, cuter and more deformed than real cats. and yet somehow considered mature. He thought it must be some kind of joke. However, Chika was dead serious. Miki-chan says this one suits me perfectly. She shows the keychain attached to her house key. It was a pink, round, and deformed chick character swinging around. Both the cat and the chick were incredibly cute from Soma's perspective, and there wasn't much difference between them. This cat has a setting where it lives a long life and becomes a Yukai emitter, and its age exceeds 200 years. And this chick here is said to be just born. And, Miki-chan says, baby characters definitely suit Chika much better. Even though we're the same age, why does she think I suit a baby character better? While Chika was indignantly fuming, a young girl from lower grades of elementary school who seemed to have found the merchandise she was searching for exclaimed with excitement beside her. So stupid. Soma felt like sighing. It was all so trivial. He couldn't understand why they were making a fuss over such a low-level issue. He wished he could tell Shohei, who was fawning over Miki and the others. That's why I chose this store, which Miki-chan has been opposing all this time, as my first step towards becoming an adult. Chika passionately made her case, but the more he listened, the more he felt deflated, and he had to grab a nearby shelf to support himself. Yesterday, when she talked about her determination at the cafe, he was moved. It's easy to say you'll work hard to become the person you want to be and not settle for a comfortable but lazy environment, but it's challenging to put it into practice. As humans, we tend to flow towards the easier path. That's why Chika, who looked Soma straight in the eye and clearly expressed her determination, made him impressed. She seemed so cool. However, it seems that what she is trying to do is genuinely modest. Of course, it's not a bad thing, and he doesn't intend to belittle her. In any case, it's impressive to challenge something she has never done before. However, oh, this plushie here is adorable. But, it's so expensive. Ugh, I don't think I can welcome it into my room. Having been asked to watch over her, he feels like he came here with a certain level of determination and responsibility. However, for something like this, he felt like he didn't need to be so serious. It might be rude to Chika, but he can't help but feel foolish for being on his guard like this. Wouldn't you like to buy something too, Soma-san? They're really cute. Chika, who had become completely enthusiastic after circling around the store, comes at him with a plushie she's holding preciously, almost pressing it against her own face. No way it would suit me. Besides, my wallet is always tight. I can't afford such luxury items. Oh, there's a silicone tray over there. Isn't that suitable for making jellies or steamed cakes? Really? Where is it? Over here. Chika leads him to a corner with a row of cooking utensils. Oh, the bottom of this one is shaped like a cat's face. So you can make cat face jellies or something. It would be popular with girls. Maybe I should buy one. Appearance matters for sweets too. He can't overlook it. Soma-san, over here, they have pancake plates. They're too expensive for me. I'll stick with this silicone one. Which one should I choose? How about the one with a wink? The grooves on the eyes seem too narrow. It would be a hassle to clean, so I'll pass. I see, Soma-san, you have a housewife side, huh? Shut up. It's none of your business. While teasing each other, he finally chose a silicone tray. Then, Chika hands it over along with the payment. While we're at it, could you buy them together? Sure, I understand. I will fulfill the duty given to me by Soma-san properly. No, don't be so exaggerated. He was about to say it wasn't a big deal, but he reconsidered that it might not be an exaggeration for her. For humans, everything is nerve-wracking when experienced for the first time. Although he doesn't remember it now, Soma must have been nervous when he went on errands for the first time or when he made a cake for the first time. Come to think of it, when was the first time I made a cake? His thoughts start to wander, but Chika's tense voice brings him back. Then, I'll go to the checkout now. Trembling with nervousness, she walks towards the register with the plushie and silicone tray in her arms. Soma-san, stay there, okay? Got it. If you turn around and I can't see you, I'll cry, okay? Just cry then. I'll really cry, you know. I said I got it. He shoos her away and waits near the store entrance to avoid disturbing other customers. Chika, now in line at the checkout, occasionally glances nervously towards him. But step by step, she steadily approaches the register. Say, "Please give me this one," put the item on the counter, then say, "Tell me the price, and I'll pay for it." Say, "Please give me this one," put the item on the counter, then say, "Tell me the price, and I'll pay for it." She continues to recite the steps of shopping aloud, loud enough to be heard even from near the entrance. What is this feeling? Even though he's just watching his classmates shop, a new emotion he's never experienced before wells up in his chest. It's a chaotic mix of anxiety and anticipation that he can't quite describe. Watching Chika, he finds himself torn between cheering her on and worrying if everything will be okay. If Soma were a girl, he might have joined Mickey in pampering Chika like a cute little kitten. As Soma anxiously observes, it's finally Chika's turn at the register. She hands the items to the cashier, has the barcodes scanned, and pays for them. Although she nearly drops some coins from her wallet, the whole process is surprisingly smooth, almost anticlimactic. "I did it." "Soma-san, did you see it? I managed to shop all by myself." She rushes over with a proud expression as if she were a rookie adventurer who successfully completed a high-level quest for the first time. I thought you might struggle more, but it seems like it was no problem at all. Well done. Well done. Hee. Oh, by the way, Soma-san, please don't do what Mickey-chan does." Sorry. I couldn't help but pat your head." Unconsciously, he reaches out to touch her head, even though there are other customers around. He quickly withdraws his hand after feeling the softness of her hair. "Anyway, with this, I've taken one step up the adult staircase." "Maybe you shouldn't say it that way in public. But yeah, I guess so." As he applauds lightly, she happily jumps around, carrying the store's bag with her newly purchased items. I did it. See? I can do it." Her excitement is anything but adult-like. That's right." After showing off her dance of joy, Chika rummages through the bag and hands him two things. One is a cat-shaped silicone tray. The other is, "This is a thank you gift for watching over me and a souvenir to commemorate my successful first solo shopping trip." It's a small cat plushie that can fit in the palm of his hand. Despite its size, it's remarkably well made. "I haven't done anything deserving of receiving something like this." As he gazes at the cat plushie sitting in his hand, he can't help but show a puzzled expression. All Soma did was watch. When someone does something like this for him, it makes him feel somewhat embarrassed instead. "Please, take it." "Look, now we're matching." Chika picks up an identical plushie and presents it with a sparkling smile. If he were to refuse forcefully, it would dampen her smile. "All right. I'll put it on my desk or something." "Yes, please do." After putting the plushie in his school bag, Chika happily and carefully places her own plushie back in the bag. "Now, let's go to the next store." Having successfully completed her solo shopping and gained confidence, Chika raises her fist cutely as if saying, "I can do this. Are we still going?" He had assumed that they would go to the cafe he had requested. "Actually, I made a reservation at the store you wanted to go to, but there's still some time before the reservation." "You're well prepared." "I've never made a reservation for a cafe before." "I wanted to try making a reservation. I was a bit nervous, but I managed to do it on my smartphone." Seeing him surprised at her skillful efficiency, she proudly showed him her smartphone screen. "Certainly, there is still plenty of time until the reserve time. If we already have a set time, it would be a waste to just wait around." "Shall we go to the next place?" "Okay." This way. With Soma's approval, Chika started walking energetically. "You seem to be having fun." "Yes, I am really enjoying it." When he asked, she vigorously nodded. "I'm always dragged around by Mickey-chan, going here and there, so it's my first time deciding the destination and leading the way. That's why it feels so fresh and exciting." "Is that so?" Though they're just walking for shopping, she looks so happy. After all, this girl has a strong sense of independence. However, despite her independence, she finds herself in a passive position, being influenced by others, probably due to her timidity or perhaps her kindness. "No, That's not it. While those might be reasons too, the biggest reason is probably that this girl unconsciously stimulates protective instincts. Just by looking at her, anyone can't help but think, is she okay? Is it safe? Shouldn't I help her? Shouldn't I protect her? She isn't small, and her face doesn't look childish. In other words, she doesn't have the so-called Lolita appearance. If she just stood there silently, it would be more appropriate to describe her as beautiful. However, the atmosphere around her is so innocent and adorable. Perhaps this mismatch is what triggers the desire to protect her. All right. We have arrived. While gazing at Chika's profile, they arrived at the next store. As expected, it's the classic choice. Looking at the store's appearance, he was momentarily dazzled. The second store was a women's apparel shop. Inside the clean, white-themed store, colorful clothes were displayed like flowers in a flower bed. In a girl's shopping list, there had to be something related to clothing. He was prepared to visit this kind of shop after seeing the list. However, now that they were actually about to enter the store, he felt nervous. He had never set foot in a women's apparel shop in his entire life. Well then, let's go in. Why yeah, huh? Are you nervous, Soma-san? Shut up. The customers and employees in the shop were all women, and Soma was the only man. The place was so colorful that it made their eyes twinkle, and there seemed to be a sweet aroma in the air, perhaps from burning incense or something similar. It was an unreasonable demand to ask someone not to be nervous in such a situation. He followed behind Chika, hoping it would be over quickly. By the way, Soma-san, what kind of clothes do you like? Chika asked while picking up what looked like an expensive skirt. You're asking me? Well, since we're here together, I thought I'd ask for your opinion. She said it so naturally, but to Soma, it was an absurd request. He vigorously waved his hands, refusing to respond. If it were about sweets, maybe. But there's no way I can judge the quality of women's clothes. If you want to know, ask the store clerk. They're professionals. The young shop assistant, who had established herself with their own brand, continued to walk slowly through the store, looking for opportunities to engage with customers. That's true, but it would be boring that way. In the previous store, I was able to choose and buy on my own, so this time, I thought I'd try something different and consult with my friends. She showed the skirt, saying, come on, it's a conversation limited to girls, right? No matter how much he said, there was no willingness to cooperate. He gently pushed back the skirt with a silky touch. Moo. Then Chika puffed out her cheeks and sulked. She looked like a disgruntled hamster seeking attention. Hey, what's the matter? Some things are just not possible. Is that so? Is that so? I'm sorry for asking too much. Then I'll choose and buy it on my own. She seems to have lost her temper. However, from his perspective, her request was just too unreasonable. Some things are simply impossible to do. Really? Geez, it would be so much more fun if we chose together. Mumbling complaints, she started picking out clothes on her own. Oh, please try to be quick. This place felt uncomfortable for him as a man, and their highly anticipated cafe was still waiting ahead. However, Chika glanced at him and said, since I'm using my precious allowance for this, I will thoroughly examine and scrutinize everything. Yes, because you're not helping me. It's going to take some time. And, her response was quite cold. No. It's okay. With your sense of style, you can pull off any clothes. Believe in yourself. Soma-san, if you think you can deceive me with such cheap words, you're mistaken. Thus, they must have spent a good 30 minutes wandering around the store. Yeah. Is this all right? After choosing several pieces of clothing, Chika nodded satisfactorily. Finally decided. Then let's go pay already. Soma, who wanted to leave as soon as possible, pointed to the counter, but she started walking in the opposite direction. Hey, what? I need to try them on. Try them on? I'm sorry, but I would like to try these on. Is that okay? Ignoring Soma's scream, she got permission from the store clerk to use the fitting room and quickly disappeared behind the curtain. Soma-san, you'll wait here, right? She said before closing the curtain. Swoosh. Even though you have zero experience, why are you interacting so familiarly with that shop assistant just now? In contrast to her previous displeasure, Chika now seemed to be in a good mood. humming a tune while the curtain swayed, and the sound of clothes rustling could be heard. "Please come out quickly." He tried their best not to look at the dancing curtain and found himself inadvertently praying for her to finish soon. It's not like he's doing anything wrong. He's just waiting for his classmate to try on some clothes. However, he can't relax. He feels uncomfortable and restless. I wonder how much time has passed. Perhaps it's only been about 5 minutes, but to Soma, it felt like many times longer. "So, what do you think? Does it look good on me?" Chika, who changed her clothes, opens the curtain energetically and asks. "It looks great. It really suits you." Soma tries to line up some appropriate compliments he had prepared in advance. He thought that if he praised her, she would be satisfied. However, as soon as he saw her in the new outfit, all those half-hearted compliments vanished like mist. Instead, he let out an incoherent sound. Even though he was used to seeing this girl, just changing clothes made her look incredibly beautiful, and he was captivated. It was like a scene he had often seen in manga. When he first read about something like this, he thought it was ridiculous. He believed that changing clothes couldn't make that much of a difference, but the moment he saw Chika in her new outfit, Soma's heart actually skipped a beat. "Chika," he blurted out a foolish question, his face dumbfounded. Of course, it's Chika. He had been watching her carefully as she entered the fitting room. She's not a magician using a magic box. If someone else were to come out, it would be disastrous. Actually, I've wanted to try wearing this kind of outfit for a while. It took a bit of courage, but does it really suit me?" Chika, not noticing Soma's state, asks, showing herself off. She chose a lavender-colored cutout top with black lace edges, black sheer innerwear, and black leather pants, and loosely wrapped a pure white sash belt around her waist as an accent. "Do I look somewhat more grown up?" It's more than just somewhat. She looks incredibly mature, alluring, and beautiful. Just by looking at her, Soma's heart rate accelerates rapidly. The daring off-shoulder cut of the top exposes her elegant white shoulders and collarbones, which one would never see in the high school uniform. The pants fit snugly, emphasizing her slender legs even more. The combination of the mature lavender and black colors, the normally unseen skin, and the confidence of wearing self-selected clothes, all of these things make Chika appear incredibly mature. The childlike, adorable Chika, who is constantly pampered by her female friends, is nowhere to be found. All she did was change from her school uniform to slightly more grown-up clothes. That's it. However, the change in atmosphere is so significant. Soma's heart races, and he can only gaze in admiration. Soma-san?" Perplexed by his lack of response, Chika tilts her head and comes closer while brushing a strand of hair away from her face. Even with such a casual gesture, he can't help but feel flustered. "What do you think?" "The size is fine, but I'm not sure if it looks strange or not." Chika turns around gracefully to show the outfit. It looks fine. Yeah, I think it's okay." Soma awkwardly replies while casually averting his gaze. He can't look at her up close. "Soma-san, please look carefully and give me your opinion. I'm spending my pocket money on this, so I don't want a vague response." "No, I've seen enough. It's fine." "Soma-san, what's wrong?" Finally, Chika notices that something is off with Soma. She furrows her brows and cautiously moves around to peek at his face. "It's nothing," he says, turning his face in the opposite direction. Chika goes around again. He averts his face. She circles around again. Dot. Dot. The lively noise inside the store serves as background music, while a strange silence fills the air between the two. Chika breaks the silence. "Your ears are really red." "They're not red." Reflexively, Soma covers his ears and glances at Chika. In response, she smirks mischievously and gazes back at him. "Oh no, even if I say that now, it's already too late." "Soma-san, you really do have some cute side." "Like I said, don't tell me that I'm cute." Although he tried to frown, he couldn't hide that his cheeks and ears were turning red. Seeing Soma like that, Chika seems satisfied, chuckling softly as she raises her hand to call the store clerk. "Excuse me, I'll purchase these 4 items. I like them." So can I wear them out of the store just like this? Just like this? Are you saying I have to walk next to you while you're dressed like this? Thank you for your purchase. Of course, that's not a problem. I'll just remove the price tags for you. As if not hearing Soma's scream, Chika and the store clerk smoothly complete the payment in no time. Now, shall we go to the cafe? It seems like she's seriously planning to keep wearing this outfit. With a grateful nod to the store clerk, she confidently walks outside. Seriously, unconsciously, he is amazed by the situation. Then, his eyes met the gaze of the store clerk who had seen them off. The store clerk amusingly grins as if watching something entertaining. I guess I should just go. Let's go. Soma mutters, somewhat disheartened, and chases after Chika. I can't stand it. That's what people say in situations like this. Walking beside Chika, who is humming a cheerful but indiscernible tune, Soma secretly thinks he's simply heading to the cafe with his female classmate. In this context, that's all it is. However, he still feels extremely uneasy. Even though they are heading to the longer-awaited cafe, he wants to desperately go back home. This is really happening, huh? He murmurs quietly to himself, trying not to be noticed by Chika. Just by changing clothes, the atmosphere has changed so dramatically. He is almost doubting if the person walking next to him is truly Chika. Say to me, she looks unbelievably beautiful. If he lets his guard down, he feels like he will be captivated forever. That's why he's so uncomfortable. He wonders if it's okay for him to walk beside her. He has very little experience doing something alone with a girl, and for a high school boy like him, walking together with an incredibly beautiful girl like this would undoubtedly make him nervous. Soma laments his lack of experience. It'd be nice to have shoes that match the outfit. Stylish and cool pumps, maybe in a chic beige color. Please accompany me when I buy the shoes next time. Chika says such cheerful things, completely unaware of Soma's state. He mutters again under his breath, calling her such a carefree person, and lets out a secret sigh. Soma-san, is something wrong? She didn't likely hear that sigh, but Chika stopped and turned to him. Unconsciously, the distance between them has increased. It seems Soma's nervousness affected his pace. Don't worry about it. Go ahead. I know the location of the cafe. If we don't do this together, it won't be interesting, right? Let's go together. Even though she looks more mature, her childlike way of speaking remains the same. If we keep strolling leisurely, we'll miss the reservation time. Saying that, she grabs Soma's sleeve and starts pulling him along. Hey, wait, come on. Let's hurry. Ignoring Soma's protest, she continues pulling him. I was looking forward to going to the cafe with you, Soma-san. The coffee shop we went to the other day was lovely, and today's cafe looks fashionable too. No, come on. Can't you let go? I can walk by myself. No way. If that's the case, then you won't come with me, right? Chika's grip proves unexpectedly strong. No matter how much he tries to shake her off, he can't loosen her hold. Come on. Let's go quickly, she says cheerfully and continues to tug him along. Give me a break. He can't help but pray that no one he knows sees him in this embarrassing situation. Today's cafe has a bright atmosphere, completely different from the previous coffee shop, with upbeat pop music playing as background music. The fragrance in the air is more sweet treats than the aroma of coffee. Most of the seats are filled with young customers, creating a lively atmosphere. Excuse me, we had a reservation. Chika, still holding onto Soma's sleeve, shows the reservation screen on her smartphone, and the waiter, who seems like a part-time employee, smoothly guides them to a window seat with a nice view outside. Good grief. As soon as Soma was freed from Chika's grasp and sat on the chair, a wave of exhaustion hit him. Soma-san, you sound like an old man. Shut up. He glared lightly at Chika, who had taken a seat across from him, blaming her for making him this tired. I'll have a strawberry parfait and iced tea, please. To the waitress who brought a glass of water and a wet towel, Soma placed an order from the menu he had decided on beforehand. A parfait, huh? Chika tilted her head slightly, looking somewhat surprised. This place is famous for its parfaits. Looking around the interior, they could see several women enjoying parfaits. I don't mean to offend, but parfaits are just a bunch of ingredients stacked in a glass. You can find everything you need to learn just by searching for photos online. I think it should be enough. I understand what you're trying to say, but you never really know until you try it yourself. Sweets and desserts are meant to be enjoyed with all five senses: sight, hearing, smell, touch, and taste. Just looking at something online won't give you an experience beyond visuals. Indeed, the process of making a parfait is simple. However, parfaits created by skilled professionals are clearly different from amateur attempts. If anyone could make something at a professional level just by looking, the world would be full of professionals. Dessert making isn't that easy. At least, I'm not so skilled that I can improve just by looking at photos. Soma has realized this from repeatedly making sweets since elementary school. He knows he's just an ordinary person. That's why he has no choice but to work hard and study. While Soma was discussing these things, Chika gazed at him intently, propping her chin on her hand. What's up? When he's gazed at by her current mature atmosphere, his cheeks start feeling itchy. When it comes to sweets, you get really serious, don't you? Well, of course. Becoming a pastry chef is my dream. It's only natural to be serious about one's dream. If you're not serious about your dream, then it's not a dream. That kind of Soma-san is very cool. It's annoying how you can say that so casually. I guess it's because I'm used to being called cute all the time, so I have no resistance to saying things like that. I'm not used to it, so stop it. He can count on one hand the times he's been called cool in his 15 years of life. Reaching for the glass of water to hide his embarrassment, Chika smiles slyly. That's why I think it's cute when Soma-san gets embarrassed. I'm telling you not to say that. Being with this girl, his expressions are constantly shifting between being embarrassed and looking serious. We apologize for the wait. By the time Soma finishes his water, the waitress brings the strawberry parfait and iced tea. Wow, it looks beautiful, Chika exclaims as she looks at the parfait. Her explanation that parfaits are just a bunch of ingredients stacked together is certainly not wrong. If you search for parfait recipes online, simple steps are pretty much all you'll find. However, the real thing is different. The disparate ingredients come together to form a single sweet treat. Egg-colored sponge cake, ruby-colored strawberry sauce, fox-colored cornflakes, white snow-like whipped cream, and shiny jewel-like strawberries. The vibrant ingredients form beautiful layers, creating a visually pleasing dessert. It's beautiful. Soma expresses the same sentiment as Chika. Even if given the same ingredients, Soma wouldn't be able to arrange them in such a beautiful way. It's research, experience, and sense that create these gorgeous layers. Then, would you like to try it? Sure. At Soma prompts, Chika responds with a light bow before slowly inserting a long-handled soda spoon into the strawberry parfait. She progresses through the layers of strawberries, whipped cream, and strawberry sauce, savoring each bite. Finally, when the spoon reaches the bottom of the glass, she shares her thoughts. It's fun. Fun? Soma is surprised by her unexpected choice of words. Each individual ingredient is delicious, of course, but the fun part is how the flavors gradually change as they come together in your mouth. There are no repeated combinations of the same taste and texture. Every time you scoop, the contents on the spoon change slightly, keeping your taste buds entertained. So that's why you find it fun. I see. In that sense, the most interesting part is the cornflakes. Chika points to the fox-colored layer right in the middle of the glass. I used to think it was just for volume, but when I tasted it with a conscious effort, I realized that this layer serves as a crunchy contrast to prevent the dessert from becoming monotonous. It's not too much or too little, it functions perfectly as an accent. Amazing. Yes, there's a reason it's so highly regarded. No. What's amazing is you, Chika. I'm impressed by how seriously you tasted it. It was the right decision to appoint you as the taste tester. Not only does she have a keen sense of taste, but she also possesses sharp observation skills and analytical thinking. Even though Soma has made confectionery his mission, he's not entirely confident that he can come up with such a smooth and accurate analysis. Chika seems delighted by the praise as she shrinks back slightly, seeming a bit unsure of herself. I feel awkward when you say it like that. I'm just an amateur, After all, there's no such thing. To be honest, perhaps Chika has a talent for confectionery making. He says this with a hint of jealousy. As the daughter of pastry chefs, she might possess a talent for confectionery making. Soma, who is painfully aware of his mediocrity, finds the possibility enviable. However, Chika, dressed in a lavender-colored apron, gives a wry smile. I've made confectionery a few times with my parents, but I never felt I had any talent for it. So I became more of a consumer. It's not just about confectionery making. I don't feel like I have any exceptional talents like my parents or Mickey-chan. I see. She seems to have her own thoughts, considering the presence of so many talented individuals around her. Anyway, wouldn't you like to try it, Soma-san? Chika aims the spoon filled with the parfait towards Soma. I'm good. I ordered it for you to try. Don't say that. You mentioned earlier that you wouldn't know until you actually tasted it. There's more to gain from trying it yourself than just listening to my impression. That's true, but her argument is entirely valid. However, he still hesitates while gazing at the spoon. Seeing his hesitation, Chika smiles slyly. Are you embarrassed to eat what I eat? Well, yeah, that's exactly it. If you're aware of it, you shouldn't say it out loud. Her words hit the mark, making his cheeks turn red as he pouts. Fufu, I knew it would be like this. Every time she laughs, her bare white shoulders glimmer brightly. Embarrassed Soma-san is really cute. I feel like patting your head. Seriously, stop saying such things while you're dressed like this. He feels like he's a kid. Since I'm going to eat it, lend me the glass and spoon. He might be teased about indirect kissing or something, but it's still better than being fed by her. However, Chika naturally rejects his request. No, I've always been the one being fed, and I've never had the chance to feed someone else. I want to try it. You'll help me with something I want to do, right? And she brings the spoon closer to his mouth. Sure, but within my limits. I want to feed Soma-san. You want to taste this parfait to study its flavors. There are only benefits for both of us. There's no reason to refuse. My sense of embarrassment isn't being considered. He retorts half-heartedly, but she pays no attention and playfully moves the spoon back and forth near his mouth. Come on, just take one bite. It's really delicious, and it'll be a learning experience for you too. He can't bring himself to refuse firmly. After hearing Chika's impressions, his desire to try it himself had grown stronger. He wanted to experience the taste change that she described as fun and see how much of an accent the supposed filler cornflakes could provide. He wanted to confirm it with his own mouth. There are no acquaintances in the restaurant, okay? Besides, there are plenty of customers eating from each other's plates. Look, over there. When she looked in the direction she pointed, there was a college-aged couple sharing each other's parfaits. Seems like it. In that case, there's nothing strange about us doing the same. Shame and curiosity about the taste wrestled inside his mind. There's a saying that goes, asking is a moment's shame, but not asking is a lifetime's shame. Don't you think you'll regret not trying it here? If you just pass the spoon and parfait over to me, everything would be solved. I absolutely refuse to do that. I knew you'd say that, damn it. He glared and then let out a big sigh. Come on, feed me. He values his dreams more than his embarrassment. That's the kind of person Soma is. Okay then, here it goes. When Soma opened his mouth, Chika happily fed him the spoon. Actually delicious. He had heard good reviews, but actually tasting it made him understand why. The sweetness of the whipped cream, the sweet and sour taste of the strawberries, the smooth and creamy sauce, the fluffy sponge cake, the crunchy cornflakes, all the flavors mingled together in perfect balance inside his mouth. A calculated harmony of flavors was packed into the glass. Would you like another bite? Please. Curious about the so-called taste change she mentioned, he accepted her offer and had a second bite. Indeed, the taste and texture subtly changed between the first and second bites. It's just a parfait, but it's more than just a parfait. I can't help but realize that the world of sweets and desserts is truly deep. That serious face again. Did you say something? No, it's nothing. Chika laughed and brushed it off, then brought the spoon to Soma's mouth again. Anyway, have another bite. I ordered that for you to eat. I'm good. It's fine, it's fine. Come on, Don't hold back. Fine, just one more bite then. Saying that, Soma allowed Chika to feed him another bite of the parfait. You seem to be enjoying yourself. As he spoke, feeling the smoothness of the whipped cream filling his mouth, she nodded with a smile. Oh, absolutely. I've never had an opportunity like this before. The realization that she was doing something she wanted to do, taking care of someone instead of always being taken care of, brought a smile to her face. And that smile was a different one from the one seen in the classroom. It was a smile with an air of maturity, like that of an older woman, filled with affection and a sense of responsibility. Seeing Chika with her mature outfit and this kind of smile, Soma felt like he was probably the first person to witness this side of her. Thinking that way, he didn't feel bad about it at all. Come on, Anne. By now, it seemed like there was no reason to refuse anymore. He obediently opened his mouth. Is it delicious? Ah, it's delicious. What is she, really? As he was being fed the parfait, he suddenly thought about it. Normally, she's incredibly childlike, but sometimes she shows this surprisingly mature side that catches him off guard. Just when he thinks she's become so beautiful just by changing her clothes, she goes back to her usual childish reactions. She's a peculiar girl, switching between being a child and an adult. It's a bit overwhelming to watch, but at the same time, it's refreshing and enjoyable. As he vaguely contemplates whether he will get to see various sides of her as they spend more time together, Chika suddenly comes up with a good idea and claps her hands. There are couple exclusive parfaits, right? The big ones that two people eat together. I saw it in a manga I borrowed from Mickey-chan before. I want to try it. Let's go eat that next time. I absolutely won't go. I'm sure your main purpose is to see me embarrassed. What if that parfait is famous for being delicious? I'll think about it. Soma-san, you're surprisingly easy to persuade. Shut up. While exchanging such banter, Soma was fed the parfait until the contents in the glass were empty. Section. Chika, you seem to be in a good mood this morning. The next morning, while walking to school hand in hand, Mickey commented on it. Eh? Do I look like it? Yeah. Did something good happen? Not exactly something good, but yesterday after school, I had so much fun. Oh? I thought you had something to take care of yesterday. That thing I had to take care of was the source of my enjoyment. Oh, what was that enjoyable thing? Hee, it's a secret. In high spirits, Chika puts a finger to her lips and strikes a secretive pose, leaving Mickey puzzled. It's the truth. Yesterday's after-school time was incredibly fulfilling and enjoyable for her. She was able to buy the goods and clothes she wanted without needing someone's help. And she even managed to make a reservation at a cafe. She could confidently talk to the store clerks and even pulled off the high-level technique of wearing the purchased clothes right away. For Chika, it was a perfect score for after-school time. Not just shopping but interacting with Soma was also incredibly enjoyable. She admires him for always being dependable and serious when it comes to sweets. She aspires to become a person like him, and those feelings are genuine. However, when she sees him embarrassed, emotions she wouldn't normally feel start welling up inside her. She finds herself wanting to tease and playfully bother him, which is something she's never felt before. It surprises even herself. She knows she shouldn't do such things. She knows that. But still, when she sees Soma's embarrassed face, she's not confident that she can control herself. I guess it's not good to be so cute, huh? What's cute? Mickey overhears a small muttering. I think there's nothing cuter than Chika in this world. Well, thank you. Chika is happy that someone values her, but Mickey's serious face at times like this is a bit scary. As they arrive at the classroom of Class 1 to 4, feeling the firm grip of Mickey's hand, Soma is surrounded by the boys. Be honest, Soma. You said you were too busy with sweets to care about girls, but you were clearly doing things with that girl. The boys seem to be accusing him of something. It's the wrong person. Soma vehemently denies it, but the boys don't believe a word he says. That was definitely you. Yeah, it was undoubtedly Soma with a college girl. It's quite rare to see such a quarrel in this usually cheerful class. You guys are so noisy from the morning. Mickey furrows her brows in annoyance. But Chika immediately catches on. It seems someone saw them eating the parfait at the cafe yesterday. Although they didn't recognize anyone inside the cafe, they were seated by the window. Perhaps someone saw them from outside. Hee, to think they mistook me for a college girl. It's a bit thrilling since I chose to wear clothes that make me look more mature. Hey, Soma. The boys, who were arguing vehemently, suddenly show a calm expression and gently place their hands on Soma's shoulders. We're not jealous of your happiness or trying to ruin it. We congratulate you. Congratulations. Be happy. The other boys start applauding. What? Seeing the sudden change in the boy's demeanor, Soma looks perplexed and wary. We just want a tiny share of that happiness. What do you mean? If you have a connection with college girls, introduce us. I told you, there's no such connection. You're still lying, you bastard. If you want to meet an older woman that badly, why don't you lie about your age and try a dating app? I tried, but it didn't work, so I'm asking you. You've already tried dating apps? As the boys crowd around Soma, their eyes meet for a moment. Please help me. His eyes seem to plead like that. Chika understands his feelings, but even if she were to reveal the truth about yesterday, it would only change their people surrounding him from boys to Mickey and the others. That wouldn't solve the fundamental issue, and besides, she doesn't want to casually share their secret with others. She wants to treasure it a little more. With that in mind, Chika discreetly makes an X sign with her finger, hoping that Soma will understand. Seeing Soma's face, it looked like that of a sad puppy left behind. Whoops, he looked so cute that I couldn't help but want to hug him. I know I shouldn't be thinking like this, but I just couldn't help it. Chapter 3, Chocolate de Familia. At school, Soma and Chika didn't have many opportunities to exchange words. They could greet each other, of course, but having a deeper conversation was quite challenging. Chika, should I lend you my chemistry textbook and notes? You don't have to go that far. I have my own, thank you. You don't need to worry about me so much. Mickey-chan. I'm not worried. I just want to help you, Chika. The reason was that there were always girls, led by Mickey, around Chika. It was extremely difficult to approach and talk to her without arousing their suspicions. However, there was hardly any need to force direct conversations at school. Recently, they had exchanged contact information, so they could easily communicate through their smartphones. Therefore, when everyone in the class started moving to the chemistry labs for the next class, it was somewhat unexpected for Chika to call out to him. Soma-san, can I talk to you for a moment? Huh? Didn't you go to the chemistry lab with Mickey and the others just now? He had been fumbling in the disorganized locker to dig out his chemistry textbook, thinking he was the last one. I came back because I forgot something. Of course, it was a lie, she said, and she playfully stuck out her tongue. There's something I want to talk to you about in person, Soma-san. In person? Well, she hesitated and stumbled over her words but quickly raised her face, staring straight at him with a nervous expression. Hey, are you free this Sunday? Sunday? I don't have any specific plans. If invited by friends, he might go out to play, but if not, he'd probably be studying or practicing making sweets. If you're okay with it, would you like to come to my house? I want to treat you, Soma-san. Treat me? As he pondered, Chika nodded subtly and said, when I visit Mickey-chan or other friends' houses, they treat me so wonderfully, it's almost too much to handle. But, on the other hand, I've never treated anyone before. I mean, I've had friends over at my house, but it's always my mom and dad who prepare everything perfectly. A former patisseur's hospitality sounds impressive. It wasn't hard to imagine that there was no room for Chika to insert herself into those occasions. However, as an individual, I can't just keep being treated. I want to be able to entertain my friends without relying on anyone's help. I want to satisfy them with just my own efforts. So, could you please help me practice? Her fists clench involuntarily in a sign of determination. So, as a first step, you want to use me as a practice subject? Please, can you do that? When Soman understood the reason, Chika timidly asked, looking up at him with her eyes. Okay, I guess that's fine. As he lightly tapped his shoulder with the rolled-up chemistry textbook, he pondered. Since I really have no experience, I probably won't be able to provide satisfying hospitality. Don't worry too much about impressing me. Just do it your way, and that's enough. The hesitation in his response was not about that. As a guy, was it really okay for him to readily visit a girl like Chika's house? That was his concern. It takes quite some courage to visit a girl's house in high school, unlike when they were in elementary school. But, to be honest, even when Soma was in elementary school, he had never done such a thing. In any case, even if he and Chika were okay with it, her parents, who dote on their daughter, probably wouldn't be pleased. Wait. Hey, will Chika's parents be home on Sunday? They won't be at home that day. What about Saturday? They'll probably be home. Is there something wrong? Chika tilted her head, not understanding the intention behind Soma's question. All right. Then, let's do it on Saturday. Huh? Saturday? Chika's eyes widened in surprise at the unexpected suggestion. I'm going to a house where there's a professional pastry chef. I want to meet them and hear all sorts of things. To have a chance to hear first-hand stories from people in the dream occupation they aspire to. For students with a career path in mind, could there be anything more valuable? Please make sure I can talk to your parents. If that's settled, I'll go anytime. And you can use me as a practice subject. Okay? Well, it's fine, I guess. Really? Yes. That's great. It's a promise, okay? Soma, who was elated about the prospect of meeting pastry chefs, didn't even notice that Chika seemed a bit sulky. Hey, Chika. Still can't find your missing item? The bell is about to ring, you know? As Soma struck a triumphant pose, Mickey, who should have been heading towards the chemistry lab, came back. Huh? Ecchi knows is here too. What's going on? Without trying to hide her suspicion of them being alone together in an empty classroom, she pulled Chika closer to her chest, keeping her away at a distance from Soma. Ecchi knows. You weren't trying to do anything strange because Chika is cute, right? Chika, even if this guy asked you to lift your skirt and show me in exchange for sweets, you would definitely refuse, right? You're a complete pervert, aren't you? There's no way I would do that. Although they were just talking in the classroom, it felt like he was being accused of something serious. That's right. Mickey-chan. Soma vehemently denied it, and Chika concurred. However, her voice was unusually cold. Such a thing is unimaginable. It seems like Soma-san isn't interested in me at all. Ha! Chika. A freezing glare pierced him. Despite her usual airiness and laughter, the serious side of Chika was a bit scary. Mickey-chan, let's hurry to the chemistry lab. Well, okay. As Chika urged her, Mickey, still perplexed by Chika's uncharacteristic behavior, left the classroom with her. Only Soma remained, left behind in the classroom. He couldn't understand the reason behind Chika's displeasure, and all he could do was tilt his head in confusion. The following Saturday, Soma headed towards Chika's house, guided by the address she had given him. I've never been around here, so I don't know where it is. Chika's house was located in an old residential area with confusing and labyrinth-like streets, making it hard for first-time visitors to find their way. He rode his bike, occasionally stopping to check his current location on the map app on his smartphone, then continued biking, repeating this process multiple times until he finally arrived. So, this is Chika's house. He looked up at the house with the nameplate "Say to Me," which was Chika's family name, and took a deep breath. The house was an unremarkable, ordinary, and a two-story building with no special features. If one were to point out a distinguishing feature, it would be the vibrant orange-colored roof. Since it belonged to a former pastry chef couple, he secretly had expectations of a stylish Western-style mansion or a confectionery workshop with a herb garden. He was slightly taken aback by its simplicity. After parking his bicycle in a suitable spot, he rang the intercom, and before long, Chika's voice came through the speaker. Hello? It's me. I'm here. I've been looking forward to your visit. Her voice was full of excitement. Soma was also thrilled, meeting professional pastry chefs. Ever since Chika invited him to her house, that was all he could think about. It wasn't often that a high school student had a chance to meet professionals in their dream occupation. He had so much he wanted to talk about and ask. He had been contemplating it all along. Last night, he even made a list of things he wanted to ask, which kept him up late. Welcome. The front door opened, and Chika greeted him with a smile. She wasn't wearing her school uniform or the mature clothes she had recently bought. Instead, she had an oddly childish outfit that didn't quite match her age. It probably wasn't her style. Mickey must have had a hand in her outfit choice. "I'm sorry for being late. I got a bit lost on the way." "Oh no. It's all right. This area is an old residential neighborhood, so it's easy to get lost. Mickey-chan got lost the first time she came here too. If I didn't have my smartphone, I would have gotten lost even worse." "Is that so?" "I wanted to see Soma-san, who got lost and almost cried." "Hey!" Half glaring, Soma retorted, and Chika chuckled softly. "I was just joking." "Well then, please come in." "Seeing you these days, it doesn't sound like a joke. Anyway, I'm coming in. Thanks for having me." Soma stepped inside the Saitumi house. As soon as he entered, the familiar scent of someone else's home greeted him. It seemed they used air fresheners or something, as a refreshing citrus scent filled the air. He felt the tension and his muscles stiffening as he realized he was nervous. In the narrow entryway, an elderly couple was standing side by side. Both had beautifully gray hair, and they appeared to be in their 50s, possibly even in their 60s. Soma had been informed that they were Chika's parents, so he didn't mistake them for grandparents, but without prior knowledge, he might have assumed they were grandparents. These people were Patissier and the Patissier. That thought alone straightened his posture. "Nice to meet you. I'm Yakino's Soma, a classmate of Chika." "No, Saitumi-san. Thank you for inviting me today." Soma greeted them as politely as possible, bowing his head. It might be far from perfect, but for a male high school student who had little knowledge of formal manners, he thought he did his best. Despite his efforts, the couple remained unresponsive. "Welcome. Our daughter has told us about you." Despite those words, they just stared without saying anything. "What's wrong?" Soma was puzzled by their unexpected lack of reaction. Are you her father? And you her mother?" Chika, seemingly unsure as well, glanced back and forth between Soma and her parents' faces. Finally, they murmured, "A boy. It's a boy." They mumbled as if they had witnessed something unbelievable from Soma's appearance. "Ah, I see." Understanding the meaning behind their lack of reaction, Soma realized that to them, he was neither their daughter's classmate nor a student who admired them. He was the first boy Chika had brought home. Perhaps Chika had only mentioned inviting a friend without specifying the gender to her parents. That's why they were surprised. Isn't this bad? Their doting daughter had invited a boy to their home without any prior notice. In all likelihood, Soma would not be warmly welcomed under normal circumstances. Well, Chika-chan." The first to recover was the mother. With a puzzled expression, she said, "So, the friend you invited today is a boy." "I was so eager to prepare everything on my own. I thought it was Mickey-chan coming." "Yes, today's guest is Soma-san. Lately, we've been spending a lot of time together." Chika nodded innocently, causing her mother to become even more bewildered. "Oh, is that so? You're close friends, then. What do you two usually do together?" "We go shopping for cute accessories, try on clothes, and go to cafes to eat parfaits together." "Yes, that's true." She's telling nothing but the truth. However, there are some explanations missing. "That's. You're close friends with him." With a troubled look on her face, the mother just repeats Chika's words. Meanwhile, her father, who had been silent the whole time, was emanating an aura of intense anger. He glared at him with a dark, menacing expression. It was honestly scary. This isn't going well. There's no way they will listen to what he has to say in this atmosphere. If he tries to talk to them, he might get punched. Squeezing the list of questions he had thought about so hard the previous night, Soma decided to give up on them silently. "I'm begging you, please explain everything properly to your parents later," he couldn't help but say as he followed Chika up the stairs with a rhythmic thumping sound. "Explain what?" "Our relationship." Your parents completely misunderstood when Chika declared, "We're going to my room, so absolutely don't come in." Her father's expression at that moment was absolutely terrifying. He didn't look like a pastry chef anymore. He seemed like someone with a history of confrontations. Today, Soma's plans were completely ruined. He could only sigh as Chika turned around and looked at him at the door. Misunderstanding. What kind of misunderstanding? It was a mature-looking Chika peering out. What kind of misunderstanding, you say? He hesitated, and she leaned even closer to him. What kind of misunderstanding do my parents have? Her large eyes reflected his face. With a perplexed expression, she stared straight into his eyes. Feeling nervous, he felt pathetic. Trying not to be noticed, he let out a small sigh and then lightly chopped Chika on the top of her head. Ouch. That hurt. So mean. Shut up. Anyway, explain everything to your parents later. Well, all right. Don't worry. My mum and dad are the kind of people who listen properly. Feeling like she had teased her too much, Chika led him into her room without making any bitter accusations of violence. Her room was just like the rest of the house, utterly ordinary. The stuffed animals neatly lined up on a dedicated shelf were the only eye-catching feature. Apart from that, there was nothing else that stood out. A study desk, a bookshelf, a wardrobe, and a bed. Also, a small folding table that seemed to have been brought from somewhere else for tea. He had imagined a girl's room completely painted in pink due to all the cute things she had been praised for, but it was completely different. Now, come over here, she urged him, and he sat down on the soft cushion as suggested. Chika also sat down beside him. All right, let's get started. Huh? Oh, okay. He watched Chika, who struck a cute, I'm going to do my best pose with some caution. Soma-san, is there any snack you want to eat? On the table in the center of the room, various snacks were piled up. There were potato chips, chocolates, savory snacks, gummies, and candies, a mountain of confections commonly found at convenience stores. Well, then, I'll take that chocolate one over there. Sure. Chika's slender fingers unwrapped the package and took out the chocolate-coated snack. Here, say R. Huh? Come on, open your mouth. R. With a hint of hesitation, he opened his mouth, and Chika carefully placed the chocolate snack inside. How is it? Is it delicious? It's good. The crispy and light texture spread in his mouth. I knew it. I love this snack too. Miki-chan eats it often as well. Yeah, it's a popular brand. As they enjoyed the snack, Chika continued the conversation. Soma-san, do you also study snacks produced on a large scale by confectionery companies? Of course. Whether it's handcrafted by artisans or mass-produced in factories, if it's tasty, it's tasty. You're really serious about everything related to sweets, huh? It sounds like you're saying I'm not serious about anything else. It's just your imagination. Casually brushing it off, Chika waited for Soma's empty glass and asked, which one would you like next? Or would you prefer juice? I'll have juice. Sure. She poured orange juice into a glass and brought it closer to his mouth with a straw. It's 100% fruit juice. Of course. Soma sipped the orange juice while looking at Chika's smile. Oh, right. Let me give you a shoulder massage. A shoulder massage? I've never done that before. I don't have shoulder stiffness, but sure, go ahead if you want. Yes. Chika cheerfully agreed and came around to his back, starting to massage his shoulders. How does it feel? To be honest, I don't really know. He didn't have shoulder stiffness, and Chika's strength was light as expected from a girl, so the stimulation was weak. It felt more like being gently caressed, slightly ticklish and tingly, rather than relaxing. Is that so? I guess it's not like a Miki-chan's then. Chika seemed a little disappointed. If I have shoulder stiffness, my impressions might change. Why don't you try doing it for your parents? Do my parents have shoulder stiffness? Most adults usually do. It's partly prejudice, but probably not entirely wrong. Well then, I'll try it tonight. Now then, I'll massage your arms next. Can you place your arms on the table? Sure. As instructed, Soma extended his arms, and Chika began massaging from his wrists to the shoulders with care. Chika massaged diligently, and Soma received it silently. The quiet massage session continued for a while. Hey, is it about time to stop? Soma opened his mouth calmly. What do you mean? Chika responded with a serious expression as she continued to massage his arms. Everything since I entered this room. Offering me snacks, giving me a massage, it's just my hospitality. The massage stopped. Is this bothering you? A little bit. Perhaps due to Soma's strange expression, Her face gradually clouded with anxiety. Based on her reaction, it doesn't seem like she's teasing or joking. Is there something wrong with me? If he was asked to point out something, everything was wrong. Yep. I don't know where to start. Chika, why did you decide to treat me like this? Well, when I visited Mickey-chan's house, I was treated this way. So that girl is the culprit, huh? Mickey, who seems to take great joy in doting on Chika, has been showering her with strange hospitality even when inviting her over to her house. It's no wonder she would get the wrong idea if she kept receiving such odd treatment. I see. I was completely mistaken. Soma furrowed his brow, and Chika looked disheartened. She seemed like a wet puppy, evoking a sense of pity. Though he didn't intend to bully her, he felt guilty, and his heart ached. Well. Searching for words, he gently patted her fluffy head. I'm your practice subject, right? Then, it's okay to fail. I guess it was a failure after all. Chika became even more downcast, but Soma continued without minding her reaction. However, you can keep trying until you succeed. Use failures as a source of reflection to lead to success. Otherwise, it'd be a waste. A waste, you say? Of course. If you let failures remain failures, what's the point of your efforts? Failures are there to lead to success. Failures are for success. You mean? While contemplating Soma's words, Chika stared intently at him, making him feel a bit embarrassed. I guess Soma-san is a little different from everyone else. What? You mean I'm a weirdo? Taken aback, she quickly waved her hands in denial. No, not like that. It's just that my parents and Mickey-chan, when I fail, they comfort me with words like "don't worry" or "it's fine." But they never say things like, "just try to succeed next time." It's impressive that you can say such things. Receiving an almost adoring gaze, he felt awkward. Scratching his cheek, he said, "It's not like I have some noble ideals or beliefs." Even that line from earlier, more than half of it was directed at myself. For example, let's say I fail at baking a cake, and it turns completely black. It'd be such a waste. That would be a huge waste indeed. Chika nodded innocently, like a child. And if I leave that failure as it is and bake another cake but still fail, then what? The waste would be twice as much. You're right. Soma scraped together the money for the ingredients for the sweets from his meager allowance. Repeating failures would cause considerable damage to both his wallet and his mental state. He self-taught and, in a sense, it's inevitable to encounter failures. However, he didn't want to keep piling up failures. He wanted to keep moving forward, even if it was just a step. So, when I fail, I investigate why I failed and find solutions to avoid failing the next time. That way, I believe that even the cake that turned into a blackened mess can rest in peace. Hearing Soma's explanation, Chika chuckled and said, "Cakes finding peace, huh?" That's such a Soma-san expression, but I understand that feeling. It would indeed be a waste to leave failures as they are. I'll do my best with your thoughts in my heart. I will turn my depressed mind upward and begin to think about what I should do from now on. She continued, just out of curiosity. When you visit a friend's house, what kind of things do you do? When asked, Soma recalls his visit to Shohei's house. Let's see. Mahjong, games, watching videos, looking for things in the house, or maybe simply chatting, I guess. Looking for things in the house? I search for interesting stuff in the room. Why you can't do that? That's absolutely not allowed. Chika hurriedly stands in front of her wardrobe. Don't worry, I won't do that kind of thing. Of course, there's no way he would rummage through a girl's room. Other than looking for things in the house, everything else is, how should I put it, ordinary? At home, you can't really do much more than that. No matter which house you visit, there will be family members around. So making a big commotion is impossible. That's true, but what should we do? We don't have mahjong tiles or game consoles at my house. We do have subscriptions to streaming services, but it seems kind of wasteful to just watch videos when Soma-san came all the way here. With her finger on her cheek, Chika ponders while wandering around the room. Although he considered offering some advice, Soma is here today as a practice guest, not an advisor. He decides to observe silently. After wandering around for a while, looking around the room, Gazing at the ceiling, and then back at Soma, she claps her hands together. Let's play games on our smartphones. How does that sound? Sure, why not? It's a safe proposal. And he doesn't object. He pulls his smartphone out of his pocket. Do you usually not play games? I hardly play games. Occasionally, Mickey-chan and the others invite me to play games where we build houses or mine for minerals. I see. That is fun in its own way. But to be frank, it's a time thief. He can't really get motivated to play something like that right now. How about playing an easy FPS game? I don't really know much about FPS, but okay. Facing each other across the table. They download a game app from the App Store. By the way, should we have a one-sided match where you and I compete? And I beat you? Or should we team up and play together? Are you assuming I'm going to lose for sure? I play FPS quite a bit, so I consider myself skilled enough not to lose to a beginner. Then, let's play together as a team. In this world, there's a term called courtesy play. Losing to me is one way to entertain your guest, you know. I don't want that. If I keep losing, I'll cry. Teasing Chika while quickly going through the tutorial. They choose online multiplayer FPS. Well, basically, when you see someone other than me, you shoot them, right? That's right. It's simple, isn't it? I've never done this before, so I'm nervous. As Chika holds her smartphone tightly in nervousness, the match starts with the players matched. Soma is also new to this game, but FPS games are generally the same. You move around while picking up weapons and ammunition and shoot enemies when you find them. However, even though it's very straightforward, FPS can be quite challenging for a gaming beginner like Chika. Soma-san, my screen turned completely red, and I can't control it anymore. Is it an error? She comes over to show her smartphone screen. You're dead on the screen, already? When did I get shot? Be careful in the next match. Yeah. With a sigh, she returns to her original position. Second match. Soma-san, I pressed the trigger button, but no bullets were coming out. Why could that be? I'm sure I picked up the bullets properly. She comes over from the other side of the table and shows me the smartphone screen. The gun and the bullets don't match. The weapon Chika is using requires 9mm bullets, but you picked up 7.32mm bullets. I can't tell the types of bullets in the heat of the moment. Don't worry, you'll get used to it eventually. I'll do my best. Frustrated, she returned to her original position again. Third match. Soma-san, now the bullets are coming out, but I'm not hitting anything at all. What should I do? How about turning on aim assist? It supports you in aligning your aim. That sounds good. How do I do it? It should be in the options menu. What? Where is it? It's somewhere in there. Focusing on controlling her character and saying random things, Chika got impatient and finally sat down next to him. Hey, too close. Very, very close. They are so close that their shoulders almost touch. Where is the aim something option? That is, as requested. He brought up the options screen and turned on the aim assist. With this, I can perform better. All right, let's go to the next battle. Saying this with a raised fist, she doesn't try to return to her original seat. Hey, your seat is over there, right? There seem to be more things I need to ask, and it's bothersome to move every time. Well, that might be true, but the distance between the two has become uncomfortably close. Perhaps Chika has no ulterior motive. But for Soma, it's too close. Their shoulders touch, her hair tickles, and they can hear each other's breath. They can even feel each other's body heat. If there were a male high school student who wouldn't feel nervous in this situation, they would either be emotionally detached or have some significantly peculiar tastes. And Soma is neither of those. Calm down. Stay calm. While pretending to be composed, he tapped the trigger button on his smartphone. If Chika notices that his heart is pounding, she'll definitely tease him. It's a situation he wants to avoid at all costs. Wow, my attacks are hitting now. I might win with this. That's right. Chika, completely unaware of Soma's feelings, happily raises their voice, and Soma responds with appropriate agreement, trying not to show their agitation. Soma-san, you're quite skilled even without using the aim something. I play quite a lot of similar games, that's why. It's alright. I'm feeling calm. I definitely look normal. After a few more matches, let's end the game naturally. If I do that, it'll be okay. Stay calm, be composed, and keep a cool head. Repeating those words like a spell, he shoots bullets at the enemy players appearing on the screen. Wow, amazing. There are hardly any enemies left. If we defeat one more, we'll win. Chika cheers excitedly, and at that moment, the last enemy appears on the smartphone screen. This should be the end. Declaring so, he aims at the enemy and firmly taps the trigger button. That should have been the end of the game. No matter how many times he tapped the smartphone, no bullets are fired. In a panic, he tries pressing various buttons, but the muzzle remains silent. Is it out of bullets? As pointed out, he checked the remaining ammunition displayed as a blinking 0 in the lower right corner. Darn it. The enemy won't wait leisurely for me to reload right in front of them. The character he control, shot with a barrage of bullets, dies. My bad. I made a mistake. Apologizing, he casually tries to move on to the next match. However, Chika keeps staring at him with a suspicious look and doesn't tap the ready button. See Chika, why do you make such a pretty basic mistake? He feels nervous under her doubtful gaze. It was just a coincidence. I'm not a hardcore gamer, so these things happen. Is that so? It didn't seem like a careless mistake to me. It's my first time playing this game, okay? But you boasted about playing a lot of FPS games, didn't you? I didn't exactly boast about it. While making excuses, he tries to focus on the smartphone screen. However, Chika's attention seems to have shifted from the game to his suspicious behavior, and she keeps staring at him from various angles. The room is comfortably air-conditioned, yet an uncomfortable sweat trickles down his back. Soma-san, isn't your face turning red? It's just your imagination, he asserts strongly, trying not to look at Chika. Your ears are red. You're mistaken. Chika reaches for my wrist. Your pulse is fast. I have a tachycardia. Chika flips up Soma's shirt. You're sweating on your back. Don't casually sexually harass me. Soma throws his smartphone aside and tries to hold down the hem of his shirt, but it's already a futile action. Because we're so close, you're feeling nervous, huh? Soma-san. Chika accurately discerns the cause and smiles mischievously, looking pleased with herself. Hey, I've been meaning to say this for a while, but sometimes your sense of personal space is broken. Soma tries to make a pathetic excuse, blaming Chika instead of himself. However, before he can do so, Chika bows her head. You're absolutely right. I'm sorry. I'm always sticking to Mickey-chan, so I got too close to you using that sense. It's not good. I'll be more careful from now on. Yeah. He is unexpectedly caught off guard by her remarkably sensible attitude. What, even she can be considerate. But that thought lasts only briefly. Leaving that aside, Soma-san, you look very cute right now. Take this. With the innocence of a child knocking down lined-up dominoes, Chika pushes Soma forward, and completely unguarded, Soma can't resist and is easily toppled over. In a blink of an eye, he sees the ceiling, and Chika's face immediately dominates his field of view. I'm not the type to do things like this. It's the first time I've done something so bold. Yeah, okay. But I'm the one being teased here. While responding, he gazes at her face with a cold look. Perhaps because of the absurdity of the situation, he manages to stay calm and observe carefully. It appears as though she's simply making fun of him, but at the same time, she seems bewildered by the situation she's created. It's strange, you know. Sometimes I can't help but want to tease you, Soma-san. I wonder why. How should I know? Maybe it's because Saito and the others are bothering you so much, and you're unconsciously accumulating stress. They say even pets get stressed when their owners pay too much attention to them. It's just a random hypothesis he came up with, but if it happens to be true, it means he's being used as a stress reliever. I really want her to stop that. Sure, he accepted the role of watching over Chika's, but being a stress outlet was never part of the deal. Upon hearing Soma's half-hearted theory, Chika shook her head slightly. Right now, I'm feeling excited, nervous, and fluffy at the same time. I'm surprised at myself, and there's this sensation in the center of my chest like it's being squeezed. But it doesn't feel bad. Is this what stress relief feels like? I don't even know what you're talking about. Excitement, nervousness, and fluffiness. Huh? Soma has never experienced such feelings altogether. If he had to think of something remotely similar, it might be the feeling he gets when he bakes a perfectly done cake. But the sensation of his chest being squeezed is something he has never experienced. What do you think, Soma-san? Looking at his face, Chika blinked in confusion. Can you please stop bombarding me with such vague philosophical questions? He can't possibly understand what she's going through. It's a mystery to me. You are. Perhaps the words are not coming together in her mind. So, she kept her mouth shut. Instead, she slowly touched Soma's arms, chest, and stomach. Anyway, can you please move away? Do you dislike being treated like this, Soma-san? Chika asked back while touching various parts of his body. In response to her question, Soma could only remain silent. Yes, that's the tricky and confusing part. If there is two type, Soma is definitely not an M but N's personality. Note, sadism and masochism. He has no inclination to enjoy being teased or bullied by girls, and to be playfully pushed down by someone like this is absolutely unacceptable. He wants her to stop immediately. However, on the other hand, he doesn't dislike Chika, who is showing a completely opposite atmosphere from usual. Regular Chika is innocent, pure, childlike, and adorable. It's the kind of cute that makes him want to dote on her like a small animal, and sometimes Soma finds himself wanting to gently stroke her fluffy head. However, once Chika's switch is turned on, that childlike atmosphere completely disappears, and she exudes a bewitching and grown-up charm. It's not cute. It can only be described as alluring. Her eyes, which normally shine like brightly sparkling marbles that children treasure, now emit mesmerizing and enchanting brilliance like precious jewels. Soma's heart beats strongly, swallowed by her alluring and beautiful aura. There's an irresistible charm that makes him want to gaze at her forever. Even her lips, which usually form a carefree childish smile, radiate a lustrous glow despite not wearing any gloss or lipstick. He feels an urge to touch her. Therefore, to say that he doesn't want to see Chika teasing him would be a lie. If he was to answer Chika's question from earlier, it would be both a yes and a no. I don't want to be teased or toyed with, but I want to keep looking at her forever. I want to monopolize this girl without anyone else knowing about her, and I don't want others to see this side of Chika. It's incredibly contradictory and absurd, but this is Soma's genuine feelings. Whether it's dislike or not dislike, he can't answer. I'll accompany you until you're done with what you want to do, Chika, but promise me you'll also do taste test until I'm satisfied. Yes, that's how it is. We're friends who help each other, after all. Chika smiles faintly and extends her hand. From now on, let's continue to work together. Sure. They shake hands, and as she pulls him gently, he sits up. Soma-san, what should we do next? You came all the way here, but I can't think of anything else to do. Want to watch a video? Thinking for a moment about Chika's suggestion as she moves away from his body, he replies, in that case, how about doing some classic bits I did at my friend's place? Is there such a thing? I'd like to hear about it. It's not that extravagant, though. Let's see. There it is. Searching through the bookshelf, he quickly finds a deep green album neatly stored in an impressive case. Is it a graduation album? When you visit a friend's place, looking at their graduation album is a classic, right? I see. It seems Chika has never seen a graduation album at a friend's house before. Well, if she's only received elegant hospitality, it's natural she hasn't had such an opportunity. It's used to look for old friends, talk about memories, and things like that. I see. In that case, please find me too, Soma-san. Let's see. On this page, it's from our first year of junior high school. Can you guess where I am? Is it this one? He pointed at a girl smiling while eating lunch on a leisure sheet with a mischievous smile, but Chika was surprised by how quickly he found her. Why can you find me so easily? Are you a professional at finding people? That amusing profession is reserved for Saito. But no, it's just that you haven't changed much. That's why I figured it out quickly. With sudden realization, he froze while still smiling. Is this really from 3 years ago? Usually, You'd have changed a bit by now. He gazed at Chika in the album carefully. The early teens are the peak of growth. Normally, as you grow up, your facial features change from childlike to more adult-like. Even if there's little change, there should be some. At least, in the graduation albums of the friends he has seen so far, there were noticeable changes. He had intended to find such changes in Chika's album as well, but disappointingly, there were hardly any. As he sighed in disappointment, Chika protested vehemently. Wait a second. Last year, I would still have been in the first grade of junior high school, okay? I'm still growing toward adulthood. I've grown taller, and my breasts have gotten much bigger. Even if you say that, it's not about physical growth, but rather your face or aura. Those things haven't changed at all. Also, stop casually talking about something outrageous. Her body might have grown a little, but the youthful charm of her smile is exactly the same. Even if he was to composite Chika's current face into this photo, there would probably be no sense of incongruity. He has been to his friends' houses before and seen graduation albums, but it's rare to see such an unexciting graduation album. Now, I'm curious about the elementary school one. I won't let you see it. As he reached for another graduation album on the bookshelf, Chika clung to his arm with teary eyes and tried to stop him. If you say I'm still the same as my elementary school photo, I won't be able to recover from the shock. It's not a big deal. Adults would be happy if they were told they haven't changed since their younger days. I'm a high school girl who wants to become an adult. Besides, isn't it unfair that only I am being seen? Show me your graduation album too, Soma-san. That's a bit private, but you're looking at mine right now? Though things didn't go as he expected, he was able to tease Chika plenty, which was satisfying in its own way. It's a good thing to look younger than your ate. Be happy about it. I'm not happy at all. Sometimes, it's okay to playfully tease her. As the two of them played mobile games, ate snacks, got pushed around, and looked through graduation albums in Chika's room, time passed by quickly. It's already 6 o'clock. He looked at the character-themed clock on the shelf and was taken aback. He always wondered why time seemed to pass so quickly when he was at my friends' houses. I should probably be leaving soon. I've been here for quite a while. Also, can I say goodbye to your parents? Meeting Chika's parents was a bit nerve-wracking, but it's proper etiquette to do so. Wait a second, please. When Soma stood up, Chika hurriedly rushed to the door and stood in the way. If you'd want to, why don't you stay for dinner? Dinner? Well, that is. Seeing Soma hesitate, she looked uncertain. Is it impolite to invite a guest to have dinner? It's not a problem. It's a common thing to do. He had dinner at Shohei's house many times. However, it felt awkward to be offered the same hospitality at a girl's house he was visiting for the first time. I was really excited and prepared everything for dinner. Chika, can you cook? I vaguely remember her saying that she couldn't even help with household chores. I've only done it in home economics class, but I did my best alone today. She tried to show off, flexing her right arm to make a muscle, though it was impossible to see any muscle on her thin arm. I see. So the preparations are already done. Since she went through all that effort, it would be rude to decline. Besides, he doesn't want to waste the ingredients she already cooked. All right then, I'll accept your offer. Thank you. As Soma agreed, Chika's face brightened with a big smile. Well then, please wait a moment. I'll finish it up soon. Wait a second. You're not planning to eat with your parents downstairs, right? A father's face filled with dark intent flashed through his mind, so he asked just to be sure. I was thinking of bringing it up here, but if you prefer to eat downstairs, that's fine too. It's more fun to have dinner with more people, right? No. It's fine here, right here. He vigorously shook his head in response to Chika's innocent suggestion. If he could ask about making sweets, he'd be more than happy to do that. But judging from earlier, that seems like a long shot. Eating at the dining table with an unhappy girl's parents is bound to be uncomfortable and nerve-wracking. I understand. I'll bring it up here. Please wait a moment. With those words, Chika cheerfully left the room. I can't believe I'm going to eat her cooking. Listening to the sound of the girl's footsteps descending the stairs, Soma couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. It was something he couldn't have imagined just a month ago. While waiting for dinner to be brought up, he wandered aimlessly around the room. A girl's room, huh? Without much thought, he realized that he was in a totally unexpected place. Chika has quite a bold move to invite a guy into her room like this, regardless of her purpose. Perhaps she's courageous or just not thinking it through. With nothing else to do, he absent-mindedly glanced around the room. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was the shelf lined with stuffed animals. Large to small, new to old, a wide variety of stuffed animals with cute and lively faces were on display. Among them, a medium-sized cat stuffed animal he had bought at the goods shop recently, and a many-sized stuffed animal that matched with Soma's were sitting together in a corner. His eyes caught on a newcomer, a small cat stuffed animal that seemed to lean against another stuffed animal. It was an aged rabbit stuffed animal, seemingly to be the oldest among all the stuffed animals. Its fur, which was probably once snow-white, had turned completely dark and appeared tousled and fluffy. The ears that were supposed to stand tall were now drooping weakly. Something about it feels familiar. The stuffed animal was wearing an orange fluffy dress, and the feeling of familiarity seemed stronger than the stuffed animal itself. The sewing is slightly uneven, and the size doesn't quite fit. There are no tags, so it's probably handmade. That means it's likely a one-of-a-kind item, which is strange because he feels a strong sense of déjà vu. When and where have I seen it before? The memory should be somewhere in his brain, but he has no idea where it could be. As he scratched his temple, feeling a discomforting haze in my mind, it happened. Kaya! From downstairs, he heard a high-pitched scream. Chika? In the next moment, he rushed out of the room. As someone who spends time in the kitchen every day, Soma can easily imagine the reason for a scream coming from there. If it's just a black bug that appeared, it can be treated as a funny story, but if it's an injury or a fire, it's a completely different matter. The sense of duty to help Chika was moving his body without him even thinking. He rushed down the stairs, ran through the short hallway, and finally reached the aged but brightly colored appearance dining kitchen. The kitchen racks and shelves were neatly arranged with polished tools, which would usually make Soma's eyes shine, but right now, he paid no attention to them. Chika, are you okay? Soma-san. Chika was sitting on the floor, looking up at him with a face that seemed about to cry. I messed up. A failure? Oh, I see. From the stainless steel frying pan she was holding, something dark was emitting a burnt and smoky smell. I looked away for a second, and it turned out like this. She slumped down, feeling dejected. He felt relieved that it wasn't an injury or a fire. However, he soon realized that this was also a serious matter. This was a big mistake. Chika. As Soma tried to find the right words to speak to her, Chika's parents, who heard the scream, came rushing in. Chika. What's wrong? Chika-chan, are you okay? When they saw their daughter, they seemed to quickly grasp the situation. Dad, Mum, I messed up. As Chika weakly said this, her parents immediately understood. Don't worry about it. More importantly, are you hurt? No burns? I'm sorry. Still holding the pan, Chika apologized with a lack of strength. Her parents gently placed their hands on her shoulders, patted her back, and caressed her head to comfort her. There's no need to apologize. Chika, you did your best. That's right. Chika-chan, you don't need to worry at all. Hand me the pan, and I'll clean up. Looking at the loving expressions of her parents, it was clear that they truly loved and cherished their daughter. To them, she was their treasure. Oh, right. Dad will order something through delivery. Yes, that sounds good. Chika-chan, is there something you want to eat? Just tell us anything you like. The two parents swiftly tried to comfort and take care of their daughter. The father went to get the tablet for food delivery while the mother started to clean up the burnt pan. They were gently comforting their daughter and providing accurate support for her failure. Truly wonderful parents. Usually, even if their son had made a mistake, a few words of "that's fine, just clean up properly" were enough to handle the situation. Other parents should definitely learn from them. However, there was a question arising. Is this the right answer in this case? As he looked at Chika, who was staring intently at the contents of the pan, such a doubt crossed my mind. Chika's eyes were not dead yet. She hadn't given up. There was still a faint but burning flame deep in her eyes. "Now, Chika-chan, hand the pan to Mum." As the mother gently persuaded her, she tried to take the burnt pan from her daughter's hand. Yes, tried to take it. That's how it looked. Chika's precious possession, her potential, was about to be taken away. "Wait, please wait." Soma found himself saying those words without even realizing it. The three members of the Satumi family focused their gaze on Soma. "Who are you to meddle in our business? A total stranger." Chika's father glared at Soma, causing him to flinch for a moment. The gentle look he had towards his daughter instantly turned into a sharp and hostile gaze, as if he could shoot someone with it. Is this person really a pastry chef? He seriously starts to doubt whether they had a dangerous occupation before becoming a pastry chef. And he feels pressured and wants to apologize and run away. But that wouldn't be helpful for Chika. He made a promise to support her in doing what she wanted. Above all, he doesn't want to abandon someone who's working hard for their goals. He gathers strength in his stomach to stand his ground. "Yes, I'll intervene." "Please don't interfere with her." "Interfere? We're just concerned about our daughter. She hasn't given up yet. She can still do it." "Right, Chika." He looks at Chika. "Soma-san, are you the kind of weak person who gives up so easily?" When Soma meets my eyes, the flames in her eyes gradually grow stronger and bigger. "Yes, that's right, Soma-san. I haven't given up yet. Failure is just a step towards success," she says firmly, gripping the handle of the pot, which continues to emit a burnt smell. Chika. It's the first time she has clearly shown her intentions and rejected her parents' help. Both of them look at her with disbelief. "Well, but you don't have to force yourself like that, okay?" Her mother tries to placate her and persuade her while looking flustered. "It's okay to fail. You don't have to worry so much. It's fine if you can't do it." But she firmly shakes her head and rejects her mother's idea. "I don't want to remain incapable. I don't want to be someone who just relies on my parents. If I try my best, I should be able to do many things. I failed this time, and it's disappointing and frustrating. I'm reflecting on it deeply and regretting the mistake. But more than that, I strongly want to make up for this failure." "Chika-chan." The mother looks towards her husband and says, "What should we do?" "Chika, are you serious? Is this determination not influenced by this man?" "I haven't been influenced by Soma-san. This is truly how I feel," Chika firmly responds. "I see." As Chika nods clearly, the father sighs as if giving up something precious. Then, he gently held the hand of his wife, who was handling the pot. "All right. If Chika says so, we won't interfere." "But, if you do that, Chika will. We promised before this child was born that we wouldn't become parents who interfere with what our daughter wants to do, right?" "Yes, that's right." Hearing her husband's words, the mother smiles faintly. With her husband's hand, she quietly withdraws her hand from the pot. "Thank you, Mom, Dad." Chika lowers her head happily and begins to explore solutions. She searches on her smartphone and looks around the kitchen for anything useful. Her parents, who promised not to intervene, nervously watch her while Soma casually observes. Seemingly irritated by Soma's attitude, the father glares at him. "You're the one encouraging our daughter and yet act so nonchalant? Don't you think she'll be hurt even more if she ends up repeating failure after failure?" Though he says understanding things with his mouth, he is undoubtedly worried deep down. Soma shrugs slightly and replies, "She'll be fine. She'll definitely find a way. Besides, even if she fails again and again, it's okay." "What did you say? How can you say it's okay to keep failing?" The father's expression becomes even more serious. "Let me ask you the opposite. Do you really think she's such a weak person that she would be broken by something like this?" "Even though I've known her for a short time, I don't think of her that way at all." Soma's words left the father speechless. Instead, he just stares at Soma's profile. He must have been completely disliked. Soma, too scared to look at the father, let out a sigh of disappointment in his heart. He had hoped to get along with Chika's parents, and the extent of his disappointment was immense. He had even indulged in fantasies of being liked and offered an apprenticeship in their friend's restaurant. But well, there's nothing he could do about it. His role is to be on Chika's side. If he doesn't throw her a lifeline now, what's the point of being the one who watches over her? So, this is the right thing to do. I found it. While Soma was thinking like that, Chika, who was rummaging for something, exclaimed as if she had discovered a treasure. In her hands held high, was a clutched block of curry roux. Section. Soma-san, how does the curry taste? 30 minutes later, Soma was eating the curry rice Chika had made. It's burnt and bitter. Also, the black charred parts mixed in make the appearance and texture unappealing. As he honestly gave his impression while moving the spoon, Chika, who had been anxiously watching beside him, drooped sadly. Well, isn't it unavoidable? This is the best I can do right now. Using root to turn a failed dish into curry is a clever recovery method, but it's still far from perfect curry rice. It's just a level of deception. By the way, what were you originally trying to make? Aquapazza. It was written on the internet that it looks good and is easy to make. Easy to make. But you failed, huh? I thought I could do it. Though she says it with a downcast tone, she doesn't seem as disheartened as her words suggest. Being able to recover from her failure on her own is probably contributing to her regained confidence. Well, there's always next time. When you make it again, I'll taste test it for you. Yes, please, by all means. Chika happily nods and innocently starts eating the curry. You two seem to get along really well. Soma and Chika face Chika's mother, who is alternately comparing the two of them as if seeing something interesting, and Chika's father, who glares at him with a grumpy expression. We're good friends. Right, Soma-san? Yeah, sure. In response to Chika's question, Soma can only respond with an ambiguous smile and vague agreement. Why am I eating curry with Chika's parents? We were supposed to have the meal in Chika's room, but because of the mess from the cooking failure, we somehow ended up sitting around the dining table with all four of us. This should have been the situation Soma had been looking forward to. It was the perfect opportunity to ask various questions to these two people who have his dream profession. But right now, there's no way he could feel like doing that. The current standpoint between Soma and Chika's parents is not that of a high school student aspiring to be a pastry chef and patissier or patissier, but rather that of a male friend their daughter suddenly invited and doting parents eating together with the parents of a female friend he just met. It's definitely too high of a hurdle, no matter how you think about it. It's an incredibly unusual situation. Maybe the bitterness of the curry is not just because it failed. Soma-kun, I wonder if you are good friends with Miki-chan? As Soma pours water over the complicated tasting curry rice, her mother asks him a question. Saito? No, not really. She's just a classmate. Why is Miki's name suddenly brought up? Soma wonders while honestly answering. Do you two hang out together sometimes? That's impossible. We only talk occasionally in the classroom. Really? Yes, that's right. Even though she maintains a cheerful smile, when she stares at him intently, Soma feels a chill down his spine. Her husband is scary, but this woman is quite intimidating too. In her eyes, there's a daunting quality that seems to see through to the very depths of one's soul. Due to the age difference, it's not immediately noticeable, but upon closer examination, Chika and her mother look quite alike. In other words, if Chika accumulates more experience and years, she may become like her mother. Well, she already occasionally shows a glimpse of it. I only talk to her when she tastes the sweets I've made. You're into making pastries? The father, who had been silently eating his daughter's curry rice, looks towards Soma. Yes. I've been studying in that direction on my own because I want to pursue it. Oh? Soma-san's sweets are quite delicious, you know. Chika adds supplementary explanations to her father, who exclaims in admiration. Well, of course. It's nothing compared to Dad's sweets, but me and Miki-chan enjoy them. Right? I'm self-taught, so I'm aware that I'm still inexperienced. The father gazes intently at Soma. Then, unexpectedly, he makes a proposal. If you're up for it, bring the sweets you make next time. My wife and I will critique them for you. I have quite a long history as a pastry chef, so I believe we can give you some advice. Really? Are you okay with that? It's an unexpected opportunity. It's incredibly valuable to receive an evaluation from a professional. While resuming eating his curry rice, the father continues, I'm just slightly curious, don't misunderstand. Also, we won't hold back with our feedback. Even if we criticize your work and your spirit gets broken, we won't take responsibility, so be prepared for that. Yes. Thank you very much. This is an unexpected big chance. Soma feels excited. That's great, Soma-san. Chika, sitting next to him, shares in his joy as if it were her own. Ah. But please let me taste them too. I don't want to be left out. Of course. I'm counting on your tasting. Chika's tasting is highly appreciated. Soma hasn't even thought about turning her down. When Soma conveys this, Chika happily giggles and suddenly claps her hands. I have an idea. Why don't we have a tea party together soon? Soma-san can prepare the tea sweets, and I'll handle the tea and the table setup. It's a great opportunity for me to challenge myself with hospitality development based on today, so I would be really grateful. Well, that's... Soma hesitates. At first glance, it seems like a win-win proposal that fulfills both Soma's and Chika's respective purposes. However, that means he would once again be sitting around the table with Chika's parents. Isn't that very strange? For Soma to insert himself into the Saitumi family circle is undeniably odd, but the mother happily smiles, aligning herself with her daughter's excitement. Oh, that sounds lovely. Dad must be looking forward to it too, right? Chika and Soma-kun were working together and organizing a tea party for us. GRR. The father seems to be grappling with various emotions and can only let out an indescribable groan. Section. After Soma leaves, Chika engages in a battle at the kitchen sink, trying to remove the burnt bits at the bottom of the pot. She vigorously scrubs the pot with a turtle-shaped scrubbing pad. The mother and father look on with concern but don't offer to help. It seems that what Soma said had an effect. Soma-san. She murmurs the name quietly, hoping her parents don't hear. She had admired and respected him for a long time, but as they spent more time together, she got to know many different sides of him, making her very happy. He can be reliable, funny, and cute. Being with him is always fun and refreshing, and she finds herself wanting to be with him all the time. While being with Mickey and the others is also enjoyable, it feels different in quality. What is this feeling? You seem to be having fun, Chika. The mother, watching her daughter's firmy hands, comments on it. Chika obediently nods and says, yes, I'm having a great time. Just thinking about what to do next with Soma-san makes my heart race with excitement. Is that so? Then I'm glad. The mother said with a smile. The stubborn and dark burnt bits on the bottom of the pot were difficult to remove, making the task physically taxing and tiresome. However, whenever she thought about what to do with Soma, the weariness seemed to lighten just a little. Watching her daughter full of excitement, the mother narrowed her eyes. Then, she turned her face toward her husband and said, since she's a child born when we were old, I thought it might be difficult for us to hold a grandchild in these arms. But who knows, we might be able to. Grandchild? Isn't that way too early? Chika is still in high school. Oh, come on. It's nice to dream a little. Don't you want to see your grandchild's face? Of course I do. I really do. But for that to happen, Chika has to get married, and well, isn't it a good thing for our daughter to get married? Or do you not want to see Chika in a wedding dress? It's not like that. It's really not like that. But, you're not being reasonable. My own father was like that too. Even though he actually approved of you, he stubbornly refused to give his permission for marriage. Come to think of it, that's true. It was tough back then, and I even held some resentment toward your father. But now, I understand his feelings well. Fathers are complicated creatures. They're just troublesome creatures. Honey, don't be so blunt. That really hurts. While the parents are chattering away, Chika, who is lost in thoughts about what to do with Soma, doesn't pay any attention to what they are saying. Chapter 04, Infinite Possibilities of Ice Cream. For elementary school students, the most boring thing is being dragged along for their parents' errands, which ruins their precious Sundays. Today, he had planned to have a card game tournament with his friends, but his father forcibly cancelled it and brought him to his junior colleague's wedding. Why do I have to come along? As he gazed at the wedding reception hall adorned with flowers, ribbons, filled with makeup, perfume scents, and adults' chatter, such complaints naturally slipped from his mouth. Soma, Don't make that face. You've played with him before, right? So, why not congratulate him? His father reprimanded him for making a dissatisfied face. That's true, but, indeed, the groom today had visited their house a few times, invited by his father. He even played with him. But those memories weren't fun at all, since he would always come drunk and challenge him to video games, only to thoroughly defeat him. As he continued to pout, his mother tried to soothe him. Well, come on. It's not that bad. It's just a few hours. And you just have to sit quietly in your nice clothes. Your dad has to make a congratulatory speech in front of many people because he's his direct supervisor, okay? By the nice clothes his mother mentioned, she meant the formal suit for kids that they rented for this day. It's tight all over his body, making it hard to move and difficult to breathe, and worst of all, the choking bow tie. It's big, bothersome, and looks childish. I can't believe I'm being made to wear something like this, even though I'm already in the 2nd grade of elementary school. He wanted to try wearing a normal necktie like his father. While his parents were chatting with acquaintances, he fiddled with the bow tie for a while, but no matter what he did, it just didn't feel right. He wanted to take it off, but he knew his parents would scold him later if he did that, so he had to endure it until the end of the ceremony. He intentionally sighed, trying to show some resistance. So-chan, stop doing that at a celebratory event. After troubling his parents, he couldn't think of anything else to do, so he looked around. The venue for today's wedding was the largest hall in the biggest hotel around here, and there were so many invited guests. Adults, dressed up adults chatted away until the reception started. All kinds of adults, from young adult men to elderly ladies, were crowded together. It felt like an adult trade fair. Strangely, today's attendees were all adults, and there were hardly any children. Soma had been to several weddings before, and there were always a few children, but today there were none to be seen. Maybe he was the only child present. It's not like he wanted to play with other kids, but it was a bit lonely not having anyone to share this boredom with. In any case, it was boring. Eventually, his mother seemed to pity him for looking so lifeless and signaled to a table. So-chan, Dad and I are still talking, but why don't you go ahead and sit at the table? If you ask the waiter, maybe they might give you some juice. There was nothing to do sitting at the table, and it was still boring, but the juice sounded nice. Okay, I'll do that, Soma replied, following his mother's suggestion, and quietly headed to the table. There, he noticed that one of the kids he had given up on seeing was actually sitting there. Hey, Dad, I'm hungry. Can I have some of that bread over there? You're a good girl, so be patient a little longer. You can have some juice, though. Okay. Next to Soma's seat was a petite girl dressed in a beautiful, fluffy orange dress, and on her lap sat a pure white stuffed rabbit. It seemed unlikely for an elementary school student to bring a stuffed toy to a place like this, so she must be younger than Soma, probably a kindergarten child. Hello. The girl noticed his gaze and smiled while holding the glass with both hands, taking a sip of juice. She was incredibly adorable, and her smile made her even more adorable. Unintentionally, Soma's heart skipped a beat. Hello, he stammered, returning the greeting as he took a seat on a kid's chair. Excuse me, can I have some juice, please? Soma then called out to the waiter, who was busy moving between the tables, just as his mother had told him to. We have apple, orange, grape, and grapefruit juice. Which one would you like? Soma wanted to say all of them, but if he drank too much before the meal and had to go to the restroom frequently, he would get scolded. Apple juice is delicious, the girl next to him said, showing her own glass as she spoke. Then, apple juice. Understood. The waiter quickly brought over the apple juice and a straw, placing them carefully on the coaster. Soma tried it right away. See? It's delicious, right? Yeah, it's tasty. He nodded. The taste and aroma were several times stronger than the juice he usually drank. With each sip through the straw, he could taste the concentrated flavor of the apple. Hey, which side are you here for? The groom's or the bride's? Perhaps bored, the girl, still hugging her stuffed animal, started the conversation. I'm here for the groom's side. My father knows him from the company. Since he had nothing else to do but drink his juice, Soma responded. I'm here for the bride's side. I'm her cousin. Ah, so she's your older cousin. I'm jealous. She probably gives you pocket money and plays with you a lot. Yeah, she does give me pocket money, and we play together a lot. The two children, left with nothing to do, they naturally began exchanging a lot of words. You've never played that game before? That's a pity. It's super fun. We don't have a game console at my house. What do you usually play then? Stuffed animals and playing house. Playing house? Sounds boring. But Mickey-chan says that playing house with me is fun. Who is Mickey-chan? They had many trivial conversations while sipping their juice. Although the conversations lacked substance, they didn't feel bored during that time. So Chan, it's about to start. Be quiet now. Soma's mother, who had somehow seated herself at the table without them noticing, reprimanded him, forcibly interrupting their conversation. Finally, the wedding reception began. The popular wedding song from a while back started playing as the bride and groom made their entrance. Wow! Soma found it amusing to see the usually tipsy older brother now stiff with nervousness. However, the girl next to him was fascinated, her eyes sparkling, clapping enthusiastically as she watched the bride in the pure white wedding dress. Soma thought, girls really seem to love pretty things. The reception proceeded solemnly. Various adults, including Soma's father, took turns giving speeches, toasting, and then the cake-cutting ceremony took place. The adults laughed, were moved, and applauded, but to be honest, none of it was interesting to Soma. He wanted to talk with the girl next to him to pass the time, but he knew he would get scolded if they chatted loudly during the serious event. All Soma could do was eat the dishes served one after another. The food was delicious, but the portions on the large plates were quite small, and even a second grader like Soma finished them quickly. As the food ran out, he became restless again. In the end, all he could do was keep asking for refills of apple juice. What's wrong? While sipping his apple juice, Soma looked at the girl next to him, who seemed to be on the verge of tears and hadn't finished her meal yet. It seems that the girl is struggling with using the knife and fork as she diligently battles with the sole meunier on her plate. He thought the father seated on the opposite side would offer some help, but he was completely absorbed in watching the bride and groom and didn't notice his daughter's struggle. Soma lightly raised his hand and called over a waiter who was carrying drinks. "Excuse me, could you give this child some chopsticks?" Upon hearing the request, the waiter immediately brought a pair of chopsticks and handed them to the girl. Thank you." The girl, gripping the chopsticks tightly, bowed her head politely. But Soma felt a bit embarrassed by the awkward response. There was something about her that made him want to care for her or look after her. From then on, Soma couldn't take his eyes off the girl next to him. Rather than the two main characters of the wedding ceremony, the girl, now with chopsticks in hand, happily enjoyed her meal. Her happiness was contagious, and just watching her brought a sense of joy to him. "This fish is delicious." Whether she was aware of being watched or not, the girl ate her food while expressing her delight, swaying her feet in happiness. When she finished, a dessert in the form of a cut piece of cake was brought over. When you think of cake, you imagine it being cut into triangular pieces like a shortcake, but what was presented in front of Soma and the others was a small rectangular piece. At first, they were not sure what it was, but it seemed to be a part of the wedding cake that the bride and groom had cut earlier. The bride and groom had shared a first bite of the wedding cake, playfully feeding each other with their faces covered in whipped cream and smiles. "Yay, cake!" The girl's eyes sparkled more than ever as she took a big bite of the cake. "This is really delicious." Her feet, which were already swaying happily, became even more animated. With her orange dress, she looks as if an angel or fairy has descended to enjoy the cake. She is full of energy, joy, and happiness. He has never seen a child express such a sense of delight just from eating, and he can't help but want to keep gazing at her. However, the happy time for both Soma and the girl didn't last long. It's all gone now. The girl's happy feet stop moving. The wedding cake was cut to be distributed among all the guests, so the portion given to her was quite small. Even for a child, it seems that it was not enough. After staring at the empty white plate for a moment, the girl tugged at her father's sleeve sitting next to her. "Hey, Dad, This cake was really delicious. Can I have seconds? Huh, seconds? The further looked around hesitantly, but it didn't seem like there was any cake left. It might be a bit difficult. Both your mum and I have already had some. No seconds? When we get home, Dad will make it for you. Okay? The further tried to appease her, but the daughter's mood wasn't improving. This cake was so good. She continued to gaze at the empty plate with regret. Soma broke his gaze from her and looked down at his own plate. Due to watching the girl for so long, there was still untouched cake there. Then, he held out his plate toward the girl. You can have this. Really? I had too much juice, so I don't need anything sweet anymore. It was a lie. The cake looked really delicious, and he actually wanted to try it. But more than that, he wanted the girl to have it. Her smile was just so adorable. Thank you. The girl accepted the cake, showing a smile like that of a flower fairy. Just seeing that smile made it worthwhile to give her the cake. It's really delicious. She started eating the cake again, radiating a happy smile. Just by watching her, Soma's heart felt full. After eating about half of the cake, the girl's fork stopped. Her gaze was fixed on the bride and groom on the stage. The two of them were still enjoying their first bite filled with happiness. The girl had been silently observing the couple's behavior, but for some reason, she stabbed the unfinished cake with her fork and offered it to Soma. Here, try it. Huh? No, but you haven't eaten any, have you? Just try a bite. It's fine. I gave it to you. He couldn't help but feel that receiving something he had given away was somehow wrong. Soma shook his head in refusal, but the girl persistently pushed the cake toward him. It's fine, just eat it. I don't want it. You should eat it. When he kept trying to refuse, the girl gave him a slightly different smile than before. Are you embarrassed? It's kind of cute. He didn't find it amusing to be told that by a younger girl. All right. If you insist, I'll eat it. Here you go. As Soma opened his mouth wide, the girl fed him the cake, and thus, the sweetness of the cream spread inside his mouth. How is it? This cake is really delicious, isn't it? Yeah, you're right. It was undoubtedly one of the most delicious cakes he had tasted in his 7 years of life. However, Soma's heart felt restless. The girl had shown him her smile right now, but it wasn't the same as when she was eating the cake, and that somehow made him feel frustrated. In essence, Soma was jealous of the cake. Hey, if I make a cake later, will you eat it? That's why he ended up asking such a question. Can you make a cake? That's amazing. I can't do it yet. But someday, I'll become able to make an amazing one, even better than this cake. Better than this cake? Wow, that's incredible. Promise me you'll let me eat it. Of course. I promise. Really? I'm looking forward to it. Watching the girl's excitement and her swaying feet, Soma made a vow to do his best. The next day, Soma tried making a cake for the first time in his life. The result was terrible. The batter didn't rise at all, and the taste was awful. Cakes are difficult. He couldn't possibly serve something like this to that girl. After this painful failure, Soma thought it might be better to step up from easier sweets and started with simpler desserts like hotcakes, jellies, and pound cakes. However, none of them turned out as he hoped. It wasn't enough to just make them. They had to be delicious enough to bring out that girl's beautiful smile. He asked his mother, consulted his home economics teacher, searched the internet, and gradually accumulated knowledge through trial and error. After a few failures, he realized failure was the quickest way to learn. Months, half a year, 1 year, 2 years passed as he continued practicing and studying. During this process, he forgot about his original purpose. The girl he met at the wedding and the promise they made faded into the corner of his memory. The means have replaced the purpose, and Soma's dream shifted toward becoming a pastry chef. Beep 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 beep. An inorganic sound tore through Soma's mind, abruptly interrupting the dream he was having. While emitting meaningless beast-like growls, Soma stretches widely and raises his upper body with a groan. In his half-asleep vision, he sees his familiar bedroom. I had a really weird dream. He remembers that he had a dream, but he can't recall its content. Like drawings in the sand blown away by the wind, the more awake he becomes, the more the dream fades away. It felt like a nostalgic dream, but he can't quite remember it even as he tries to recall it while lying on his bed. Soma, are you awake? His mother's worried voice comes flying from beyond the door as he takes his time waking up. I'm awake, he shouts back and hurries to get ready for the morning. The usual hectic morning begins, and even the fact that he had a dream is forgotten amid the routines of everyday life. However, this dream is engraved in Soma's soul. Though he may forget, it will never truly disappear. Soma's mother doesn't bother making him a lunchbox, so his lunch options are limited to the school cafeteria, the bread at the school store, or the convenience store bento he buys before heading to school. However, both the cafeteria and the school store are major problems. To put it bluntly, the food there is horribly bad. The ramen has soggy noodles with no firmness, and the soup is too weak that it might as well be salt water. The said meals like fried horse mackerel or croquettes have a lingering smell of reused frying oil, resembling a gas station that has been around for years. The bread is also incredibly dry and spongy, giving the impression that they might as well be biting on a dishwashing sponge. According to the students' opinions, the price being cheap is the only consolation, but today's high school students are not patient enough to endure it just for that. It seems that the students have repeatedly requested something to be done about it, but there is no sign of improvement whatsoever. Whether the school lacks motivation or there are insurmountable circumstances, either way, it doesn't seem likely that the quality of the school cafeteria and the school store will improve while Soma is still a student here. Section Shohei, I'm going to escape. Are you coming too? Sorry, I have a bento today. After the fourth period class, Soma approached his best friend, who showed him an elaborately wrapped bento box, looking apologetic. I see. Can't be helped then. He tried asking other close classmates as well, but they all flatly turned him down. I guess I'll escape alone. To escape literally means to slip out of the school premises during lunch break and go out to eat. It seems to be an underground tradition passed down at this high school, where students who despair at the school's meals escape for outside food. Of course, it's a clear violation of school rules, but the teachers seem to turn a blind eye unless they catch them in the act. This probably speaks to how terrible the cafeteria and the school store's food tastes. While Soma is picky about the taste of sweets, he doesn't fuss as much about regular meals. Nevertheless, if he continues to have disappointing food every single day, he'll get tired of it and start longing for something delicious. That's why he tries to escape and eat out at least once a week. Oh, Soma, if you're going out, get me some snacks. Buy some potato chips for me. As Shohei, who had already opened his wrapped bento, said that, Soma's other friends chimed in with their requests. I want mint chocolate ice cream, Coke. I want peach gummies. Other classmates also jumped on the bandwagon and started making requests one after another. I'm fine with you paying 100 yen for each delivery. Ecchi knows, that's too much, isn't it? Don't be silly, it's reasonable as compensation for the delivery service. Ecchi knows is such a cheapskate, a real Scrooge. I think you guys, who are trying to squeeze money out of classmates who are just going out to have lunch, are the real Scrooges. While casually dismissing his classmates' comments, Soma left the classroom and headed for the back gate. There's no other route to leave the school during lunch break. Despite that, he had never seen a teacher watching this place. It could be seen as evidence that the school turns a blind eye to students eating out. When Soma arrived at the back gate, there were people already there. Watch your step. Yeah, thanks. A boy and a girl who seemed to be upperclassmen were helping each other climb over a shabby iron gate with light blue paint peeling here and there. TSH. Unconsciously, he clicked his tongue when he witnessed it. It was clear they were a couple, and the reason for leaving the school was probably not just because they disliked the school meals but because they wanted to have a meal together in private. For Soma, who had never had a girlfriend, it was not an enjoyable sight to behold. Full of envy, he tapped his toes on the asphalt ground while waiting for the couple to get over the gate. Well then, shall we go? I'm really looking forward to having lunch alone with you. You can. It's been a while. I do too. I've reserved a private room. Let's take our time. Yeah. While saying that, he watched the upperclassmen, holding hands as they left, with a disgusted expression on his face. What's up with them? Are they going to eat or just fool around? They should make up their minds. Damn it. I'm going to have the large serving today. Muttering such things, he quickly crosses the cold, rough-feeling back gate. Escaping multiple times has made him good at jumping over the game. Soma-san, as he checked his wallet to see how much money he had left, he heard his name called from the direction of the back gate. He tensed up, thinking it might be a teacher, but it wasn't. Running towards him while shaking her brown hair, it was Chika. What's up? Don't tell me you're going to ask me to buy something for you too? Breathless from running, she extends her hand as if asking for money. Oh no. It's not that. Can you take me outside with you? Outside? He widens his eyes. It was an abrupt and unexpected request. I want to have lunch outside too. Weren't you always bringing lunch from home? I remember Chika having meals with Mickey and others in the classroom during lunch breaks. I told my mom I don't need a bento today. I predicted that it would be a day when Soma-san goes outside, so I took the chance and followed you, she adds with a smile. Don't go predicting people's eating habits. Anyway, what about your partner Saito? Even after looking behind her, I don't see the figure of the black-haired model student. I told Mickey-chan that I have a stomachache and will go to the health room. Again with your lame lies. When the truth comes out, Soma will surely be the one to take the blame. I always bring a lunchbox and have never eaten outside. I've wanted to try it ever since I saw everyone in class doing it, but Mickey-chan always said no. Well, she is the vice president of the student council. As the vice president of the student council, she wouldn't support breaking the school rules. That's why I'm asking you, Soma-san, please take me with you. Just so you know, it's a clear violation of the school rules. Don't blame me if we get caught and scolded. It's okay. It'll be a new experience for me. I've never been scolded by a teacher before. That's too positive of a way to look at it, though he finds it exasperating. If she's prepared for the consequences, it's too pitiful to refuse her. All right. Let's go together. Climb over the back gate and come this way. Understood. With quick gestures, Chika cheerfully lifted herself onto the iron back gate. He was worried because he didn't think she had good physical skills, but she unexpectedly leapt over the gate with agility and landed firmly on the ground. Wow, I'm so excited. Why do I feel so thrilled? Perhaps her first school rule violation got her excited. She happily bounced around while making a playful voice. Let's get away from here quickly. Getting caught here would be the worst. Oh, okay. While teachers usually turn a blind eye to eating outside, it's a different story if you get caught in the act. Shoulder to shoulder, we head at a slightly brisk pace towards the shopping street with many eateries. By the way, do you have anything specific you want to eat? Request junk food. Asking, she immediately replied, I haven't eaten that kind of stuff much. Seriously? Yes, seriously. I've been to a hamburger shop with Mickey-chan and others, but only a few times. When I told my parents that I wanted to eat hamburgers, they either made them at home or took me to delicious famous places. So, I haven't had much experience with typical fast food chain restaurants. I haven't tried other junk foods much either. Your parents really dote on you. It seems like her parents are really fond of her. But, I see. If you've been to a hamburger shop, what about a beef bowl restaurant? Beef bowl, too, is one of the representative junk foods alongside hamburgers. That sounds good. I've never been to a beef bowl restaurant. Then it's decided. They aim for a beef bowl restaurant in the middle of the shopping street. The shopping street was quite bustling during lunchtime. There were many people shopping for regular purposes, and office workers coming out from nearby office buildings to have lunch were also walking around. It was a familiar sight for Soma, the habitual escape-goer. But for Chika, it seemed fresh. There are more people than I thought. Somehow, there seemed to be more people than in the evening. In this area, there are a lot of adults who work in offices, so many lunch places are their targets. In the evening, salarymen either go home or go for a drink. That's the difference. I see. Listening to Soma's explanation, she nods repeatedly in understanding. After that, while walking through the crowd, she occasionally nudges Soma's shoulder. Soma-san, Soma-san. What's up? We need to hurry, otherwise, Office workers will take the seats, and we'll have to wait. Since there are so many people, could you hold my hand? I might get lost," she said, extending her right hand. Hand. Taken aback, he closed the distance between us. "Yes. Let's hold hands. I'm not familiar with this area, so it would be troublesome if I got lost. There are a lot of people, but it's not like you'll easily get lost." In the midst of so many people, he couldn't possibly do something so embarrassing. He hid his hand behind his back in refusal. "You saw what those upperclassmen did earlier, right?" "You mean those guys?" His expression turned sour at the thought of something troublesome. "That wasn't for preventing getting lost. So, there's no need to imitate them." "I see. That's a pity." Chika looked a bit disappointed as she gazed at the hand he didn't hold. "Come on, let's hurry and go." "Yes," he urged Chika and headed towards the Beef Bowl restaurant. Inside the restaurant, it was about 80% full. Although it was quite crowded, there were still some empty seats. He was relieved because he was afraid it would be completely full. Now, what should I do? Chika, visiting the Beef Bowl restaurant for the first time, looked around, unsure of what to do. "You buy a meal ticket at that vending machine over there, then take a seat and give the ticket to the staff." "I see." "Oh, speaking of which, don't Beef Bowl restaurants have certain incantations they use often?" "When should we use those incantations?" Chika said something strange while feeding a 1,000 yen bill into the vending machine. "You know, like Negidaku or Tsuyudaku." "Oh, I see." Note: Nejidaku and Tsuyudaku are Japanese phrases commonly used when ordering at a beef bowl gyudon restaurant. Nejidaku comes from negi, green onions, and daku, a lot. When you say nejidaku, it means you want a lot of green onions in your bowl. Tsuyudaku comes from tsuyu, soup, and daku, a lot. So, when you say tsuyudaku, it means you want a lot of broth in your bowl. It seems like she wants to try ordering with the secret or special terms that are sometimes used at beef bowl restaurants. However, unfortunately, Soma has never placed such a peculiar order before. "I'm not an expert on beef bowl restaurants, so I don't know, or, I'm disappointed with Soma-san. Don't have strange expectations of me. Just order normally since you're a beginner." "Okay." Chika bought a ticket for a regular beef bowl and salad, while Soma purchased a ticket for a large beef bowl, a salad, and miso soup. They took seats at the counter, sandwiched between adults in business attire, and handed their meal tickets to the staff. Somehow, the atmosphere feels a bit uneasy here. While observing the busy staff cooking and the office workers hastily devouring their beef bowls, Chika whispered to Soma, "It's because lunch breaks are short." "Ahaha, I see." Their ordered dishes arrived in about 2 minutes. "Let's eat." "Yes, let's eat." As they began to eat, they both generously piled red pickled ginger on top of their beef bowls. If she were her usual self, she would have expressed her impressions and talked cheerfully. However, perhaps influenced by the quiet and busy atmosphere around them as everyone ate their beef bowls, she silently continued to eat hers. "Thank you for the meal. Thank you for the meal." Though they didn't plan it, they finished eating almost at the same time. Let's head back to school. Yes, prompting Chika, they began their journey back to high school. Finally, she spoke her thoughts that were more like her. Well, buying the meal ticket was a new experience and fun, but the meal itself was a bit unsettling and not very entertaining. How can you judge a restaurant meal as entertaining or not? Since the Beef Bowl restaurant isn't exactly aiming to be an entertainment venue, Chika's dissatisfaction seemed a bit unjustified. It was a good experience, but next time, I'd prefer a more calming place. Next time, huh? Are you planning to sneak out again? If Soma-san is willing to come with me, the Beef Bowl restaurant may not have been satisfying, but escaping from school seems to be enjoyable for her. Even if you want a calming place, the places Soma frequents are often cheap and fast-paced. Oh, how about a private room then? As they contemplated, Chika wore a mischievous smile and whispered, "Did you hear the conversation of that upperclassman couple from earlier?" As Soma's ears pricked up and he made a serious expression, Chika laughed even more mischievously. I don't want to be alone in a private room with you. I'm afraid something shady might happen. I wouldn't do anything like that. The other day, I feel like I was pushed down and sexually harassed in your room. Am I mistaken? My excitement got the best of me. Chika, when you get carried away, you're capable of doing dangerous things. Don't label me as a dangerous person. Not as, but I genuinely think you are a dangerous person. Soma-san. That's too harsh. Don't you know my nickname is Angel of Peace? Angel? Sometimes, you look more like a malevolent demon to me. Malevolent demon? At least call me a little devil or a fallen angel. Oh, come on. You're not cute like that. Soma-san. As they were talking nonsense, they arrived at their high school. After confirming that no one was nearby, they climbed over the back gate and returned to the school grounds. As they were contemplating whether to go to the restroom before returning to the classroom, Chika's pitiful voice came from behind. Soma-san. When Soma turned around, Chika hadn't managed to climb over the back gate yet. Hurry up. We'll be late for the 5th period. Well, you see, I can't climb over. As she tried to climb over the gate while speaking, she could only bounce up and down in the same spot without making any progress. You easily climbed over it earlier. Did you become too heavy from eating? No, it's not like that. Then, why? As he started to speak, he realized the reason. The front and back of the gate have different shapes. On the school side of the gate, there are handrails and locks for passing through, providing many places to grip hands and feet. Thanks to that, climbing over is easy. However, on the roadside, there are no places to grip hands and feet. Of course, if it were easy to climb over from the outside, it wouldn't serve its security purpose. I wonder what to do. To climb over from the outside, one would need to grab the upper part of the gate with both hands and lift their body using only their arms, like doing pull-ups. Doing such strength training would be quite challenging for a non-athlete girl with slender arms. Since Soma had never struggled to climb over before, he hadn't noticed this. He glanced at his phone and realized there were only 5 minutes left until the bell rang. There was no time to waste pondering. He hurriedly returned to the back gate. Then, he hooked his foot on the gate and lifted his upper body over the gate, extending his right hand towards Chika. Grab onto me. I'll pull you up. Huh? But... She looked at Soma's offered hand with a hesitant expression. We'll be late. Hurry up. Why yes, he urged her, and she timidly reached out and gently gripped his hand. I'm going to lift you up. As he tightly held her hand, she blushed and nodded slightly, looking a bit embarrassed. Ready, go. In sync with Chika's jump, he lifted her body. Managing to get her upper body above the gate, he wrapped his left arm around her waist and pulled her towards the school side as if carrying her. Whoops. He then jumped down to the ground while still holding her. His knees let out a small groan as he absorbed the weight of both of them, but he managed to successfully get Chika inside the school. Thank you. Chika expressed her gratitude in a small, almost inaudible voice. We should practice climbing over the back gate before going outside next time. As he said that, he tried to release her. However, Chika didn't separate from him and kept their bodies close. Instead, their noses were almost touching as she gazed at him intently. Just a little longer, like this. The way she spoke wasn't typical of her. But it wasn't the teasing manner of an adult either. She simply looked at him with a curious and somewhat mysterious expression, as if peering into his soul. I've never been hugged tightly like this or felt this close to someone before. Each time she spoke, her warm breath brushed against Soma's cheek. Aren't you always being hugged like a stuffed toy by Saito and the others? For girls, it's like that. For guys, excluding my father, this is the first time I've experienced it. In this case, Soma was also having a first-time experience holding a girl in his arms. When Miki-chan held me, and when my father carried me, it felt different. I don't know what's different, but it definitely is. What is this feeling? Even if you ask me, I wouldn't know. It feels comforting, embarrassing, and exciting at the same time. No, it's more than that. It's like my heart skips a beat. For me. Soma-san. Special. Or is it just natural? As she gazed intently at Soma's face, fragmented words swirled in her mind. On the other hand, Soma was also perplexed by the emotions that arose within him. Holding a girl like this, his heart was pounding heavily. Chika smelled nice and felt soft and warm. The sensation of being tightly entwined with her made his heart beat faster and stronger. It felt good. No, it's not good, but he couldn't deny that he was feeling something indescribable. The problem was the emotions that welled up simultaneously. To be more precise, it could be called desire. He found himself wanting to hold Chika even tighter. He wished to be the only one to hold her like this. When he heard that Mickey and her father had held her before, a clear sense of jealousy spread in his chest. What is this? Why did these selfish and self-centered emotions suddenly well up? Even he couldn't understand. He was just utterly confused and bewildered, struggling to control his arms that wanted to embrace Chika in response to his desires. Soma looked conflicted. Whether or not she was aware of this conflict, Chika suddenly chuckled. Soma-san, you're interesting. Sometimes I think you're so reliable, and other times I think you're really cute. You're saying that again? Soma retorted. She was always toying with him, switching between acting like a child and behaving like an adult. As Soma made a grumpy face, Chika slowly moved away and said, "Yes, it's true. When I'm with you, I find myself doing things I've never done before, and it surprises me. But I find this new side of myself refreshing, enjoyable, and exciting. So, please continue to be with me, forever and ever." As Chika lowered her head, the school bell suddenly rang. Due to that interruption, or perhaps thanks to it, Soma missed the opportunity to reply. "Oh, the chime rang." "Soma-san, let's hurry." Chika dashed off, and Soma followed her. "Ah, my side hurts. It's hard to run right after eating." "I can't run. I'm leaving you behind." "Wait, don't abandon me. I refuse." "Immediate rejection?" "What's more important, being with me or being on time?" "Of course, being on time. And besides, if you talk while running, your side will hurt even more." That's true. It's really starting to hurt." "Soma-san, carry me on your back." "I refuse." "But you hugged me tightly just now." "Stop saying such things loudly in the school hallway. People will misunderstand." "What kind of misunderstanding are you talking about? Don't go into demon mode here." "Like I said, at least call me a little devil or fallen angel." Section. "I guess this is how I feel for the time being." As he gazed at her flowing brown hair that danced like a wave, that thought crossed my mind. After eating a large cab-loaded serving of beef bowl, he felt incredibly sleepy during the 5th period class. The unfortunate part was that the subject was English, and for Soma, who struggled with English, it sounded like an evil lullaby. Just as he was about to succumb to the temptation of drowsiness, his phone in his pocket vibrated briefly, waking him up from his sleepiness. Opening the message with suspicion during class, he saw that it was from Chika. "If you're free after school today, would you like to hang out?" Cautiously, he replied. "Are you saying you want to play not only on lunch break but also after school? Isn't it okay?" "Being with you for various things is exciting and fun." "Among those various things, there won't be any teasing me, right?" Don't laugh it off." Glancing over at Chika, she seemed to be sitting up straight, attentively listening to the class. However, upon closer look, she had her phone on her lap and was discreetly typing, trying to take advantage of the teacher's distraction. "She's quite skillful." "Well, sure, I don't have any other plans today." He didn't have any particular business, and there was no reason to refuse. "Thank you." "So then, let's meet at our usual meeting spot." "Roger." The exchange ended, and he put his phone back in his pocket. However, a few minutes later, the phone vibrated again. "Actually, I wanted to try secretly messaging during class like this." Glancing towards Chika, he noticed her right hand making a peace sign under the desk. "Skipping school during lunch break, playing with phones during class. If her parents found out, they would probably scold me." When he thought of her parents, who doted on their daughter while also seeming serious, he couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. But Soma had forgotten one thing, that there was another person who would be furious if he led Chika astray down the wrong path. Section. After school, he headed to the familiar meeting place in front of the station, and Chika was already there. "Hey, Soma-san, over here." As soon as she noticed him, She energetically waved her hand. All right, let's go. Wait, where are we going? What do you want to do? She had only said, if you're free, hang out with me. Oh, right. Scratching her head as if she had been absent-minded, Chika continued. I want to go to the game center today. Going for something straightforward. Huh? He felt a little relieved, as he had been on guard, thinking they might go shopping again. At the game center, there's a crane game, right? I've never been able to win a prize on my own. When I was searching on my phone, I found crane game exclusive stuffed animals, and I want to try and get one with my own skill. And then, she showed him the screen of her phone. A familiar cat plushie was displayed. Is this one limited edition? I'm pretty sure they had the same one at the shop we visited the other day. The colors are different. Is that the only difference? It's a big difference. He thought she might be joking, but she said it with a serious expression. It might be a fan's peculiar obsession, he thought. While he couldn't empathize with it, he couldn't deny that he understood it to some extent. After all, even Soma would get upset if someone mixed up cakes made with granulated sugar with brown sugar. Anyway, it seems that the goal on your mind right now is to get that plushie. Then, let's head to the game center in front of the station. The entire first floor is full of crane games, so they probably have that plushie there. Then, let's go there. As the two of them started walking towards the game center, something suddenly happened. Wait just a moment. Without any warning, a loud voice that startled everyone in the vicinity resounded around them. The people walking around the station froze in surprise. Then, with thunderous footsteps, Mickey ran over and tightly embraced Chika. Mickey-chan, what are you doing here? I absolutely had to come. I was worried because Chika seemed to be up to something secretive with the ecchi nose lately. In the middle of hugging her, Mickey even started rubbing her cheek against Chika's. Ah, you noticed? Chika was shocked, but Soma wasn't as surprised. Recently, Chika had started calling him Soma-san and herself Chika. She declined his invitations to hang out, and even though she went to the infirmary, she returned to the classroom almost at the same time as Soma. Even someone with poor intuition would notice something was going on. However, being prepared for the possibility of being noticed and not being surprised if noticed are entirely different things. Just a moment, ecchi knows. What are you planning to do with this innocent Chika? I absolutely won't allow you to swing this adorable Chika around anymore. It was clear as day that things would become troublesome, just like catching fire. It was incredibly noisy, with Mickey making a fuss. I knew I'd end up becoming the villain someday. He groaned while covering his face with his hands. Chika looked at him as if asking what to do, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't honestly explain the situation. When he conveyed with his eyes to explain from her perspective, Chika seemed reluctant to reveal their secret and made a disappointed face as she confessed to her best friend about recently acting as Soma. So, it's not like I'm doing anything strange or being dragged around unwillingly by Soma-san. After hearing the explanation, Mickey seemed taken aback. That's Chika, why would you rely on someone like ecchi knows? Hey, don't call me someone like ecchi knows. He tried to respond, but he was ignored. I'd gladly help without any strange conditions. While Mickey-chan says that you'd end up meddling yourself anyway, wouldn't you? In that case, it's pointless. While being cheek-rubbed, Chika pursed her lips, and Mickey choked on her words. It seemed she was aware of her actions. In that regard, Soma-san is somewhat cold, but when I'm truly in trouble, he helps me. He's suitable because he's like it's dear. Is that a compliment or what? Even if he protested with disdainful eyes, it still didn't reach the girl's ears. Anyway, a moderately heartless Soma-san is just right. Ecchi knows has nothing else going for him other than making sweets. I'm worried about entrusting important Chika to someone like him. They all criticized Soma unconsciously and argued back and forth, and there seemed to be no end to it. Eventually, Chika, realizing that things wouldn't settle this way, proposed a solution, raising one finger. Then let's do this. Please watch what Soma-san and I will do from now on. That way, you'll see just how suitable he is. Huh? Watch? Does that mean they'll be under Mickey's watchful eyes for the entire afternoon? Just the thought of being stared at like a meddling older sister makes him shudder. I see, so I'll judge based on what I see. I think it's a good idea. Soma tried to voice his opposition, but Mickey had already agreed before he could say anything. It's settled then, Mickey-chan. Please watch Soma-san and me from a little distance. No interfering allowed, alright? Understood. I promise not to interfere, but in return, I'll judge rigorously, so be prepared for that. With Soma-san and me, there won't be any problems, so please feel free to judge as you like. The decision was swiftly made between Chika and her best friend. Soma tried to make a very displeased sound, but the two girls paid him no mind. With this odd addition, they headed to the game center behind the station as planned. Sigh. Oh, Soma-san, that's not like you to be sighing. Is something wrong? Chika peered into his face with a smile, despite his gloomy expression. If you say you don't know the reason for this sigh, how about canceling today's game center plan and letting me lecture you for about 3 hours? Just kidding, it's a joke. I do understand, I swear. Soma gave a stern glare, and the person started explaining with flustered hand movements. There's no other choice, right? If I don't say anything, Mickey-chan will never be satisfied. That's true, but, he glanced back for a moment. A tall girl was walking a few meters behind, her eyes intensely focused on every move they made. He never expected that being exposed to such hostile glares would make him feel so uncomfortable. You're walking with Chika, but you're not walking on the side of the road? What kind of attitude is that? Isn't it common sense? Common sense? Resentful complaints echoed from behind. I want to run away right now. You can't escape, I won't allow it. His uniform hem was tightly grasped, preventing his escape. Letting Chika hold your sleeve. I'm so envious. Damn you, ecchi knows. Despite doing nothing, his evaluation was plummeting unfairly. It was too unreasonable. This feels like a troublesome open house event. Soma let out another deep sigh. The area around the station entrance had undergone redevelopment and had a clean and sophisticated atmosphere, but the back of the station was chaotic and cluttered. However, this area had a wide variety of shops, and Soma often used this side of the station when hanging out with friends. Therefore, the destination for today was one of his familiar places. Oh, it's lively here. Upon arriving in front of the game center, Chika exclaimed cheerfully. Has Chika been here before? I've been here a few times with Mickey-chan, right? As he turned to Mickey, she nodded vigorously. We played rhythm games and took pura photos. How about you, Soma-san? I played fighting games and medal games. Also, tried bowling a few times. As he answered, he looked up at the giant bowling pin decoration on top of the building. Though commonly referred to as a game center, it was actually a complex amusement facility where various games and activities were available. From arcade games and crane games to bowling, billiards, darts, basketball, table tennis, and go-karts. There was a wide range of things to do if you had the money to spare. It seemed like you could keep playing endlessly inside this building. Upon entering the store, they were greeted by the unique smell of burnt circuit boards and the cacophony of music from numerous cabinets playing simultaneously. It had a classic game center atmosphere. I'd like to try the medal games. Can we play slots or poker here? Not today. Seeing the guideboard, Chika made a big X with her hands to indicate it was forbidden. Or, I really wanted to. No, you can't. Mickey seemed like she'd scold them if they started playing pseudo-gambling games, so she was cautious. You're here to focus on getting that plushie you want, huh? Just so you know, I'm seriously bad at crane games, so I won't be of any help. Of course, I plan to get it by my own efforts. With cute determination, Chika entered the store. Soma tried to follow her, but he was held back by the collar. Hold on a moment. What is it? As he rubbed his slightly constricted neck, Mickey glared at him with a murderous look. So, Chika came to get the plushie? Yeah, she wants to get the cat plushie. Mickey nodded understandingly and then said firmly, make sure to get it. Don't make Chika sad. Her feelings were not entirely incomprehensible. For Mickey, who found Chika irresistibly cute, seeing her sad face was probably one of the last things she wanted in this world. However, Saying that to Soma was completely misplaced. Chika is the one who will get it. I can offer advice at most, but it might not be helpful. I'll cheer her on, though. Give her advice that will definitely help. It's impossible. He was not good at crane games, or rather, he had very little experience with them. He had tried it once in middle school, but after struggling with where to put the one plushies and figures, he gave up. Giving advice when you have little experience will only be empty words. Don't say irresponsible things. Besides, she'll be fine. What's that supposed to mean? I've never seen Chika win anything from a crane game. That's why I always am the one to get it for her. That's not what I meant. Ignoring the puzzled look she gave him when she didn't understand the meaning of his words, he continued, observing Chika searching for her target plushie inside the store. I mean, even if she can't win it, she won't make a sad face. Huh? She looked completely puzzled by what he said, but he chose to ignore it. Well, you stay here and cheer her on. He untangled Mickey's hand from his collar and headed toward Chika. Oh, Soma-san, I found it. There it is. Chika hopped around excitedly and pointed to the crane game case where a large cat plushie was sitting. Wow, it's even bigger than I thought. It was about the size of a small pillow and had quite a presence. Is it difficult? Of course. It was natural that larger items would be harder to win than smaller ones. I'll do my best. Chika pumped herself up while taking out her wallet. By the way, how much is your budget? It's 1,000 yen. She showed a 1,000 yen bill. 10 tries. Huh? That's tough for a beginner. Chika seemed to be aware of that and made a slightly disappointed face. I don't have much allowance left for this month. If you do well, you might get it. There are various types of crane games these days. There are ones where you have to drop a ping pong ball into a hole on a plate, ones where you have to strategically drop a prize between two bridges, ones where you have to hook and pick up hanging prizes with a hook, and so on. The variety is rich. The crane game that Chika had her eyes on was called the direct pick, a classic type where you try to grab and retrieve the prize with the crane arm, claw. The chances of winning such a big prize in one shot with this type of game were close to zero. The standard method is to use the arm to hook the stuffed animals, slide them little by little, and drop them into the acquisition opening. The key points are how many times to repeat this little by little process and whether you can accurately shift the position toward the hole. Chika exchanged a 1,000 yen bill for 10 100 yen coins, and the challenge began. When trying to catch this type of stuffed animal, it seems better to grab the lighter side. Oh, is that so? You've done your research. Of course. I really want the stuffed animal, after all. Well, do your best. While crossing her arms, he watches Chika insert the coins. He doesn't have enough knowledge to give advice, so he doesn't say anything. When Chika presses the large round touch button, the two-pronged arm inside the case starts moving in sync. Maybe around the hind legs. Thinking that while being dazzled, she carefully operates the arm. The cat's stuffed animal is deformed, with a large head and a small body. In terms of the center of gravity, the head is heavier than the body. Even an amateur like Soma can see that it looks easy to hook around the back legs. The arm moves sideways, trying to align with the vertical axis of the stuffed animal. However, the arm passes through the vertical axis of the stuffed animal and misses. There is no way to operate this claw game multiple times for a comeback. Without any options, the arm emptily grasps the air and returns to its initial position. Mew, mew. There is a slight time lag between pressing the button and the arm's movement. Since this varies from store to store and machine to machine, you can only try multiple times and learn from experience. She inserts the coin again and then makes another attempt. Now, the vertical alignment was successful. While resounding a mechanical sound, the arm advances backward. Come on. Chika carefully times it and releases her finger from the button with determination. After a brief pause, the arm slowly descends towards the stuffed animal. Oh? Soma, who was watching behind her, unintentionally exclaims. The arm managed to grasp the body of the stuffed animal beautifully. With a gyugutsu sound, the arm lifts it up and then drops it with a thump sound. Due to the impact of the fall, the stuffed animal bounces and slightly advances toward the hole. I did it. It moved forward a little, right? Chika grabs Soma's arm and shakes it excitedly. Ah, it did move forward. It's quite an accomplishment to have moved the stuffed animal as intended on the second attempt. She's already starting to grasp the movement pattern of the arm. Her intuition for the claw game is much better than in her middle school days. However, it's not yet certain that she will get the prize. Certainly, the stuffed animal moved, but the distance it moved was minimal, around a few centimeters at most. The question remains whether she can guide it all the way to the acquisition opening in the remaining 8 attempts. All right. I'll keep doing my best. Third attempt. Following Chika's instructions, the arm moves and slowly descends, attempting to grab the stuffed animal. It seemed to be going smoothly. However, the arm merely tickles the stuffed animal's side without lifting it and returns to its starting position. Why? What happened? Chika is filled with question marks as she sticks to the acrylic glass. In the claw game, these things can happen. Even if you try to operate it at the right moment, human involvement introduces some unavoidable errors. And sometimes, those tiny errors can become fatal. But there are still 7 chances left, right? Regaining her composure, she tries for the 4th, 5th, and 6th attempts. On the 4th attempt, it moved forward. On the 5th attempt, maybe she didn't grab it properly, and it moved back. On the 6th attempt, it moved forward, but only a tiny distance. Come on. Chika is in a pinch. The spectators, who had been quietly cheering before, finally began to get excited. Ecchi knows. Give her some advice. Don't be ridiculous. I've already said I'm not good at this. Chika's approach is probably the best one. She's done her research thoroughly. There's no advice an amateur like me can offer. Come on. I'll do it for her. Realizing that Soma isn't going to move, the increasingly frustrated Mickey rolls up her blouse sleeves and tries to head toward the claw game. Hold on. He extended his arm and stopped her. Just a moment. Ecchi knows. Don't stop me. The vice president of the student council glared sharply at him. Her gaze was piercing enough, making her quite intimidating. However, suppressing his fear, he speaks clearly. Don't meddle in this. That's the agreement, right? Well, but she can't get it like that. Or do you think you can? Ecchi knows. It's impossible. He gives an immediate reply to Mickey's question. Chika's technique in operating the claw machine is only impressive for a beginner. It's commendable that she understood the machine's pattern in just a few attempts. However, with the remaining limited funds, it's almost impossible to win that big prize. There is a risky strategy to try a last-minute reversal and directly force the stuffed animal into the acquisition opening, but it would be quite a gamble. Then, even so, asking Saito to get it for her would be pointless. Mickey looks puzzled. Just be quiet and watch. He orders her sternly and returns his gaze to Chika. Chika groans while comparing the few remaining 100 yen coins in her hand and the stuffed animal beyond the acrylic glass. It seems she herself has realized that it's difficult to win a stuffed animal like this. She looks serious when she sees the 100 yen coins and greedy when she sees the stuffed cat animal. How many times has she repeated this? Suddenly, she steps away from the claw machine and starts circling around the store. Eventually, her attention is drawn to a claw machine containing dog stuffed animals, which are 2 sizes smaller than the cat ones. She inserts all the remaining 100 yen coins into the machine without hesitation. Wait. Mickey couldn't stop her in time. Chika starts operating the claw with a serious expression, focusing on the dog stuffed animal. The first attempt is a miss to gauge the timing. On the second and third attempts, just like before, she lifts and drops the stuffed animal, utilizing the bounce to move it forward little by little. Then comes the last 4 attempts. The arm firmly grasps the head of the stuffed animal, which was already over half out of the acquisition opening, and lifts it up with determination. With a loud bounce, the deformed dog stuffed animal falls as if it's being sucked into the hole. Thud. The deformed dog stuffed animal appears from the retrieval opening, making a faint noise. Yay! I did it. She proudly shows the dog stuffed animal she obtained to the others. I got it for the first time in my life. Isn't it amazing? This is quite impressive, you know. She must be overjoyed. While holding the stuffed animal, she hops around Soma. Indeed, It's amazing. I would have never been able to do it. Chika, you might have a talent for this kind of thing. Soma genuinely praises her, while the black-haired girl, who still can't grasp what just happened, continues to stare in astonishment at Chika. Fufafu, as the infamous claw machine master Chika, I might make a name for myself. I can see a future where I get all the stuffed animals from every claw machine. It's too early to get carried away. Besides, if you keep going like that, you might get banned. Well, I know that. But before that happens, I will definitely get that cat stuffed animal. When I try again, please come with me, Soma-san. If you're okay with an unhelpful advisor. It was reassuring to have Soma-san by my side. Chika reaches out her hand for a high five. When Soma claps her hand, there's a crisp sound. Oh, what should I do with this one? If I put it in my school bag, it'll get squished and feel pitiful. Although smaller than her initial target, the obtained stuffed animal is still quite bulky. Tell the staff, they would give you a bag. Is that so? I'll go get one then. Soma points to the service counter, and Chika goes there, hugging the recently acquired stuffed animal carefully. Well, did something good happen? He shows a satisfied expression to the girl who has been silently watching the situation from behind. I've never seen Chika with that kind of expression. Mickey looks a bit down, as if shocked. I guess so. Mickey has always only given things to Chika. With that, she can't expect to see a smile filled with a sense of achievement and confidence. Why, though? Didn't Chika want the cat stuffed animal? She never said she wanted that one, right? Well, that's a misunderstanding. Chika had said she wanted to get the cat stuffed animal on her own. The primary goal was not the cat stuffed animal, it was to acquire it through her own efforts. Of course, getting that big cat stuffed animal on her own would have been the best outcome because she really wanted that stuffed animal. However, if she had relied on someone else's help to get that big stuffed animal, her primary goal wouldn't have been achieved. That person is more determined than you think. She's someone who wants to do something on her own without relying on others, but that girl has never said anything like that before. Well, she's kind, so the girl named Chika hides a strong sense of independence. But, even more so, she possesses a caring and kind heart, unconsciously taking on the role of a beloved mascot that Mickey and the others desire. The reason her consideration for Soma isn't as evident might be because he doesn't want that kind of treatment or because she doesn't care about him. I'd like to believe it's not the latter. I'm sorry for the wait. Chika returns with a pink poly bag with the Game Center logo prominently printed on it. What do we do after this? We've achieved our goal for now, right? When asked, Chika puts a finger on her cheek and strikes a thoughtful pose. Well, since we've come all this way, why don't we do something else? Soma-san, is there something you want to do? Fighting game. Rejected. With all those commands and using that lever. I don't think I can do that. How about a rhythm game? I reject that one. I'm really bad at it. She can only see a future where she clumsily flails about and gets laughed at by Chika. While gazing at the signs beside the escalator, Chika suggests, well, how about playing billiards? I've never done it before. That's fine, but I've never played billiards either, so I won't be able to give you advice like I did for the claw machine. It's okay, if I try, I'll definitely manage somehow. With that settled, Chika cheerfully rides the escalator and goes up to the upper floor. Before following her, Soma looks back at Mickey. Wouldn't you like to join us, Saito? Well, invited by Soma, she hesitates as she watches Chika's back as she goes up the escalator. The billiard corner was on the third floor, along with the darts corner. While the darts corner was somewhat lively, with university circle members and couples playing, the billiard corner was eerily deserted. I guess billiards isn't popular, it's just a coincidence. Isn't it fine? We have it all to ourselves, and there's no one to laugh at our awkward beginner plays. It turns out that not only Soma and Chika but also Mickey had never played billiards before. Although she came along, she stood there holding the borrowed cue, looking unsure of what to do. Do you know the rules of billiards, Soma-san? About 9 ball, at least. You have to sink the balls in order from the lowest numbered one, and the one who sinks the 9 ball wins. While rubbing the blue, dice-like chalk on the tip of the cue, Soma recalls the rules somewhat vaguely. That's simple enough. Let's go with that, then. Chika immediately starts arranging the colorful balls from 1 to 9 in a diamond shape. Wait. Since all three of us are beginners, let's practice a bit before playing. Oh, right. Let's do that first. While he said it was because they were all beginners, the truth was that Soma was worried about his own skills. It was just a superficial male ego, not wanting to show a pathetic performance in front of the girls. And his concern turned out to be valid. The white cue ball, after being struck, rolled pathetically over the green felt and weakly hit the yellow target ball. The yellow ball rolled just a few centimeters and came to a stop. Strange. While gazing at the motionless and undignified cue ball, he tilts his head. Even though he tried to follow the tips he had looked up on his smartphone for the shot, it didn't work at all. He wanted to make a break shot like the scenes in movies and anime, going clank with a satisfying sound, but it seemed quite challenging. Glancing at the adjacent table, he notices that Mickey, who is practicing alone, doesn't seem to be doing well either. It was a bit of comfort to see that even someone praised as high-spec struggles with it. Suddenly, a satisfying collision sound resounds in the billiard corner. Turning toward the source of the sound, he sees Chika making a beautiful shot. What the? In front of the astonished Soma, Chika takes another shot. Clack. The cue ball, with a delightful sound, races across the table at a speed far beyond Soma's shot, knocking the blue 2 ball into the pocket. I see. So you have to do it like this. Adjusting the chalk on the cue's tip, Chika nods convincingly. Wait a minute, didn't you say you've never played billiards? Yes, I just looked up how to do it on my smartphone. You can do that just from that? Somehow, I managed to do it. Surprisingly, Chika has such talent. Looking at Mickey, she also has the same expression as Soma. No way. That's amazing. As someone who can only make clumsy and awkward shots, she looks at her with admiration. I'm also just winging it. But if you're okay with it, shall I teach you? Soma hesitates for a moment before answering. However, there's a saying that goes, ask and you shall be ashamed once, but don't ask and you shall be ashamed forever. He decides it's better to ask for advice honestly and lowers his head. All right, teach me, please. Make sure your face is facing directly forward in relation to the white ball, and your feet are in a stable position. Then, make sure your chin is right above the cue, and fix your gaze firmly on the point where you want to hit the ball. Then push the cue straight ahead. Chika gives such advice while looking at her smartphone. I've been doing that, though. He tries to follow her instructions and takes the shot. However, the ball travels pathetically, just like before. Maybe the power isn't being transmitted properly. It feels different. Observing Soma maintaining his stance after taking the shot, Chika tilts her head in thought. Imagine drawing the power up from your feet and through your arms. It's like controlling core energy, like in manga. Pretend you're becoming a character like that in a manga, but don't think you need to exert much force. Normal power is enough. If you hit the point of the ball properly, you'll be able to do it just fine. If I could do it with just that explanation, it wouldn't be such a struggle, Soma said with a hint of frustration. He can't entirely fault her for not understanding what she meant. Her instructions were too abstract, making it difficult to grasp and put into practice easily. Thinking that he might have to practice repeatedly, he gives up on seeking further guidance from Chika and prepares himself to take more shots. However, suddenly, Chika comes up close and leans over Soma. Hey! Ignoring his bewilderment, she tightly grips the hand holding the cue, encompassing it in her own hands. He can feel the sensation of Chika's body spread across his back. There's a more significant volume to her than he expected, and its presence makes him restless. See Chika? Mickey is also surprised and flustered by Chika's unexpected bold action. Unsure whether to intervene or keep her promise to observe, she anxiously looks around. Soma-san, please face straight ahead. Amidst Soma and Mickey's nervousness, Chika remains incredibly focused. As I just mentioned, don't put too much force into it. Also, when hitting the white ball, it's better to imagine the cue's tip extending further into the space beyond the white ball. Of course, you should aim for the trajectory to pass through the center of the ball, but when taking the shot, forget about the ball itself. The cue hitting the ball is just the outcome. I see. The agitation hasn't completely dissipated. He hasn't been able to entirely push away the softness and warmth spreading from her back, and he has never undergone such spiritual training to be able to do that. Still, he tries his best to focus on the cue and the white ball. Otherwise, he won't be able to match Chika's sincere attempt to teach him. We'll try hitting in this state once. Please remember the feeling. Why yes, understood. With as serious an expression as possible, he nods at the earnest words whispered into his ear. Chika's hand, still gripping his hand firmly, moves smoothly to take the shot. With a definite sense transmitted through the cue, a satisfying sound echoes. At the same time, due to the recoil of the shot, Chika's chest is pressed even more against his back. It feels like her entire chest is massaging his back. He manages to hold back the urge to let out a voice of embarrassment. During the day, he embraced Chika while crossing the back gate. At that moment, he fully experienced the sensation of her body. From then until now, the situation hasn't changed much. It's just a matter of whether it's the front or the back. But now, he feels Chika's softness more intensely than during the day. What could be the difference? While Soma is lost in such thoughts, the white ball goes straight over the green felt and bounces off the red target ball. Katsun. The bounced target ball continues its momentum and falls into the pocket. Wow! He can't help but exclaim in admiration. Despite controlling his body to take the shot, Chika managed to sink the ball perfectly into the pocket. There's no doubt she has a grasp of the knack of playing billiards. Do you think you've got the feel? As if neither boasting nor overly excited, Chika calmly asks with a teacher-like tone. Well, probably. Then, Soma-san, please try taking the shot alone. Miki-chan, could you place the cue ball here and the target ball there? Huh? Emmy? Miki is surprised and bewildered by suddenly being called by her name. Neither I nor Soma-san can do it alone. Please help us. Okay. Immersed in Chika's serious atmosphere, Miki sets the recently pocketed red target ball and the white cue ball that was rolling on the felt as instructed. Now, give it a try. The hands that were wrapped around him are released, but the body above him doesn't move away. Look straight at the end of the ball. Relax the strength in your arm. Then, imagine bringing the tip of the cue right here, whispering advice into his ear. It honestly tickles. He feels like squirming. However, this is a shot that absolutely must succeed. He gathers all his concentration from his entire body. Recalling the shot she made together with Chika, she extends the cue forward. Swoosh. Then, a sound similar to before echoes as the white cue ball forcefully rolls over the felt. Then, it collides with the red target ball. The white cue ball comes to a stop, and instead, the red target ball that received the impact begins to roll. Although slightly less momentum than the white cue ball, the red target ball rolls smoothly. Along with a solemn, imposing sound, the target ball disappears into the pocket. It went in. A splendid pocketed shot. The ball making a cool sound as it drops precisely into the pocket gives her even more pleasure than she imagined. Until just now, Soma, who could only manage a pathetic shot, was filled with awe and emotion. Amazing. I was able to hit it properly, just as Chika said. Yay. You did it. It worked perfectly. Thank you so much, Soma-san. Soma happily struck a victory pose, but Chika seemed even more delighted. Huh? Why are you thanking me? Until now, I've never had the chance to teach someone else. So, being able to teach and see positive results like this makes me incredibly happy. Wait, hold on. Chika's joy seemed to explode as she hugged Soma and started petting his head affectionately. Because you understood what I wanted to convey, it went well. Thank you so much. She expressed her joy and gratitude with her entire body. She wanted to do something for Soma, just as her friend had done for her. That was probably all she was thinking about. However, doing something like this to a boy of the same age was not appropriate, mainly considering common sense, ethics, and Soma's own sense of reason. In all honesty, she didn't mind staying like this, but exposing such an embarrassing sight in public and in front of his classmates' girls was detrimental to a boy's dignity. He tried to break free from this happy hell, but Chika's embrace was remarkably skillful, and she couldn't escape. Not only that, His face sank into Chika's cleavage. "Hey, Saito, do something." Realizing that she couldn't escape on her own, she sought help from Mickey. She thought Mickey would rush over and stop Chika in a panic. However, Mickey just stared expressionlessly and didn't move from her place in front of the billiard table. No way. He was engulfed in a feeling of despair as if he had been thrown into the abyss. "Wow, Soma-san. You are amazing, Soma-san. Good boy, good boy." "Stop it." "Seriously, it's embarrassing." "It's okay, isn't it? I'm just expressing my gratitude, nothing more, nothing less." There, good boy." "You're getting too into it." "But Soma-san, blushing like that is cute." "Try to hide that desire a little." Chika, who wanted to hug and pamper, and Soma, who wanted to escape, continued to cling to each other and then pulled away, completely ignoring the billiard game. As time passed, they couldn't continue to play billiards, and when they left the game center, Soma's face was bright red up to his ears, while Chika's face was glowing with satisfaction. That was so much fun. She seemed extremely pleased. "I'm so tired." Soma was feeling lightheaded. The mix of embarrassment and pleasure was taking a toll on him mentally. "You look tired." "Whose fault is that?" Chika glared at him and stuck out her tongue. "I'm sorry, I got carried away." "But, Soma-san, you're just so cute." "You keep saying that word, but it's not a compliment for a guy, you know." "At the very least, Soma wants to be called cool rather than cute. Anyway, what are we going to do now? If you're tired, we can disperse here." "No, let's go eat some sweets." It would be a lie to say he wasn't tired. Chika had teased him mercilessly, leaving him exhausted, but if he went home now, he'd end up just being dragged along to do whatever Chika wanted, and that felt somehow frustrating. "That sounds good. Actually, I was thinking of having something sweet." Whether she knew Soma's feelings or not, Chika laughed in a carefree manner. "So, which shop are we going to? I feel like having ice cream." "There's an ice cream parlor where we can sit nearby, so let's go there." "Ice cream, huh?" It's starting to get cooler now, so it might be just about the end of the season for it. There were reasons like not feeling in the mood for ice cream once October arrived or the summer limited flavors being discontinued. Of course, however, right now, more than anything, he wanted to cool down his flushed face. "Well then, let's get going." Chika energetically headed towards the ice cream parlor, and Soma followed her, but soon, Mickey pulled his arm, making him stop. "Hey, wait a minute." "What is it?" "If you want ice cream, just come along. You'll have to pay for yourself, though." He intended to cover Chika's share since she was the one who tried the samples, but if he had to take care of Mickey's share too, he'd quickly end up bankrupt. "I'm coming. I'll come." But she hesitated for a moment and asked with a slight uneasiness, "Do you guys always have that kind of distance?" "That kind of distance?" "Like in the billiards game earlier." Mickey understood what she wanted to ask and involuntarily made a stern face. "If you have a problem with the sexual harassment from earlier, tell Chika, not me. I'm always the victim here. The thing is, because you guys are always all over her, she misunderstands it as something normal. If you trace it back to its roots, you guys are the ones to blame." "Always?" "So, that means it's not the first time?" she asked to confirm. "She occasionally shows some weird-esque vibes, and she seems to think he can easily mess with me like some kind of toy." Chika did. Mickey gazed at Chika's receding figure, finding it hard to believe. "But, that girl has never done anything like that to us before. That's why she probably thinks of me as an easy-to-handle toy." "Is that so?" That was the only explanation that Soma could think of, but Mickey seemed unsatisfied and kept shaking her head. "Soma-san, come on come on." Chika, who had already arrived at the ice cream shop, waved them over eagerly. "Is this the place? Let's go in. Let's go in." "Don't drag my clothes like that." Noisily, the two of them entered the shop together, and Mickey followed a little behind. Across the order counter, Chika told the staff that they would be eating inside, and Soma ordered without even looking at the menu. "Give us a mocha and espresso flavor." However, Chika pouted and protested. "Wait, Soma-san, both of them are coffee flavors." "I don't want that." "Well, I want you to compare the flavors," Soma replied. "I want to eat a double with mixed sherbet and triple berry flavors." She pointed to the yellow and pink ice creams in the ice cream case, throwing a tantrum. Soma wanted Chika to judge the difference between mocha and espresso flavors, but forcing sweets on someone unwilling was not acceptable for someone aspiring to become a confectionery professional. "Well, I see." Soma pondered for a moment and then offered a compromise. "How about this? I'll buy the mixed sherbet and triple berry double, and I'll give you half of it. How does that sound?" "So, I'll get to try all 4 flavors?" "Sounds great." She seemed to like Soma's suggestion. "I already saved a table." Chika quickly headed towards the back of the shop with a spring in her step. I'll have the double I mentioned earlier, please." He placed the order again with the staff dressed in pink caps and uniforms and received 2 cups of ice cream. "I'm going ahead," he called out to Mickey, who was waiting in line and headed to the table where she was waiting. "Soma-san, please sit here." She indicated the seat next to her, and without much thought, he sat down there. She handed him a cup filled with coffee brown ice cream. "Now, can I have a taste?" "Sure." While being watched by Soma, Chika scooped the ice cream with a spoon and put it in her mouth. "First, the mocha flavor and then the espresso flavor." "I knew it. The espresso flavor is more bitter," Chika said. "I noticed that too." In fact, Soma himself had compared these 2 flavors during summer vacation. He also found that the espresso flavor was more bitter. However, he couldn't quite put his finger on what else was different. So he wanted to hear Chika's opinion. "From the color, I think mocha has more dairy content. Also, the amount of sugar is slightly different. Mocha has more dairy content." "Huh? I see." "And the coffee beans used are different too. The smell is completely different." "Really?" He hadn't noticed that at all. But Chika seemed quite confident. "Mocha has a sweet and fruity aroma, while espresso has a fragrant and lingering bitterness. Unfortunately, I'm not very familiar with the specific types of coffee beans used, so I can't tell you the exact varieties for each. Just knowing that much is impressive. Most likely, the mocha flavor aims to be closer to the standard coffee flavor for ice cream. It's sweet and milky, suitable for both adults and children. Roughly speaking, it's like a flavor set that leans toward coffee-flavored milk." On the other hand, espresso is clearly targeted at adults. It has a lingering aftertaste similar to drinking black coffee. "I see. So they prepare different coffee-flavored ice creams to cater to different target audiences. Different ages and genders naturally lead to different preferences. Children would likely prefer sweet cakes with plenty of whipped cream, while the elderly might prefer cakes with moderate sweetness that use plenty of matcha." Even with ice cream, there are generations that prefer sweetness and generations that prefer less sweetness. It's important to create confectionery that suits the customer base. If Soma ends up opening a shop in the future, he'll need to consider such things properly. "I've learned something new again." "Thank you," Soma said, expressing his gratitude by bowing his head. Chika smiled happily in response. "I'm glad I could be of help to you, Soma-san." "Chika, try this ice cream too," Soma said, scooping his own ice cream and bringing it close to her mouth. Is it okay?" Chika looked a bit shyly at the spoon filled with ice cream. "You wanted to try it, right? I'd appreciate it if you could also give your opinion on the taste." "Why yes, you're right." "In that case, let me try it." With both hands flapping like a penguin, Chika put the offered spoon into her mouth. "How is it?" Can I have another one, please?" She made the request while her cheeks turned red for some reason. "Is it hard to tell?" Yes, that's it. Maybe the coffee-flavored ice cream is affecting my taste buds." "Oh, I see." "Too bad. If you drink some water, it might reset your palate." "It's okay, but more importantly, could I have another bite, please?" "Sure." Encouraged, she took a second bite of the ice cream with a happy expression. The mixed sherbet flavor is orange, raspberry, and pineapple. It's a sherbet with a lot of fruit juice and less sugar. It's quite refreshing. I'm not sure if this analogy is appropriate, but you know that sherbet they serve at yakiniku restaurants at the end, right? In terms of sweetness, I think it's similar to that. Some people like the refreshing taste. Yeah, having only overly sweet things would get boring. And then the triple berry flavor consists of cranberry, raspberry, and strawberry. 3 kinds, but there's no blueberry in it. This one is more of a classic flavor, among all the flavors I've tried so far. This one is the sweetest, and kids would probably like it. For kids, huh? I see. Not only does Chika have a keen sense of taste, but perhaps being the daughter of a patissier, she can even guess the intentions behind the sweets. I once again realized that she is a very reliable taste tester. That's right. Soma-san, why don't you try comparing the coffee flavors too? Pay attention to the differences I mentioned earlier when you taste them. Chika brought her spoon to Soma's mouth. Yeah, I'll give it a try. It's not a bad idea to rely on her, but it's also good to study with my own taste buds. Here you go. Soma slowly tries the mocha and espresso ice creams, one after the other. Now that you mention it, the amount of milk is quite different. The espresso one really brings out the coffee flavor. Mocha is more approachable, but coffee lovers would probably prefer the espresso. Yes, I think so too. Chika agrees and feeds him another spoonful of ice cream. I'm not sure if the types of beans are different. Chika, you have a good palate. It's impressive. Feeling happy about the compliment, Chika feeds herself some ice cream. Coffee and confectionery are inseparable. I think it's worth studying. Yeah, you're right. Maybe next time, we should go on a journey to visit famous coffee shops. That sounds great. It would be interesting. Please let me join you too. Actually, I'd love to be involved from the stage of researching the shops. Is that so? If you want to, then count me in. Leave it to me. With that, Chika fed Soma another spoonful of ice cream. Ah, you two. While the two were feeding each other ice cream and talking, Mickey, holding an ice cream cup, had somehow appeared next to them. She seemed to be looking at them with eyes as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing, or rather, with a slightly hesitant expression. Was it just my imagination? What are you both doing? Her voice trembled slightly as she asked. We're doing an ice cream tasting. Right. Both Soma and Chika answered naturally and nodded. Soma-san, now I want to try that ice cream too. If you have only coffee-flavored ones, you'll get tired of them. Here, in response to her request, he offered his marble-colored ice cream and strawberry-colored ice cream to try. These two are quite refreshing and sweet. Soma-san, which one do you prefer? I think I like the triple berry more. I like that it has fruit chunks and a strong fruity taste. Using the spoon that Chika used to feed him, Soma also fed himself. Yeah, it's a classic. I like this kind of thing. Soma-san, you seem to like traditional and classic flavors, don't you? I believe in the importance of fundamentals. With Chika's mouth still open, he fed her another spoonful of ice cream. In that sense, I also prefer mocha for the coffee flavor. I also like mocha more because it's sweeter. Espresso has quite a bitterness to it. That's just because you have a child's palate. I know you secretly mixed some milk into the curry the other day. What's wrong with that? Hey Saito, aren't you going to sit down? When they had consumed more than half of the ice cream in their cups, they noticed that Mickey still hadn't taken a seat. I'm going home. As Soma and Chika fed each other ice cream and turned their faces toward her, she unexpectedly announced her decision. Huh? Are you not going to eat here? You need to eat it quickly before it melts. Mickey-chan, let's eat together here. Both of them tried to persuade her, but Mickey shook her head in refusal. I'll give this to you too, so eat together. With a tense expression, Mickey placed the cup of vanilla ice cream on the table. At that moment, Soma and Mickey's gazes met, but as soon as she noticed, she blushed and averted her eyes. We've come all the way here. The ice cream is delicious, you know. Really, it's fine. Well then, see you tomorrow. Ignoring Chika's attempt to keep her, Mickey quickly left. What's gotten into her all of a sudden? Canceling on eating ice cream with Chika. Did she come down with a fever or something? Maybe she had something urgent to attend to. Both Soma and Chika were clueless about the reason. Well, can't be helped. It's a shame, but let's try this vanilla for the tasting. Sure. However, I've had too many cold things, and my body is getting chilled. I want to buy some hot tea. Would you like the same as me, Soma-san? I don't have much money. Give me a bite of yours, Chika. It's okay. Somehow, Saito seemed strange earlier. Mickey's departure felt unusual. She left in a way that wasn't like her. The ice cream is delicious. Come on, Soma-san. Let's have more. Though bothered, looking at Chika happily eating ice cream and smiling, he quickly forgot about it. Here you go. Yeah, it's tasty. Even though the vanilla ice cream was delicious. The next day during lunch break, Soma was flipping through a recipe book he borrowed from the library at his seat when Chika approached him with an ambitious goal for the upcoming Sunday. I want to go on a day trip somewhere far away. What do you mean somewhere far away? He asked while closing the recipe book with a snap. Anywhere is fine, as long as we need to take a train to get there. Do you simply want to take a train? No, it's not like that. I'm not a train otaku or anything. Chika pouted in dissatisfaction. When you go on a field trip or a school excursion, you make a travel journal, right? I want to plan a day trip like that. Also, it's not revenge for the Aquapata incident, but I want to make a lunchbox that is 100% made by me. I see, is that so? Until now, Chika had made action plans for short after-school activities, but she had never planned an entire day from start to finish. When she invited him to her house, all her planned activities ended up being a failure. So maybe she wanted to try making a proper plan for a whole day. If I can plan a day trip and prepare lunch by myself, wouldn't that be amazing? I want to become self-reliant without relying on anyone. So, you want me to accompany you on this practice? Is it not okay? No, it's totally fine. But, however, leaving everything entirely up to Chika makes him feel a bit guilty. Glancing at the closed recipe book, Soma continued, I have an idea. Let me handle the dessert. There's a certain sweet I'd like you to taste. Thanks to the various tastings Chika has done recently, he feels his understanding of Western sweets has improved. Now might be a good time for him to try and make the best dessert he can make. So, that means I'll handle the planning and lunchbox, and Soma'll take care of the dessert? That's right. That's great. It sounds really lovely. Chika clapped her hands with delight. I'll start thinking about our destination. Where should we go? Ah, I know. Let me go ask Sado-san from class 3 for recommended spots. In high spirits, Chika left the classroom to inquire about good places from her friends in the neighboring class. Are you coming too? Soma turned to Miki, who had been silently observing their conversation from behind Chika. He didn't really want her to come, as she's like an older mother-in-law figure, but considering how much she dotes on Chika, he couldn't imagine her being satisfied with just one visit for the inspection. To avoid getting caught up in a fuss later, he decided to extend an invitation in advance, fully expecting her to say yes. However, to his surprise, she casually declined. I'll pass. Perhaps you have other plans this Sunday? If that's the case, talk to Chika about it. I'm sure she'd be willing to adjust the date for you. Without a doubt, Chika must be eager to have Miki, who always does so much for her, try her handmade lunch. I mean, I'm a model student, and I have high specs. Out of the blue, Miki said this when Soma urged her not to hold back. Huh? What's gotten into you all of a sudden? But, well, that's true, I guess. Feeling puzzled by her random remark, he responded with an agreeable nod. She holds the top grades in her grade, serves as the vice president of the student council, and is nicknamed Omnipotent. There probably isn't a single person in this high school who doesn't think highly of her. Everyone praises me, saying how amazing I am. I don't like the nickname Omnipotent because it sounds lame, but I don't mind being evaluated that way. After all, I'm working hard. Yes? That's right. You're amazing. While her usual demeanor is that of a doting and overly pampering best friend to Chika, during class, she's deadly serious, and even after school, she stays busy with student council activities. The evaluation of her like that is nothing but accurate. Nobody can deny that. Of course, Soma also genuinely thinks Miki is amazing. However, Miki's expression clouded unexpectedly. But, you know, maybe it's because I come off as special or distant from other students. I feel like there's a wall between me and others, especially boys. Ah, well, maybe that's true. Depending on how he put it, she could be considered unapproachable, like a high-maintenance flower, according to the boys' talk. While they might have their eyes on the approachable Chika, there's hardly any talk about targeting Miki. Miki is undoubtedly very beautiful, but her excellence and seriousness seem to intimidate them. I want to go on dates with a boy and exchange silly messages on my smartphone late at night. If that's not possible, I'd at least like to have casual conversations with boys during breaks. You're probably the only boy I can talk to properly, but even talking to you, I don't find it enjoyable at all because you're an idiot who's obsessed with sweets and Chika's favorite. Shut up, stop talking like that. Though he frowned at her light teasing, deep inside, he was surprised. He never expected Mickey to have such desires because she's always sticking to Chika. He thought she had no interest in boys. Saito, you surprisingly have strong romantic desires, huh? Well, I'm a high school girl, after all. Besides, because of my manga otaku big brother's influence, I read a lot of shoujo manga, romance manga, and romantic comedy manga. Reading those kinds of stories makes me yearn for romance. I guess omnipotent wasn't wood and stone either. So, what are you trying to say? It's good to learn surprising aspects of your classmates, but suddenly hearing this kind of thing is awkward. In the first place, Soma is simply asking if she would join Chika's day trip plan. So basically, I do have an interest in romance, but I have zero experience or immunity to it. That much was clear from what you said earlier. Then, what's your point? If you want romantic advice, you're asking the wrong person. I'm a sweets fanatic. Ask Chika, she's a good listener and will take you seriously. Certainly, Chika might not be an expert on romance either, so she might not give the most precise advice. I'm not asking for romantic advice or to be set up with someone. It's more like, uncharacteristically hesitant, Mickey stammers. She blushes and starts fidgeting. I'm not used to being shown those kinds of things. It's embarrassing. What do you mean by those kinds of things? Why, frustrated that she can't convey her thoughts clearly, Soma leans closer, and her face turns even redder. Just say it clearly. Seeing you and Chika being all lovey-dovey up close is too stimulating for me. Huh? Completely clueless about Mickey's words, Soma looks dumbfounded. You two are way too intense. The other day at the arcade, you two were all over each other. You'll probably do the same on Sunday, right? If I have to witness that all day long, my mental state will be ruined. Wait. What do you mean? Who was being lovey-dovey? You and Chika? I have absolutely no recollection of that. What are you saying? You were hugging each other, feeding each other ice cream and all that. You two do such things in public and say it's not lovey-dovey? Finally understanding what Mickey is talking about, Soma's face turns bright red as he tries to defend himself. It's a misunderstanding. Chika and I have no intention of being lovey-dovey. Besides, that's not the kind of relationship we have. Even if you say it's not that kind of relationship, the things you do are totally lovey-dovey. Should I bring some romantic comedy manga next time and show you? There are plenty of couples in 2D doing the same things you two do. What are you saying? This is ridiculous. It's a completely false accusation. Soma has never once thought of being lovey-dovey with Chika. It's just Chika that enjoys teasing him. Their closeness might be misinterpreted due to Mickey and others being overly clingy, distorting Chika's sense of personal space. I was really embarrassed that time. I couldn't bear it. It felt like those 2D events had come to life. It was so thrilling, and I just couldn't take it. I see, Saito, that's why you suddenly left the ice cream shop, with a look as if she's just tasted a bitter pill. Mickey nods while her face is still bright red. Hey, don't make it sound like we were engaged in some outrageous public display of affection. For someone with zero romantic experience like me, it was embarrassing enough. She glares at him fiercely. This is bad. Facing Mickey, who is constantly feeling embarrassed, Soma's back is drenched in cold sweat. Mickey has a ridiculous misunderstanding. He never intended for them to be seen as a silly couple. This is no joke, and if he let her misunderstanding spread throughout the class, it'll be a huge problem. I must absolutely put a stop to this right now. Saito, come with us on Sunday. Once you see for yourself, you'll realize it's a misunderstanding. Okay? I'm telling you, it's too embarrassing, so I don't want to go with you. If you just want me to secretly watch you lovey-dovey, that's fine, but secretly want you to watch? We won't show you, and we won't be lovey-dovey. Thank goodness Chika isn't here in the classroom. If she heard this conversation, she'd definitely tease me mercilessly. Section. From the other side of the grand, bright red double doors in front of me, I can hear the buzz of many voices. My parents and friends from school are waiting for our entrance. Excitement and nervousness fill me at the same time. Looking at my hands covered in pure white wedding gloves, I feel my resolve strengthen. Finally, the long-awaited day has arrived. I am about to marry, wearing my dream-like, pure white wedding dress. There's no woman whose heart wouldn't race on this day. Yawn. Despite that, my husband-to-be, dressed in a white tuxedo, standing beside me, is casually letting out a sleepy yawn. The reception will start soon. Get yourself together, she says, reprimanding him as she lightly pokes his side with her elbow. In response, her husband makes a pitiful expression. You say that, but I was making the cake until just 2 hours ago. An all-nighter? It was an all-nighter. Excuse me for yawning. No excuses. This is our once-in-a-lifetime moment, and I won't tolerate any untidy looks. My wife, you're so strict, he says with a wry smile, then lightly slaps his own cheeks to brace himself. Her husband, who works as a pastry chef, went to great lengths to make their wedding cake at a kitchen they borrowed from the hotel. They wanted an amazing cake, a 3-tiered one that could be fully eaten without any imitation, so it must have been quite tough, but well, it was fun to do pastry work that wasn't for work in a long time. Fortunately, you helped me too. Yes, I enjoyed it too. It's fun that we collaborated before the cake cutting. Though she only did simple tasks like spreading cream or cutting fruits, making the cake together was a very happy moment for both of them. I'm looking forward to showing it to our parents and friends. It's a bit nerve-wracking to show it to your former pro pastry chef parents. Don't worry. Have confidence. That cake is absolutely lovely, she assures him, tapping his chest lightly to lift his spirits. If you say so, then maybe. When you encourage me, I feel courageous. I'm your wife, after all. I'll always be here to encourage you. Yes, she is his wife, and he is her husband. They've become that kind of relationship. It's about time. Are you ready? A hotel staff member calls out to them. Hearing those words, both she and her husband straighten their backs. The wedding song that was popular nearly 20 years ago starts to drift in from behind the door. Now, it's finally time for the bride and groom's entrance. Hey, why did you choose this song? It's not even from our generation. Just as they were about to enter, her husband, standing beside her, asked that. What's wrong? Why all of a sudden? Oh, I don't know, just suddenly got curious. Well, why did I choose this song, I wonder? Even though she was the one who picked this wedding song, she actually doesn't know why she chose it. She's not even a fan of this singer, yet, she felt that this song had to be the one for their wedding. It's very you, I must say, her husband said as she tilted her head, unable to come up with a reason, and ended up chuckling. Oh, are you making fun of me? Not at all. Not at all. Because it's you. There must be some big reason that you're not even aware of. Besides, this kind of reaction hasn't changed since our school days. He pokes her slightly puffed cheek. Even you, my husband, haven't changed much since high school. Don't call me Dana-sama. It's kind of weird. Her husband frowned slightly, looking uncomfortable. Then, honey, that doesn't feel right either. Just keep calling me like you always have. Though he says that, whether it's husband or honey, it's not wrong since they're getting married. What should I do then? If husband and darling are both not good, how about darling? The staff informs them that it's about time, and they get ready to make their entrance. Please, seriously, stop it. It feels like you're making fun of me. He rejected her with a genuinely displeased expression. Seeing that face, she couldn't help but chuckle. Whenever she sees her husband's troubled expression, she can't resist teasing him. It's a bad habit that hasn't changed since their high school days. She loves all the different expressions her husband makes. His playful smile when they have fun together, his serious face when he's making sweets, his troubled expression when she teases him, his sleeping face. She loves them all. She has seen so many of them until now, And she wants to see many more in the future. That's why she wants to be together forever. That's why they got married. Clap, 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 clap. From behind the door, applause filled with blessings drowned out the wedding song. Now, the reception is about to begin. That's right. Just before the door opens, she secretly whispers to her husband, "I'm looking forward to the cake cutting." "Me too. I'll be really happy if you smile at my cake." They laugh together and step forward simultaneously through the opened door. Beep beep beep. The dream abruptly ends because of the cheerful alarm clock. She opens her eyes in bed. Seeing the familiar ceiling of her room, Chika, in her pajamas, exhales deeply. "I had a strange dream. It was an oddly realistic dream." However, as she wakes up, the details slip away from her mind. What was that dream just now? She sits up while feeling a little dizzy. She can't quite grasp it. But it wasn't a bad dream. In fact, it was a pleasant dream. The remnants of the dream leave a faint warmth in her heart. It's a mysterious feeling. No, that's not it. It's not a sensation but an emotion. However, right now, she has no way of knowing the true nature of this emotion. "Chika, are you awake? Hurry up. Miki-chan will come to pick you up." Her mom calls from outside the door. "Yes, I'll be right there." She gets out of bed and opens the curtains. The morning sun is so bright. It's probably going to be a nice day today. "All right. Let's head to school in high spirit." After school, what should I do with Soma-san? Epilogue. On Sunday, the weather was beautifully clear, making it a perfect day for an outing. He headed to their usual meeting spot in front of the station, where Chika, wearing active denim pants style, was waiting for him with a large tote bag that seemed to contain lunch. "Sorry, I'm late. I got caught up with preparing this," he said, showing her a small cooler bag as he apologized. "No worries, we just hit the appointed time." Come to think of it, she always arrives early and waits for me. "Here are the tickets. I bought them in advance." "You're well prepared. It's just a little something because I wanted to try doing this. My dad and the Miki-chan always buy mine for me," she said, sounding a bit like an elementary school student, but he understood her feelings. He thanked her for the ticket, and they walked together towards the ticket gate. "That bag looks heavy. Should I carry it for you?" "Oh wow, you're giving me a boyish vibe right now. Then, please." The canvas tote bag she handed him was indeed quite heavy, as he expected. She must have put a lot of effort into making the lunch. I'm looking forward to it. Don't worry. It's not just curry rice. You'll definitely enjoy it." Chika replied playfully, then shifted her gaze to the cooler bag. "You seem excited about the dessert too." "Well, maybe." Inside the bag was a cake, I'm sure. She seemed confident about it. "Oh, we're on platform 3. Chika led the way, walking through the station premises. "By the way, I invited Miki-chan, but she declined, saying she had something to do." Chika mentioned as if she had just remembered, catching him by surprise. Oh, really? That's a shame. Yeah, I wanted Miki-chan to try my lunch. Why don't you bring it to school next time? I'm sure she'd be happy." "That's a good idea. If I get a passing grade from Soma-san today, I'll do that. I'll include some dishes she likes." On platform 3, an old yellow train had already stopped. After Chika confirmed the train on the electronic display board, they boarded, and the train soon began to move with a clattering sound. "We made it in time. That's good," Chika said with a relieved sigh as she took a seat next to him. "It wouldn't have been a problem even if we missed one train. You don't need to be so nervous." "Maybe you're right, but since I planned this outing, I want everything to go smoothly." She pointed to a homemade booklet peeking out from the side pocket of her tote bag. "I never thought you'd even make a bookmark. It must have taken so much of time and effort." Soma said, receiving the same booklet. The booklet contained a detailed schedule for the day, points of interest, and a copy of the timetable, all neatly written with cute illustrations. When Soma first saw it, he was amazed by the level of detail put into it. "I simply don't want to skimp on things I want to do. Just like you, Soma-san, if there's a pastry you want to make, no matter how complicated the process is, you probably wouldn't cut corners or take the easy way out. It's because creating those kinds of pastries gives me a sense of accomplishment and makes me burn with passion. I feel the same way. In that sense, Soma-san and I are similar. I think we're a good match. I wonder about that. Soma replied indifferently, making Chika pout. A good match, huh? Mickey said something similar to me the other day. He never thought they'd be accused of acting all lovey-dovey just because they're cooperating for each other's goals. If people called them partners or collaborators, that would be one thing, but to treat them as lovers, he can't fathom how they arrive at such interpretations. It's hard for him to comprehend. He tried to explain in detail everything they'd been doing so far to dispel the misunderstanding, but she rejected it, saying she didn't want to hear any boasting. Why would explanations come across as boasting? I don't get it. As the train sways, he glances at the girl sitting next to him. She's looking at the scenery passing outside the window and occasionally exclaims with childlike delight. Well, she's cute, and I definitely think she's an amazing person, but as we spend more time together, I've come to realize that her childlike side is just one aspect of her. In reality, she's a girl with a strong determination to become the person she wants to be and has unwavering convictions. Her occasional adult-like behavior bewilders him, and he wishes she'd stop. But on the other hand, when she acts mature, it makes his heart race, and he can't help but feel a sense of superiority, knowing a side of her that others in his class don't. She's more likable than I thought. Realizing this fact belatedly surprises him. Soma-san. Suddenly, Chika, who had been absorbed in looking out the window, turned around. Were you, by any chance, staring at me all this time? No. Affirming it would be too embarrassing, but denying it would be a big lie. As he ponders how to respond, Chika inexplicably bows her head. I understand what Soma-san wants to say. I'm sorry. I think you wanted me to wear the clothes I bought the other day. I'm sorry I couldn't meet your expectations. Why are you suddenly saying that? I understand your feelings, and I also wanted to wear them. But, you see, it would slip off if I moved my arms vigorously in that outfit today. I want to play catch ball. With that, she takes out an orange rubber ball from her tote bag and shows it to him. It would be embarrassing if my innerwear was showing through later when we were playing catch ball. That outfit was see-through. Wait. No, you don't want to play catch ball? As Soma takes the ball away and tries to stop her, Chika looks puzzled. I don't mind playing catch ball. It's not about that. Why do you think I want you to wear the clothes from the other day? He doesn't recall saying anything like that. However, Chika, still looking puzzled, continues. But, Soma-san, at that time, you were looking at me with a really red face. Wah, he's left speechless. You seem to like it. I'm happy that you enjoyed it, and I'm also happy with the outfit I chose. No, it's not like that. Really? I don't think so. But don't worry. I'll wear that outfit next time we go out. You can look at me to your heart's content. I don't want to see it. Don't hold back. It's okay. If there's anything you want to see, I'll try any outfit. Whether it's a cheerleader, bunny suit, or Chong-sam, I'll wear anything. Yes, it's embarrassing for me too, but for the rare chance of seeing Soma-san, who can't take his eyes off me even when he's embarrassed, I'll do anything. If you have any requests, please feel free to ask. There's no way I'd have any requests. There. Oh, come on, don't hold back. Oh, I know. How about a maid outfit? A maid outfit? As Soma's favorite word popped up, he instinctively stopped moving, and Chika smiled mischievously. Soma-san, you like maids, don't you? Oh my, I see. Is that so? Ugh. Whatever, so what if I do? I like maids, okay? Oh, you're being defiant now. In that case, I'll wear a maid outfit for you next time. Please look forward to it. Blushing as Chika brought her face close to him with a grin, Soma couldn't help but think, how is this lovey-dovey? I'm just being one-sidedly teased, though. Saito's criticism is completely off the mark. Do you find it so enjoyable to tease me? Yes, very much. Stop with that smile of yours. I guess I should tell Saito in detail how Chika has been teasing me, everything they did together and everything Chika did to him. By doing that, He was sure she would realize that they weren't lovey-dovey at all. This exchange was definitely not lovey-dovey. As Chika was teasing Soma, he firmly resolved himself again. Side story. Tempted by the scent of ramen. Leaving the ice cream shop, the sun had completely set. The wind, which during the day had carried the warmth of the sun, had turned cold and reminded one of autumn. The ice cream was good, but I ate too much. It feels chilly. Exposed to the cold wind blowing through the street, Soma rubbed his arms through his short-sleeved shirt. Yeah, you're right. I've gotten a bit cold. Chika, who had also stepped outside the shop, rubbed her hands together while gazing at the night sky. It's already autumn, isn't it? I feel like eating something warm. That's for sure. I'm craving ramen. Ramen, huh? Sounds nice. I like the miso flavor. I want to eat one with lots of corn as toppings. I'd like to load mine up with a bunch of garlic. It's bound to be amazing to eat with a chilled body. The smell might be a concern, but that sounds good too. As Soma mimicked the motion of slurping ramen, Chika started glancing around, left and right, with a curious expression. How about we go to a ramen shop right now? I suddenly feel like having some delicious ramen. I totally get the feeling. But the answer is no. I don't have that kind of money left today. They played billiards at the game center and ordered double cups of ice cream at the ice cream shop. Soma's wallet had taken a serious hit. There was no way he could afford ramen. When it comes to money, I'm the same, Chika admitted, her gaze falling to the bag containing a stuffed animal. Besides, I don't know any good ramen shops around here. Really? Since we're near the station, there should be plenty. There probably are, but I'm not really knowledgeable about food places in general, not just ramen shops. While Soma was interested in sweets, he had little interest in cooking. Sweets and cooking were two separate things. They were different fields altogether, though he would have meals with friends when they hung out. In those cases, he'd leave the choice of the place to his friends. Additionally, the places high school students would go for meals were mostly cheap chain restaurants. He doesn't have any chance to go to famous establishments that come with the label delicious. If you really want to go, you can either just walk into one randomly or search on your smartphone. Well, that does sound interesting, but it's a bit too much of a gamble. Plus, I'm not in the mood for a chain restaurant today. I want to eat a delicious, rich soup ramen. It seems that the experience at the lunchtime beef bowl shop left a lingering impact on Chika. In that case, you should research properly and plan for the next opportunity. True, I'll do that. If I eat ramen now, I might not be able to have the dinner my mom prepared. I'll invite you again next time after researching, so please join me. Sure thing. When Soma nodded, Chika seemed to have cut her regrets about ramen. They started walking towards the station together. When you usually eat around here, what do you have, Soma-san? Ramen, udon, beef bowl, curry, hamburgers. That's about it. Huh, only 5 options? And all of them are probably from chain restaurants, right? When I'm hanging out with friends, I don't want to waste time deciding where to eat, so I stick to the same places. Besides, I'd rather spend money on having fun than on food. So it naturally ends up being cheap chain restaurants. I can kind of understand that sentiment. But well, that's not really helpful. Even if you say that, I think most other guys are in the same boat. I wonder if there are girls who are knowledgeable about food places. Sato from class 3? But maybe she's more into spots for having fun. Chika was muttering to herself while pondering such matters. As she was lost in thought, she passed by a pair of a man and a woman whom she recognized. Oh, those people. Inadvertently stopping and turning back, Chika looked at them. Is something wrong? I just think I saw them during lunch. Chika turns around, following with her eyes the back of the two in the same school uniforms. Oh, it's the senior couple. The two who passed by were an upperclassman couple who had escaped for their lunch break before Soma and his friends. They were linking arms and getting close, chatting happily together. They didn't seem to pay attention to what was in front of them. It's surprising they don't trip and fall like that. Chilling during lunch and still all lovey-dovey after school. Huh, it's nice to be close. As he spoke ironically, his face unconsciously turned into a frown. For someone who had never experienced having a significant other, Watching couples being overly affectionate wasn't very enjoyable. Let's head back. Not particularly interested, he turned on his heel to leave promptly. It would be best and better for his mental health to quickly forget about that couple. Suddenly, the hem of his short-sleeved shirt was grabbed by Chika. "Hey, what's with this hand?" "Soma-san, what if we try following those two?" She said something completely unexpected. "Huh? Why would we have to do something like that?" "Walking around here at this time might imply they're heading somewhere to have dinner. Those two mentioned going to a place with private rooms where they can relax during lunch. If they know such a place, they might be knowledgeable about food places." "Come to think of it, they might have said something like that, but you remembered it quite well." While looking exasperated, he shook his head. "Even if that's the case, I don't feel like tailing them. It's a hassle. Besides, it might not be dinner. It could be karaoke." "Well, if that's the case, then so be it. If it's karaoke, it should be nearby, and we can just stop if they enter." It seemed that no matter how much he tried to convince her, changing this girl's mind was quite challenging. He could just leave her be and go back home himself, but leaving her alone on the streets at night made him worry about various things. With a sigh of resignation, he said, "Okay, but only for a short while. We won't hang around for more than 30 minutes or an hour." Checking the current time on his smartphone and making sure of it, Soma emphasized, and Chika nodded in agreement. "Alrighty then. It's a stakeout time." "Wait, you didn't actually care about the restaurant, you just wanted to tail them, didn't you?" And so begins the strange endeavor of tailing a senior couple whose names they barely know. Seriously, today is filled with all sorts of things, he thought. So if it's a restaurant for couples, what kind of place do you think it is? Walking about 10 meters behind the seniors, Chika asked this question. "Who knows? It's probably not some fancy French restaurant serving a full-course meal. Maybe it's a place for pizza or pasta. An upscale Italian restaurant sounds nice. If it's really that kind of place, let's go there sometime." "No way. Italian places are already super high-end for me." "What? That's boring. I want to try going to a restaurant with you, Soma-san. If I had the money for that, I'd use it for ingredients for sweets. Besides, it's not like those two have specifically decided on an Italian place. They might end up going to a hamburger shop for all we know." "I don't remember seeing any hamburger shops around here." "Then it must be a soba place." "Soma-san, are you just saying random things?" "Pretty much. It's cold, and I'm tired. I want to finish this stupid thing quickly and go home." "Moo. Moo moo moo." Seeing Soma's complete lack of motivation, Chika pouted. "Are you a cow?" "Moo. You're boring. Your retorts aren't funny either." "I didn't think we were forming a comedy duo, so don't expect high-level retorts from me." "A comedy duo?" "Oh, by the way, the school cultural festival is coming up next month." "Hey, cut it out. Don't start thinking about scary stuff." While saying pointless things, they continued the stakeout. Somehow, the atmosphere of the town seems to be changing. After walking for about 10 minutes, Chika suddenly looked around. Upon hearing this, Soma realized that they were surrounded by flashy neon signs. They had entered what's commonly known as the nightlife district. "Are there any places to eat round here?" Chika tilted her head, finding it strange, and Soma also twisted his head in confusion. "I don't think there are places where high school students would eat in a nightlife area full of bars." At least, Soma couldn't think of any. "So, the destination is further ahead?" "Further ahead." Still staring at the senior couple who were walking while being all lovey-dovey, Chika's words left Soma startled. He finally got it. He understood where that silly couple were heading. "Hey, let's go back." This time, Soma grabbed Chika's sleeve and put a stop to their steps. "Huh? Are we going back now?" "We still haven't found out their destination." "It doesn't matter. Let's go back." "We've had enough." He tugged at her, stubbornly and forcefully turning them round. "That silly couple. Are they going in their uniforms without changing? Isn't something strange with their heads?" "I mean, really." As they walked back towards the station, Soma grumbled and complained about the senior couple. Deeper into the nightlife district, there were adult-oriented establishments like hostess clubs lined up. Naturally, high school senior couples wouldn't be heading to a place like that. Which leaves only one possible option. That senior couple seems to be further ahead than Soma imagined. It was a bit overwhelming for a male high school student with no experience in romance. Seriously, what about the youth ordinances? As he complained with reddened cheeks, Chika walking beside him peeked in innocently. Soma-san, where did those two go? From your expression, I'm sure you know. Please tell me too. Chika is a girl who has been cherished dearly by her parents and friends alike. It's hard to believe she would know about facilities restricted for those under 18. If unnecessary knowledge was given here, it might just attract undue resentment from various places. He decided to play dumb. Who knows? I just wanted to go home. Huh? That expression definitely looks like you know. Don't be mean. Please tell me too. I don't know. Don't say that, just tell me. She grabbed his arm and shook it playfully. I can't tell you because I don't know, he said while trying not to look at Chika's face as much as possible. Nevertheless, she peered at him even more. Your face seems kinda red. Why is that? Because it's cold. Is that so? It just seemed like you suddenly turned red. I'm telling you, it's because I'm cold. Anyway, look ahead of us. You might trip. Then, like the senior couple from earlier, could you link arms with me? I'm sure I won't fall if we do that. I won't do that. Even though their tailing had been forcibly interrupted, this exchange with the surprisingly cheerful Chika continued until they finally reached the station. Under the illumination of the familiar convenience store lights, he sighed, and then he told Chika, listen, forget what happened earlier. Why is that? Stalking someone doesn't sound good, you know. He thought she would react with something like no way or I don't want to. But instead, Chika looked at Soma's face for a brief moment and then smiled as if satisfied. All right, if Soma-san says so, then I'll do that. And with a surprisingly straightforward nod, she showed her agreement. Ah, yeah, please do. Her excessive frankness left him dumbfounded. Well then, let's stop here for today. Thank you for keeping me company so late. I had a lot of fun today. She bowed her head. In the momentum, her usually brown hair revealed a glimpse of her ear. That ear was dyed a vivid pink color, so bright that he could see them clearly even at night. See you at school tomorrow. Hey, wait. He tried to call out, but she just walked away. That girl. Could it be? As he watched her disappear into the night's crowd, he was left a bit dazed. Perhaps Chika had realized where the senior couple was headed all along. Maybe that's why she had asked persistently. If she had known, she could thoroughly enjoy Soma's flushed face, and even though she must have felt embarrassed too, she hid it. No, no way, surely not. But if it's her, he felt the urge to chase after her and ask. However, bringing up this topic again probably wouldn't lead to anything good for Soma. Instead, it would likely just please Chika even more. Biting his lip hard, he headed home. Soma never brought up this night again, and Chika never mentioned it either. Therefore, whether she noticed where the senior couple was going is unknown. The truth lies in the darkness, or rather, in Chika's heart. End of Volume 1.